Chapter 73 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which Porthos begins to be sorry for having come with D'Artagnan. Scarcely had D'Artagnan extinguished his taper, when Aramis, who had watched through his curtains the last glimmer of light in his friend's apartment, traversed the corridor on tiptoe, and went to Porthos's room. The giant, who had been in bed nearly an hour and a half, lay grandly stretched out on the down bed. He was in that happy calm of the first sleep which, with Porthos, resisted the noise of bells or the report of cannon. His head swam in that soft oscillation which reminds us of the soothing movement of a ship. In a moment, Porthos would have begun to dream. The door of the chamber opened softly under the delicate pressure of the hand of Aramis. The bishop approached the sleeper. A thick carpet deadened the sound of his steps, besides which Porthos snored in a manner to drown all noise. He laid one hand on his shoulder. "Rouse," said he. "Wake up, my dear Porthos." The voice of Aramis was soft and kind, but it conveyed more than a notice. It conveyed an order. His hand was light, but it indicated a danger. Porthos heard the voice and felt the hand of Aramis even in the depth of his sleep. He started up.
"Who goes there?"
cried he in his giant's voice.
"Hush, hush, it is I,"
said Aramis.
"You, my friend? And what the devil do you wake me for?"
"To tell you that you must set off directly."
"Set off?"
"Yes."
"Wherefore?"
"For Paris."
Porthos bounded up in his bed and then sank back again, fixing his great eyes in agitation upon Aramis.
"For Paris?"
"Yes."
100 leagues?"
said he.
104,
replied the bishop.
"Oh, mon Dieu!"
sighed Porthos, lying down again like children who contend with their bonne to gain an hour or two of sleep.
30 hours riding,
said Aramis firmly.
"You know there are good relays."
Porthos pushed out one leg, allowing a groan to escape him.
Come, come, my friend,"
insisted the prelate with a sort of impatience. Porthos drew the other leg out of the bed.
"And it is absolutely necessary that I should go at once."
"Urgently necessary."
Porthos got upon his feet and began to shake both walls and floors with the steps of a marble statue.
"Hush, hush, for the love of heaven, my dear Porthos," said Aramis. "You will wake somebody."
"Ah, that is true,"
replied Porthos in a voice of thunder.
"I forgot that. But be satisfied, I am on guard."
And so saying, he let fall a belt loaded with his sword and pistols and a purse, from which the crowns escaped with a vibrating and prolonged noise. This noise made the blood of Aramis boil, whilst it drew from Porthos a formidable burst of laughter.
"Oh, how droll is that!"
said he in the same voice.
"Not so loud, Porthos, not so loud."
"True, true."
And he lowered his voice a half note.
"I was going to say,"
continued Porthos,
"that it is droll that we are never so slow as when we are in a hurry, and never make so much noise as when we wish to be silent."
"Yes, that is true. But let us give the proverb the lie, Porthos. Let us make haste and hold our tongue."
"You see, I am doing my best,"
said Porthos, putting on his haut de chasse.
"Very well."
"This is something in haste."
"It is more than that. It is serious, Porthos."
"Oh,
D'Artagnan has questioned you, has he not?"
"Questioned me?"
"Yes, at Belle-Isle."
Not the least in the world.
Are you sure of that, Porthos?
Parbleu!
It is impossible. Recollect yourself.
He asked me what I was doing, and I told him studying topography. I would have made use of another word which you employed one day.
Castrametation?
Yes, that's it, but I never could recollect it.
All the better. What more did he ask you?
Who Monsieur Guitard was.
Next.
Who Monsieur Jupenet was.
He did not happen to see our plan of fortifications, did he?
Yes.
The devil he did.
But don't be alarmed. I had rubbed out your writing with India rubber. It was impossible for him to suppose you had given me any advice in those works.
Aye, but our friend has phenomenally keen eyes.
What are you afraid of?
I fear that everything is discovered, Porthos. The matter is, then, to prevent a great misfortune. I have given orders to my people to close all the gates and doors. D'Artagnan will not be able to get out before daybreak. Your horses ready saddled. You will gain the first relay. By 5 o'clock in the morning you will have traversed 15 leagues. Come!
Aramis then assisted Porthos to dress, piece by piece, with as much celerity as the most skillful valet de chambre could have done. Porthos, half stupefied, let him do as he liked, and confounded himself in excuses. When he was ready, our Aramis took him by the hand and led him, making him place his foot with precaution on every step of the stairs, preventing him running against door frames, turning him this way and that, as if Aramis had been the giant and Porthos the dwarf. Soul set fire to and animated matter. A horse was waiting, ready saddled in the courtyard. Porthos mounted. Then Aramis himself took the horse by the bridle and led him over some dung spread in the yard, with the evident intention of suppressing noise. He, at the same time, held tight the horse's nose to prevent him neighing. When arrived at the outward gate, drawing Porthos toward him, who was going off without even asking him what for,
"Now, friend Porthos, now, without drawing bridle, till you get to Paris,"
whispered he in his ears.
"Eat on horseback, drink on horseback, sleep on horseback, but lose not a minute."
That's enough. I will not stop.
This letter to Monsieur Fouquet, cost what it may, he must have it tomorrow before midday.
He shall.
And do not forget one thing, my friend.
What is that?
That you are riding out on a hunt for your brevet of duke and peer.
Oh, ho,
said Porthos with his eyes sparkling.
I will do it in 24 hours in that case.
Try.
Then let go the bridle, and forward, Goliath.
Aramis did let go, not the bridle, but the horse's nose. Porthos released his hand, clapped spurs to his horse, which set off at a gallop. As long as he could distinguish Porthos through the darkness, Aramis followed him with his eyes. When he was completely out of sight, he re-entered the yard. Nothing had stirred in D'Artagnan's apartment. The valet placed on watch at the door had neither seen any light nor heard any noise. Aramis closed his door carefully, sent the lackey to bed, and quickly sought his own. D'Artagnan really suspected nothing, therefore thought he had gained everything. When he awoke in the morning about 4:30, he ran to the window in his shirt. The window looked out upon the court. Day was dawning. The court was deserted. The fowls even had not left their roosts. Not a servant appeared, and every door was closed. "Good, all is still," said D'Artagnan to himself. "Never mind, I am up first in the house. Let us dress, that will be so much done." And D'Artagnan dressed himself, but this time he endeavored not to give to the costume of Monsieur Agnan that bourgeoisie and almost ecclesiastical rigidity he had affected before. He managed, by drawing his belt tighter, by buttoning his clothes in a different fashion, and by putting on his hat a little on one side, to restore to his person a little of that military character, the absence of which had surprised Aramis. This being done, he made free, or affected to make free, with his host, and entered his chamber without ceremony. Aramis was asleep, or feigned to be so. A large book lay open upon his night-desk. A wax light was still burning in its silver sconce. This was more than enough to prove to D'Artagnan the quiescence of the prelate's night and the good intentions of his waking. The musketeer did to the bishop precisely as the bishop had done to Porthos. He tapped him on the shoulder. Evidently Aramis pretended to sleep, for instead of waking suddenly, he who slept so lightly required a repetition of the summons.
Ah, is that you?" said he, stretching his arms. "What an agreeable surprise! Ma foi, sleep had made me forget that I had the happiness to possess you. What o'clock is it?"
"I do not know," said D'Artagnan, a little embarrassed. "Early, I believe, but you know that devil of a habit of waking with the day sticks to me still."
"Do you wish that we should go out so soon?" asked Aramis. "It appears to me to be very early."
"Just as you like."
"I thought we had agreed not to get on horseback before 8."
"Possibly, but I had so great a wish to see you that I said to myself, the sooner the better."
"And my 7 hours' sleep," said Aramis. "Take care. I had reckoned upon them, and what I lose of them I must make up."
"But it seems to me that formerly you were less of a sleeper than that, dear friend. Your blood was alive, and you were never to be found in bed."
"And it is exactly on account of what you tell me that I am so fond of being there now."
"Then you confess that it is not for the sake of sleeping that you have put me off to 8 o'clock?"
"I've been afraid you would laugh at me if I told you the truth."
"Tell me, notwithstanding."
"Well, from 6 to 8 I am accustomed to perform my devotions."
"Your devotions?"
"Yes."
"I did not believe a bishop's exercises were so severe."
"A bishop, my friend, must sacrifice more to appearance than a simple cleric."
"Mordieu, Aramis, that is a word which reconciles me with your greatness. To appearances! That is a musketeer's word, in good truth. Vive les apparences, Aramis."
"Instead of felicitating me upon it, pardon me, D'Artagnan, it is a very mundane word which I had allowed to escape me."
"Must I leave you, then?"
"I want time to collect my thoughts, my friend, and for my usual prayers."
"Well, I leave you to them, but on account of that poor pagan D'Artagnan, abridge them for once, I beg. I thirst for speech with you."
"Well, D'Artagnan, I promise you that within an hour and a half—"
"An hour and a half of devotions! My friend, be as reasonable with me as you can. Let me have the best bargain possible."
Aramis began to laugh. "Still agreeable, still young, still gay," said he. "You have come into my diocese to set me quarreling with Grace."
"Bah!"
"And you know well that I was never able to resist your seductions. You will cost me my salvation, D'Artagnan."
D'Artagnan bit his lips. "Well," said he, "I will take the sin on my own head. Favor me with one simple Christian sign of the cross. Favor me with one pater, and we will part."
"Hush," said Aramis. "We are already no longer alone. I hear strangers coming up."
"Well, dismiss them."
"Impossible. I made an appointment with them yesterday. It is the principal of the college of the Jesuits and the superior of the Dominicans."
"Your staff? Well, so be it."
"What are you going to do?"
"I will go and wake Porthos. and remain in his company till you have finished the conference." Aramis did not stir, his brow remained unbent. He betrayed himself by no gesture or word.
"Go,"
said he, as D'Artagnan advanced to the door.
"Apropos, do you know where Porthos sleeps?"
"No, but I will inquire."
"Take the corridor and open the second door on the left."
"Thank you. Au revoir." And D'Artagnan departed in the direction pointed out by Aramis. 10 minutes had not passed away when he came back. He found Aramis seated between the superior of the Dominicans and the principal of the college of the Jesuits, exactly in the same situation as he had found him formerly in the auberge at Crèvecoeur. This company did not at all terrify the musketeer.
"What is it?"
said Aramis quietly.
"You have apparently something to say to me, my friend."
"It is," replied D'Artagnan, fixing his eyes upon Aramis, "it is that Porthos is not in his apartment."
"Indeed?"
said Aramis calmly.
"Are you sure?"
"Pardieu, I came from his chamber."
"Where can he be, then?"
"That is what I am asking you."
"And have not you inquired?"
"Yes, I have."
"And what answer did you get?"
"That Porthos, often walking out in the morning without saying anything, had probably gone out."
"What did you do then?"
"I went to the stables," replied D'Artagnan carelessly.
"What to do?"
"To see if Porthos had departed on horseback."
"And?"
interrogated the bishop. "Well, there is a horse missing, stall number 3, Goliath." All this dialogue, it may be easily understood, was not exempt from a certain affectation on the part of the musketeer and a perfect complaisance on the part of Aramis.
"Oh, I guess how it is,"
said Aramis, after having considered for a moment.
"Porthos has gone out to give us a surprise."
"A surprise?"
"Yes, the canal which goes from Vannes to the sea abounds in teal and snipes. That is Porthos's favorite sport, and he will bring us back a dozen for breakfast."
"Do you think so?" said D'Artagnan.
"I am sure of it. Where else can he be? I would lay a wager he took a gun with him."
"Well, that is possible," said D'Artagnan.
"Do one thing, my friend. Get on horseback and join him."
"You are right," said D'Artagnan. "I will."
"Shall I go with you?"
"No, thank you. Porthos is a rather remarkable man. I will inquire as I go along."
"Will you take an arquebus?"
"Thank you."
"Order what horse you like to be saddled."
"The one I rode yesterday, on coming from Belle Isle."
"So be it. Use the horse as your own."
Aramis rang and gave orders to have the horse Monsieur d'Artagnan had chosen saddled. D'Artagnan followed the servant charged with the execution of this order. When arrived at the door, the servant drew on one side to allow Monsieur d'Artagnan to pass, and at that moment he caught the eye of his master. A knitting of the brow gave the intelligent spy to understand that all should be given to D'Artagnan he wished. D'Artagnan got into the saddle, and Aramis heard the steps of his horse on the pavement. An instant after, the servant returned.
"Well?"
asked the bishop. "Monseigneur, he has followed the course of the canal and is going towards the sea," said the servant.
"Very well,"
said Aramis. In fact, D'Artagnan, dismissing all suspicion, hastened toward the ocean, constantly hoping to see in the land or on the beach the colossal profile of Porthos. He persisted in fancying he could trace a horse's step in every puddle. Sometimes he imagined he heard the report of a gun. This illusion lasted 3 hours, during 2 of which he went forward in search of his friend. In the last he returned to the house. "We must have crossed," said he, "and I shall find them waiting for me at table." D'Artagnan was mistaken. He no more found Porthos at the palace than he had found him on the seashore. Aramis was waiting for him at the top of the stairs, looking very much concerned.
Did my people not find you, my dear D'Artagnan?"
cried he as soon as he caught sight of the musketeer. "No. Did you send anyone after me?"
"I am deeply concerned, my friend, deeply, to have induced you to make such a useless search. But about 7 o'clock the almoner of Saint Paterne came here. He had met Du Vallon, who was going away, and who, being unwilling to disturb anybody at the palace, had charged him to tell me that, fearing Monsieur Guettard would play him some ill turn in his absence, he was going to take advantage of the morning tide to make a tour to Belle Isle."
"But, tell me, Goliath has not crossed the 4 leagues of sea, I should think."
"There are full 6,"
said Aramis. "That makes it less probable still."
"Therefore, my friend,"
said Aramis with one of his blandest smiles,
"Goliath is in the stable, well pleased. I will answer for it that Porthos is no longer on his back."
In fact, the horse had been brought back from the relay by the direction of the prelate, from whom no detail escaped. D'Artagnan appeared as well satisfied as possible with the explanation. He entered upon a part of dissimulation which agreed perfectly with the suspicions that arose more and more strongly in his mind. He breakfasted between the Jesuit and Aramis, having the Dominican in front of him, and smiling particularly at the Dominican, whose jolly fat face pleased him much. The repast was long and sumptuous: excellent Spanish wine, fine Morbihan oysters, exquisite fish from the mouth of the Loire, enormous prawns from Paimboeuf, and delicious game from the moors constituted the principal part of it. D'Artagnan ate much and drank but little. Aramis drank nothing, unless it was water. After the repast— "You offered me an arquebus," said D'Artagnan.
"I did."
"Lend it me, then."
"Are you going shooting?"
"Whilst waiting for Porthos, it is the best thing I can do, I think."
"Take what you like from the trophy."
"Will you not come with me?"
"I would with great pleasure, but, alas, my friend, sporting is forbidden to bishops."
"Huh," said D'Artagnan. "I did not know that."
"Besides,"
continued Aramis,
"I shall be busy till midday."
"I shall go alone, then," said D'Artagnan.
"I am sorry to say you must, but come back to dinner."
"Pardieu, the eating at your house is too good to make me think of not coming back." And thereupon D'Artagnan quitted his host, bowed to the guests, and took his arquebus, but instead of shooting went straight to the little port of Vannes. He looked in vain to observe if anybody saw him. He could discern neither thing nor person. He engaged a little fishing boat for 25 livres, and set off at 11:30, convinced that he had not been followed, and that was true. He had not been followed. Only a Jesuit brother, placed in the top of the steeple of his church, had not since the morning, by the help of an excellent glass, lost sight of one of his steps. At 11:15, Aramis was informed that D'Artagnan was sailing toward Belle Isle. The voyage was rapid. A good north-northeast wind drove him toward the isle. As he approached, his eyes were constantly fixed upon the coast. He looked to see if, upon the shore or upon the fortifications, the brilliant dress and vast stature of Porthos should stand out against a slightly clouded sky. But his search was in vain. He landed without having seen anything, and learnt from the first soldier interrogated by him that Monsieur du Vallon had not yet returned from Vannes. Then, without losing an instant, D'Artagnan ordered his little bark to be put its head towards Sarzeau. We know that the wind changes with the different hours of the day. The breeze had veered from the north-northeast to the south-southeast. The wind, then, was almost as good for return to Sarzeau as it had been for the voyage to Belle Isle. In 3 hours D'Artagnan had touched the continent. 2 hours more sufficed for his ride to Vannes. In spite of the rapidity of his passage, what D'Artagnan endured of impatience and anger during that short passage, the deck alone of the vessel upon which he stamped backwards and forwards for 3 hours could testify. He made but one bound from the quay, whereon he landed to the episcopal palace. He thought to terrify Aramis by the promptitude of his return. He wished to reproach him with his duplicity, and yet with reserve, but with sufficient spirit, nevertheless, to make him feel all the consequences of it, and force from him a part of his secret, he hoped. In short, thanks to that heat of expression which is to secrets what the charge with the bayonet is to redoubts, to bring the mysterious Aramis to some manifestation or other. But he found in the vestibule of the palace the valet de chambre, who closed the passage while smiling upon him with a stupid air. "Monseigneur!" cried D'Artagnan, endeavoring to put him aside with his hand. Moved for an instant, the valet resumed his station. "Monseigneur?" said he. "Yes, to be sure. Do you not know me, imbecile?" "Yes, you are the Chevalier d'Artagnan." "Then let me pass." "It is of no use." "Why of no use?" "Because his greatness is not at home." "What? His greatness is not at home? Where is he, then?" "Gone." "Gone?" "Yes." "Whither?" "I don't know, but perhaps he tells Monsieur le Chevalier." "And how? Where? In what fashion?" "In this letter which he gave me for Monsieur le Chevalier." And the valet de chambre drew a letter from his pocket. "Give it me, then, you rascal," said D'Artagnan, snatching it from his hand. "Oh, yes," continued he at the first line. "Yes, I understand." And he read:
"Dear friend, an affair of the most urgent nature calls me to a distant parish of my diocese. I hope to see you again before I set out, but I lose that hope in thinking that you are going, no doubt, to remain 2 or 3 days at Belle Isle with our dear Porthos. Amuse yourself as well as you can, but do not attempt to hold out against him at table. This is a counsel I might have given even to Athos in his most brilliant and best days. Adieu, dear friend. Believe that I regret greatly not having better, or, for a longer time, profited by your excellent company." "Mordieu!" cried D'Artagnan, "I am tricked. Ah, blockhead, brute, triple fool that I am! But those laugh best who laugh last. Oh, duped like a monkey, cheated with an empty nutshell." And with a hearty blow bestowed upon the nose of the smirking valet de chambre, he made all haste out of the episcopal palace. Furet, however good a trotter, was not equal to present circumstances. D'Artagnan therefore took the post, and chose a horse which he soon caused to demonstrate, with good spurs and a light hand, that deer are not the swiftest animals in nature. End of chapter 73. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which D'Artagnan makes all speed, Porthos snores, and Aramis counsels. From 30 to 35 hours after the events we have just related, as Monsieur Fouquet, according to his custom, having interdicted his door, was working in the cabinet of his house at Saint-Mande, with which we are already acquainted. A carriage, drawn by 4 horses steaming with sweat, entered the court at full gallop. This carriage was probably expected, for 3 or 4 lackeys hastened to the door, which they opened, whilst Monsieur Fouquet rose from his bureau and ran to the window. A man got painfully out of the carriage, descending with difficulty the 3 steps of the door, leaning upon the shoulders of the lackeys. He had scarcely uttered his name when the valet upon whom he was not leaning sprang up the perron, and disappeared in the vestibule. This man went to inform his master, but he had no occasion to knock at the door. Fouquet was standing on the threshold. "Monseigneur, the Bishop of Vannes," said he. "Very well," replied his master. Then, leaning over the banister of the staircase, of which Aramis was beginning to ascend the first steps, "Ah, dear friend," said he, "you so soon?" "Yes, I myself, monsieur, but bruised, battered, as you see."
"Oh, my poor friend," said Fouquet, presenting him his arm, on which Aramis leant, whilst the servants drew back respectfully.
"Bah," replied Aramis, "it is nothing. Since I am here, the principal thing was that I should get here, and here I am."
"Speak quickly," said Fouquet, closing the door of the cabinet behind Aramis and himself.
"Are we alone?"
"Yes, perfectly."
"No one observes us. No one can hear us."
"Be satisfied. Nobody."
"Is Monsieur de Bragelonne arrived?"
"Yes."
"And you have received my letter?"
"Yes. The affair is serious, apparently, since it necessitates your attendance in Paris at a moment when your presence was so urgent elsewhere."
"You are right. It could not be more serious."
"Thank you, thank you. What is it about? But, for God's sake, before anything else, take time to breathe, dear friend. You are so pale. You frighten me."
"I am really in great pain. But, for heaven's sake, think nothing about me. Did Monsieur de Bragelonne tell you nothing when he delivered the letter to you?"
"No, I heard a great noise. I went to the window. I saw at the foot of the perron a sort of horseman of marble. I went down. He held the letter out to me, and his horse fell down dead."
"But he—"
"He fell with the horse. He was lifted and carried to an apartment. Having read the letter, I went up to him in hopes of obtaining more ample information. But he was asleep, and after such a fashion that it was impossible to wake him. I took pity on him. I gave orders that his boots should be cut from his legs, and that he should be left quite undisturbed."
"So far, well. Now, this is the question in hand, monseigneur. You have seen Monsieur d'Artagnan in Paris, have you not?"
"Certes, and think him a man of intelligence, and even a man of heart, although he did bring about the death of our dear friends, Liaudot and D'Emery."
"Alas, yes, I heard of that. At Tours I met the courier who was bringing me the letter from Gourville and the dispatches from Pelisson. Have you seriously reflected on that event, monsieur?"
"Yes."
"And in it you perceived a direct attack upon your sovereignty?"
"And do you believe it to be so?"
"Oh, yes, I think so."
"Well, I must confess that sad idea occurred to me likewise."
"Do not blind yourself, monsieur. In the name of heaven, listen attentively to me. I return to D'Artagnan."
"I am all attention."
"Under what circumstances did you see him?"
"He came here for money."
"With what kind of order?"
"With an order from the king."
"Direct?"
"Signed by his majesty."
"There, then. Well, D'Artagnan has been to Belle Isle. He was disguised. He came in the character of some sort of an intendant, charged by his master to purchase salt mines. Now, D'Artagnan has no other master but the king. He came, then, sent by the king. He saw Porthos."
"Who is Porthos?"
"I beg your pardon. I made a mistake. He saw Monsieur de Bragelonne at Belle Isle, and he knows as well as you and I do that Belle Isle is fortified."
"And you think that the king sent him there?" said Fouquet pensively.
"I certainly do."
"And D'Artagnan, in the hands of the king, is a dangerous instrument?"
"The most dangerous imaginable."
"Then I formed a correct opinion of him at the first glance."
"How so?"
"I wish to attach him to myself."
"If you judged him to be the bravest, the most acute, and the most adroit man in France, you judged correctly."
He must be had, then, at any price.
D'Artagnan?
Is not that your opinion?
It may be my opinion, but you will never get him.
Why?
Because we have allowed the time to go by. He was dissatisfied with the court. We should have profited by that. Since that, he has passed into England. There he powerfully assisted in the Restoration. There he gained a fortune, and after all he returned to the service of the king. Well, if he has returned to the service of the king, it is because he is well paid in that service.
We will pay him even better, that is all.
Oh, monsieur, excuse me. D'Artagnan has a high respect for his word, and where that is once engaged, he keeps it.
What do you conclude, then? Said Fouquet with great inquietude.
At present, the principal thing is to parry a dangerous blow.
And how is it to be parried?
Listen.
But D'Artagnan will come and render an account to the king of his mission.
Oh, we have time enough to think about that.
How so? You are much in advance of him, I presume.
Nearly 10 hours.
Well, in 10 hours? Aramis shook his pale head.
Look at these clouds which flit across the heavens, at these swallows which cut the air. D'Artagnan moves more quickly than the clouds or the birds. D'Artagnan is the wind which carries them.
A strange man.
I tell you, he is superhuman, monsieur. He is of my own age, and I have known him these 35 years.
Well?
Well, listen to my calculation, monsieur. I sent Monsieur de Valonne off to you 2 hours after midnight. Monsieur de Valonne was 8 hours in advance of me. And when did Monsieur du Vallon arrive?
About 4 hours ago.
You see, then, that I gained 4 upon him. And yet Porthos is a staunch horseman, and he has left on the road 8 dead horses, whose bodies I came to successively. I rode post 50 leagues, but I have the gout, the gravel, and what else I know not, so that fatigue kills me. I was obliged to dismount at Tours. Since that, rolling along in a carriage half dead, sometimes overturned, drawn up on the sides, and sometimes on the back of the carriage, always with 4 spirited horses at full gallop. I have arrived, gaining 4 hours upon Porthos. But, see you, D'Artagnan does not weigh 300 weight as Porthos does. D'Artagnan has not the gout and gravel as I have. He is not a horseman, he is a centaur. D'Artagnan, look you, set out for Belle Isle when I set out for Paris, and D'Artagnan, notwithstanding my 10 hours advance, D'Artagnan will arrive within 2 hours after me.
But, then, accidents?
He never meets with accidents.
Horses may fail him.
He will run as fast as a horse.
Good God, what a man!
Yes, he is a man whom I love and admire. I love him because he is good, great, and loyal. I admire him because he represents in my eyes the culminating point of human power. But, whilst loving and admiring him, I fear him, and am on my guard against him. Now, then, I resume, monsieur. In 2 hours D'Artagnan will be here. Be beforehand with him. Go to the Louvre and see the king before he sees D'Artagnan.
What shall I say to the king?
Nothing. Give him Belle Isle.
Oh, Monsieur d'Herblay, Monsieur d'Herblay, cried Fouquet. What projects, crushed all at once!
After one project that has failed, There is always another project that may lead to fortune. We should never despair. Go, monsieur, and go at once."
"But that garrison so carefully chosen, the king will change it directly."
"That garrison, monsieur, was the king's when it entered Belle Isle. It is yours now. It is the same with all garrisons after a fortnight's occupation. Let things go on, monsieur. Do you see any inconvenience in having an army at the end of a year instead of 2 regiments? Do you not see that your garrison of today will make you partisans at La Rochelle, Nantes, Bordeaux, Toulouse, in short, wherever they may be sent to? Go to the king, monsieur. Go. Time flies, and D'Artagnan, while we are losing time, is flying like an arrow along the high road."
"Monsieur d'Herblay, you know that each word from you is a germ which fructifies in my thoughts. I will go to the Louvre."
"Instantly, will you not?"
"I only ask time to change my dress."
"Remember that D'Artagnan has no need to pass through Saint Mande, but will go straight to the Louvre. That is cutting off an hour from the advantage that yet remains to us."
"D'Artagnan may have everything except my English horses. I shall be at the Louvre in 25 minutes."
And without losing a second, Fouquet gave orders for his departure. Aramis had only time to say to him,
"Return as quickly as you go, for I shall await you impatiently."
5 minutes after, the superintendent was flying along the road to Paris. During this time, Aramis desired to be shown the chamber in which Porthos was sleeping. At the door of Fouquet's cabinet he was folded in the arms of Pelisson, who had just heard of his arrival and had left his office to see him. Aramis received with that friendly dignity which he knew so well how to assume these caresses, respectful as earnest, but all at once stopping on the landing-place.
"What is that I hear up yonder?"
There was, in fact, a hoarse, growling kind of noise, like the roar of a hungry tiger or an impatient lion.
"Oh, that is nothing,"
said Pelisson, smiling.
"Well, but—"
"It is Monsieur de Vallon snoring."
"Ah, true," said Aramis. "I had forgotten. No one but he is capable of making such a noise. Allow me, Pelisson, to inquire if he wants anything."
"And you will permit me to accompany you?"
"Oh, certainly."
And both entered the chamber. Porthos was stretched upon the bed. His face was violet rather than red, his eyes were swelled, his mouth was wide open. The roaring which escaped from the deep cavities of his chest made the glass of the windows vibrate. To those developed and clearly defined muscles starting from his face, to his hair matted with sweat, to the energetic heaving of his chin and shoulders, it was impossible to refuse a certain degree of admiration. Strength carried to this point is semi-divine. The Herculean legs and feet of Porthos had by swelling burst his stockings. All the strength of his huge body was converted into the rigidity of stone. Porthos moved no more than does the giant of granite which reclines upon the plains of Agrigentum. According to Pelisson's orders, his boots had been cut off, for no human power could have pulled them off. 4 lackeys had tried in vain, pulling at them as they would have pulled capstans, and yet all this did not awaken him. They had hacked off his boots in fragments, and his legs had fallen back upon the bed. They then cut off the rest of his clothes, carried him to a bath, in which they let him soak a considerable time. They then put on him clean linen, and placed him in a well-warmed bed. The whole with efforts and pains which might have roused the dead man, but which did not make Porthos open an eye, or interrupt for a second the formidable diapason of his snoring. Aramis wished on his part, with his nervous nature, armed with the extraordinary courage to outbrave fatigue and employ himself with Gourville and Pelisson, but he fainted in the chair in which he had persisted sitting. He was carried into the adjoining room, where the repose of bed soon soothed his failing brain. End of chapter 74. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which Monsieur Fouquet acts. In the meantime, Fouquet was hastening to the Louvre at the best speed of his English horses. The king was at work with Colbert. All at once the king became thoughtful. The 2 sentences of death he had signed on mounting his throne sometimes recurred to his memory. They were 2 black spots which he saw with his eyes open, 2 spots of blood which he saw when his eyes were closed. "Monsieur," said he, rather sharply, to the intendant, "it sometimes seemed to me that those 2 men you made me condemn were not very great culprits." "Sire, they were picked out from the herd of the farmers of the financiers, which wanted decimating."
"Picked out by whom?"
"By necessity, sire," replied Colbert coldly.
"Necessity, a great word,"
murmured the young king. "A great goddess, sire."
"They were devoted friends of the superintendent, were they not?"
"Yes, sire, friends who would have given up their lives for Monsieur Fouquet."
"They have given them, monsieur," said the king.
"That is true, but uselessly, by good luck, which was not their intention."
"How much money had these men fraudulently obtained?"
10 millions, perhaps, of which 6 have been confiscated."
"And is that money in my coffers?"
said the king with a certain air of repugnance. "It is there, sire, but this confiscation, whilst threatening Monsieur Fouquet, has not touched him."
"You conclude, then, Monsieur Colbert?"
"That if Monsieur Fouquet has raised against your majesty a troop of factious rioters to extricate his friends from punishment, he will raise an army when he has in turn to extricate himself from punishment." The king darted at his confidant one of those looks which resemble the livid fire of a flash of lightning, one of those looks which illuminate the darkness of the basest consciences.
"I am astonished," said he, "that, thinking such things of Monsieur Fouquet, you did not come to give me your counsels thereupon."
"Counsels upon what, sire?"
"Tell me, in the first place, clearly and precisely, what you think, Monsieur Colbert."
"Upon what subject, sire?"
"Upon the conduct of Monsieur Fouquet."
"I think, sire, that Monsieur Fouquet, not satisfied with attracting all the money to himself as Monsieur Mazarin did, and by that means depriving your majesty of one part of your power, still wishes to attract to himself all the friends of easy life and pleasure, of what idlers call poetry and politicians corruption. I think that by holding the subjects of your majesty in pay, he trespasses upon the royal prerogative, and cannot, if this continues so, be long in placing your majesty among the weak and the obscure."
"How would you qualify all these projects, Monsieur Colbert?"
"The projects of Monsieur Fouquet, sire."
"Yes."
"They are called crimes of lèse-majesté."
"And what is done to criminals guilty of lèse-majesté?"
"They are arrested, tried, and punished."
"You are quite sure that Monsieur Fouquet has conceived the idea of the crime you impute to him?"
"I can say more, sire. There is even a commencement of the execution of it."
"Well, then I return to that which I was saying, Monsieur Colbert."
"And you were saying, sire?"
"Give me counsel."
"Pardon me, sire, But in the first place, I have something to add.
Say, what?
An evident, palpable, material proof of treason.
And what is that?
I have just learnt that Monsieur Fouquet is fortifying Belle-Isle.
Huh, indeed?
Yes, sire.
Are you sure?
Perfectly. Do you know, sire, what soldiers there are in Belle-Isle?
No, ma foi. Do you?
I am ignorant likewise, sire. I should therefore propose to your majesty to send somebody to Belle-Isle.
Who?
Me, for instance.
And what would you do at Belle-Isle?
Inform myself whether, after the example of the ancient feudal lords, Monsieur Fouquet was battlementing his walls.
And with what purpose could he do that?
With the purpose of defending himself some day against his king.
But if it be thus, Monsieur Colbert, said Louis, we must immediately do as you say. Monsieur Fouquet must be arrested.
That is impossible.
I thought I had already told you, monsieur, that I suppressed that word in my service.
The service of your majesty cannot prevent Monsieur Fouquet from being Surintendant General.
Well?
That, in consequence of holding that post, he has for him all the Parliament, as he has all the army by his largesse, literature by his favours, and the noblesse by his presence.
That is to say, then, that I can do nothing against Monsieur Fouquet?
Absolutely nothing. At least at present, sire.
You are a sterile counselor, Monsieur Colbert.
Oh no, sire, for I will not confine myself to pointing out the peril to your majesty.
Come then, where shall we begin to undermine this colossus? Let us see.
And his majesty began to laugh bitterly. He has grown great by money. Kill him by money, sire.
If I were to deprive him of his charge?
A bad means, sire.
The good? The good, then?
Ruin him, sire. That is the way.
But how?
Occasions will not be wanting. Take advantage of all occasions.
Point them out to me.
Here is one at once. His Royal Highness, Monsieur, is about to be married. His nuptials must be magnificent. That is a good occasion for your majesty to demand 1,000,000 of Monsieur Fouquet. Monsieur Fouquet, who pays 20,000 livres down when he need not pay more than 5,000, will easily find that 1,000,000 when your majesty demands it.
That is all very well. I will demand it, said Louis.
If your majesty will sign the ordinance, I will have the money got together myself.
And Colbert pushed a paper before the king and presented a pen to him. At that moment the usher opened the door and announced Monsieur le Surintendant. Louis turned pale. Colbert let the pen fall and drew back from the king, over whom he extended his black wings like an evil spirit. The superintendent made his entrance like a man of the court, to whom a single glance was sufficient to make him appreciate the situation. That situation was not very encouraging for Fouquet. Whatever might be his consciousness of strength, the small black eye of Colbert, dilated by envy, and the limpid eye of Louis XIV, inflamed by anger, signaled some pressing danger. Courtiers are, with regard to court rumors, like old soldiers who distinguish through the blasts of wind and bluster of leaves the sound of the distant steps of an armed troop. They can, after having listened, tell pretty nearly how many men are marching, how many arms resound, how many cannons roll.
Fouquet had then only to interrogate the silence which his arrival had produced. He found it big with menacing revelations. The king allowed him time enough to advance as far as the middle of the chamber. His adolescent modesty commanded this forbearance of the moment. Fouquet boldly seized the opportunity. "Sire," said he, "I was impatient to see your majesty." "What for?" asked Louis. "To announce some good news to you." Colbert, minus grandeur of person, less largeness of heart, resembled Fouquet in many points. He had the same penetration, the same knowledge of men, moreover that great power of self-compression which gives to hypocrites time to reflect and gather themselves up to take a spring. He guessed that Fouquet was going to meet the blow he was about to deal him. His eyes glittered ominously. "What news?" asked the king. Fouquet placed a roll of papers on the table. "Let your majesty have the goodness to cast your eyes over this work," said he. The king slowly unfolded the paper. "Plans?" said he. "Yes, sire." "And what are these plans?" "A new fortification, sire." "Aha!" said the king. "You amuse yourself with tactics and strategies, then, Monsieur Fouquet?" "I occupy myself with everything that may be useful to the reign of your majesty," replied Fouquet. "Beautiful descriptions," said the king, looking at the design. "Your majesty comprehends, without doubt," said Fouquet, bending over the paper. "Here is the circle of the walls, here are the forts, there the advanced works." "And what do I see here, monsieur?" "The sea." "The sea? All round?" "Yes, sire." "And what is, then, the name of this place of which you show me the plan?" "Sire, it is Belle-Ile-en-Mer," replied Fouquet with simplicity. At this word, at this name, Colbert made so marked a movement that the king turned round to enforce the necessity for reserve. Fouquet did not appear to be the least in the world concerned by the movement of Colbert or the king's signal. "Monsieur," continued Louis, "you have then fortified Belle-Ile?" "Yes, sire, and I have brought the plan and the accounts to your majesty," replied Fouquet. "I have expended 1,600,000 livres in this operation." "What to do?" replied Louis coldly, having taken the initiative from a malicious look of the intendant. "For an aim very easy to seize," replied Fouquet. "Your majesty was on cool terms with Great Britain." "Yes, but since the restoration of King Charles II, I have formed an alliance with him." "A month since, sire, your majesty has truly said, but it is more than 6 months since the fortifications of Belle-Ile were begun." "Then they have become useless." "Sire, fortifications are never useless. I fortified Belle-Ile against Messieurs Monk and Lambert, and all those London citizens who were playing at soldiers. Belle-Ile will be ready fortified against the Dutch, against whom either England or your majesty cannot fail to make war." The king was again silent and looked askant at Colbert.
Belle-Ile, I believe,"
added Louis,
"is yours, Monsieur Fouquet?"
"No, sire."
"Whose, then?"
"Your majesty's." Colbert was seized with as much terror as if a gulf had opened beneath his feet. Louis started with admiration, either at the genius or the devotion of Fouquet.
"Explain yourself, monsieur,"
said he. "Nothing more easy, sire. Belle-Ile is one of my estates. I have fortified it at my own expense, but as nothing in the world can oppose a subject making an humble present to his king,
I offer your majesty the proprietorship of the estate, of which you will leave me the usufruct. Belle-Isle, as a place of war, ought to be occupied by the king. Your majesty will be able henceforth to keep a safe garrison there." Colbert felt almost sinking down upon the floor. To keep himself from falling, he was obliged to hold by the columns of the wainscoting.
"This is a piece of great skill in the art of war that you have exhibited here, monsieur,"
said Louis.
"Sire, the initiative did not come from me," replied Fouquet. "Many others have inspired me with it. The plans themselves have been made by one of the most distinguished engineers."
"His name?"
"Monsieur du Vallon."
"Monsieur du Vallon?"
resumed Louis.
"I do not know him. It is much to be lamented, Monsieur Colbert," continued he, "that I do not know the names of the men of talent who do honor to my reign."
And while saying these words he turned toward Colbert. The latter felt himself crushed. The sweat flowed from his brow. No word presented itself to his lips. He suffered an inexpressible martyrdom.
"You will recollect that name,"
added Louis XIV. Colbert bowed, but was paler than his ruffles of Flemish lace. Fouquet continued:
"The masonries are of Roman concrete. The architects amalgamated it for me after the best accounts of antiquity."
"And the cannon?"
asked Louis.
"Oh, sire, that concerns your majesty. It did not become me to place cannon in my own house, unless your majesty had told me it was yours."
Louis began to float, undetermined between the hatred which this so powerful man inspired him with, and the pity he felt for the other so cast down, who seemed to him the counterfeit of the former. But the consciousness of his kingly duty prevailed over the feelings of the man, and he stretched out his finger to the paper.
"It must have cost you a great deal of money to carry these plans into execution,"
said he.
"I believe I had the honor of telling your majesty the amount."
"Repeat it, if you please. I have forgotten it."
1,600,000 livres.
1,600,000 livres! You are enormously rich, monsieur."
"It is your majesty who is rich, since Belle-Isle is yours."
"Yes, thank you. But however rich I may be, Monsieur Fouquet—"
The king stopped.
"Well, sire?"
asked the superintendent.
"I foresee the moment when I shall want money."
"You, sire? And at what moment, then?"
"Tomorrow, for example."
"Will your majesty do me the honor to explain yourself?"
"My mother is going to marry the English princess."
"Well, sire?"
"Well, I ought to give the bride a reception worthy of the granddaughter of Henry IV."
"That is but just, sire."
"Then I shall want money."
"No doubt."
"I shall want—"
Louis hesitated. The sum he was going to demand was the same that he had been obliged to refuse Charles I. He turned toward Colbert that he might give the blow.
"I shall want tomorrow,"
repeated he, looking at Colbert.
1,000,000,
said the latter bluntly, delighted to take his revenge. Fouquet turned his back upon the intendant to listen to the king. He did not turn round, but waited till the king repeated, or rather murmured,
1,000,000.
"Oh, sire," replied Fouquet disdainfully, "1,000,000? What will your majesty do with 1,000,000?"
"It appears to me, nevertheless,"
said Louis XIV,
"that is not more than is spent at the nuptials of one of the most petty princes of Germany."
"Monsieur."
"Your majesty must have 2,000,000 at least. The horses alone would run away with 500,000 livres.
I shall have the honor of sending your majesty 1,600,000 livres this evening."
"How?" said the king. 1,600,000 livres?
"Look, sire," replied Fouquet, without even turning toward Colbert. "I know that once for 100,000 livres of the 2 millions, but this Monsieur of l'Intendance," pointing over his shoulder to Colbert, who, if possible, became paler behind him, "has in his coffers 900,000 livres of mine." The king turned round to look at Colbert. "But," said the latter, "Monsieur," continued Fouquet, still speaking indirectly to Colbert, "Monsieur has received a week ago 1,600,000 livres. He has paid 100,000 livres to the guard, 64,000 livres to the hospitals, 25,000 to the Swiss, 130,000 for provisions, 1,000 for arms, 10,000 for accidental expenses. I do not err, then, in reckoning upon 900,000 livres that are left." Then turning toward Colbert, like a disdainful head of office towards his inferior, "Take care, monsieur," said he, "that those 900,000 livres be remitted to his majesty this evening in gold."
"But," said the king, "that will make 2,500,000 livres."
"Sire, the 500,000 livres over will serve as pocket money for his royal highness. You understand, Monsieur Colbert, this evening before 8 o'clock." And with these words, bowing respectfully to the king, the superintendent made his exit backwards, without honoring with a single look the envious man whose head he had just half shaved. Colbert tore his ruffles to pieces in his rage and bit his lips till they bled. Fouquet had not passed the door of the cabinet when an usher, pushing by him, exclaimed,
"A courier from Bretagne for his majesty."
"Monsieur d'Herblay was right," murmured Fouquet, pulling out his watch. "An hour and 55 minutes. It was quite true." End of chapter 75. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which D'Artagnan finishes by at length placing his hand upon his captain's commission. The reader guesses beforehand whom the usher preceded in announcing the courier from Bretagne. This messenger was easily recognized. It was D'Artagnan. His clothes dusty, his face inflamed, his hair dripping with sweat, his legs stiff, he lifted his feet painfully at every step, on which resounded the clink of his blood-stained spurs. He perceived in the doorway he was passing through the superintendent coming out. Fouquet bowed with a smile to him who, an hour before, was bringing him ruin and death. D'Artagnan found in his goodness of heart and in his inexhaustible vigor of body enough presence of mind to remember the kind reception of this man. He bowed then also, much more from benevolence and compassion than from respect. He felt upon his lips the word which had so many times been repeated to the Duc de Guise, "Fly." But to pronounce that word would have been to betray his cause. To speak that word in the cabinet of the king and before an usher would have been to ruin himself gratuitously, and could save nobody. D'Artagnan then contented himself with bowing to Fouquet and entered. At this moment the king floated between the joy the last words of Fouquet had given him and his pleasure at the return of D'Artagnan. Without being a courtier, D'Artagnan had a glance as sure and as rapid as if he had been one. He read on his entrance devouring humiliation on the countenance of Colbert. He even heard the king say these words to him:
"Ha! Monsieur Colbert, you have then 900,000 livres at the intendant's."
Colbert suffocated, bowed, but made no reply. All this scene entered into the mind of D'Artagnan by the eyes and ears at once. The first word of Louis to his musketeer, as if he wished it to contrast with what he was saying at the moment, was a kind "Good day." His second was to send away Colbert. The latter left the king's cabinet pallid and tottering, whilst D'Artagnan twisted up the ends of his moustache.
"I love to see one of my servants in this disorder,"
said the king, admiring the martial stains upon the clothes of his envoy. "I thought, sire, my presence at the Louvre was sufficiently urgent to excuse my presenting myself thus before you."
"You bring me great news, then, monsieur."
"Sire, the thing is this. In 2 words, Belle Isle is fortified, admirably fortified. Belle Isle has a double anciette, a citadel, 2 detached forts. Its ports contain 3 corsairs, and the side batteries only await their cannon."
"I know all that, monsieur,"
replied the king. "What? Your Majesty knows all that?" replied the musketeer, stupefied.
"I have the plan of the fortifications of Belle Isle,"
said the king. "Your Majesty has the plan?"
"Here it is."
"It is really correct, sire. I saw a similar one on the spot." D'Artagnan's brow became clouded. "Ah, I understand all. Your Majesty did not trust to me alone, but sent some other person," said he in a reproachful tone.
"Of what importance is the manner, monsieur, in which I have learnt what I know, so that I know it?"
"Sire, sire," said the musketeer, without seeking even to conceal his dissatisfaction, "but I must be permitted to say to your Majesty that it is not worth while to make me use such speed, to risk 20 times the breaking of my neck, to salute me on my arrival with such intelligence. Sire, when people are not trusted or are deemed insufficient, they should scarcely be employed." And D'Artagnan, with a movement perfectly military, stamped with his foot and left upon the floor dust stained with blood. The king looked at him, inwardly enjoying his first triumph.
"Monsieur,"
said he, at the expiration of a minute,
"not only is Belle Isle known to me, but, still further, Belle Isle is mine."
That is well, sire, but I ask but one thing more," replied D'Artagnan. "My discharge."
"What? Your discharge?"
"Without doubt. I am too proud to eat the bread of the king without earning it, or rather by gaining it badly. My discharge, sire."
"Oh."
"I ask for my discharge, or I will take it."
"You are angry, monsieur."
"I have reason. Mordieu! 32 hours in the saddle. I ride night and day. I perform prodigies of speed. I arrive stiff as the corpse of a man who has been hung, and another arrives before me. Come, sire, I am a fool. My discharge, sire."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan,"
said Louis, leaning his white hand upon the dusty arm of the musketeer,
"what I tell you will not at all affect that which I promised you. A king's word given must be kept."
And the king, going straight to his table, opened a drawer and took out a folded paper.
"Here is your commission of captain of musketeers. You have won it, Monsieur d'Artagnan."
D'Artagnan opened the paper eagerly and scanned it twice. He could scarcely believe his eyes.
"And this commission is given you,"
continued the king,
"not only on account of your journey to Belle Isle, but, moreover, for your brave intervention at the Place de Grève. There, likewise, you served me valiantly."
"Aha!" said D'Artagnan, without his self-command being able to prevent a blush from mounting to his eyes. "You know that also, sire?"
"Yes, I know it."
The king possessed a piercing glance and an infallible judgment when it was his object to read men's minds.
"You have something to say,"
said he to the musketeer.
"Something to say which you do not say. Come, speak freely, monsieur. You know that I told you once for all that you are to be always quite frank with me."
"Well, sire, what I have to say is this. that I would prefer being made captain of musketeers for having charged a battery at the head of my company, or taken a city, than for causing two wretches to be hung."
"Is this quite true, you tell me?"
"And why should your majesty suspect me of dissimulation, I ask?"
"Because I know you well, monsieur. You cannot repent of having drawn your sword for me."
"Well, in that your majesty is deceived, and greatly. Yes, I do repent of having drawn my sword on account of the results that action produced. The poor men who were hung, sire, were neither your enemies nor mine, and they could not defend themselves." The king preserved silence for a moment.
"And your companion, Monsieur d'Artagnan, does he partake of your repentance?"
"My companion?"
"Yes, you were not alone, I have been told."
"Alone? Where?"
"At the Place de Greve."
"No, sire, no," said D'Artagnan, blushing at the idea that the king might have a suspicion that he, D'Artagnan, had wished to engross to himself all the glory that belonged to Raoul. "No, mordieu! And as your majesty says, I had a companion, and a good companion too."
"A young man?"
"Yes, sire, a young man. Oh, your majesty must accept my compliments. You are as well informed of things out of doors as things within. It is Monsieur Colbert who makes all these fine reports to the king."
"Monsieur Colbert has said nothing but good of you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and he would have met with a bad reception if he had come to tell me anything else."
"That is fortunate."
"But he also said much good of that young man."
"And with justice," said the musketeer.
"In short, it appears that this young man is a fire-eater,"
said Louis, in order to sharpen the sentiment which he mistook for envy. "A fire-eater, yes, sire," repeated D'Artagnan, delighted on his part to direct the king's attention to Raoul.
"Do you not know his name?"
"Well, I think—"
"You know him, then?"
"I have known him nearly 25 years, sire."
"Why, he is scarcely 25 years old,"
cried the king. "Well, sire, I have known him ever since he was born. That is all."
"Do you affirm that?"
"Sire," said D'Artagnan, "your majesty questions me with a mistrust in which I recognize another character than your own. Monsieur Colbert, who has so well informed you, has he not forgotten to tell you that this young man is the son of my most intimate friend?"
"The Vicomte de Bragelonne?"
"Certainly, sire. The father of the Vicomte de Bragelonne is Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, who so powerfully assisted in the restoration of King Charles II. Bragelonne comes of a valiant race, sire."
"Then he is the son of that nobleman who came to me, or rather to Monsieur Mazarin, on the part of King Charles II to offer me his alliance?"
"Exactly, sire."
"And the Comte de la Fère is a great soldier, say you?"
"Sire, he is a man who has drawn his sword more times for the king, your father, than there are at present months in the happy life of your majesty." It was Louis XIV who now bit his lip.
"That is well, Monsieur d'Artagnan, very well. And Monsieur le Comte de la Fère is your friend, say you?"
"For about 40 years, yes, sire. Your majesty may see that I do not speak to you of yesterday."
"Should you be glad to see this young man, Monsieur d'Artagnan?"
"Delighted, sire." The king touched his bell, and an usher appeared.
"Call Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
said the king. "Ha! He is here?" said D'Artagnan.
"He is on guard to-day at the Louvre with the company of the gentlemen of Monsieur le Prince."
The king had scarcely ceased speaking when Raoul presented himself, and, on seeing D'Artagnan, smiled on him with that charming smile which is only found upon the lips of youth. "Come, come," said D'Artagnan familiarly to Raoul, "the king will allow you to embrace me. Only tell his majesty you thank him." Raoul bowed so gracefully that Louis, to whom all superior qualities were pleasing when they did not overshadow his own, admired his beauty, strength, and modesty.
"Monsieur," said the king, addressing Raoul, "I have asked Monsieur le Prince to be kind enough to give you up to me. I have received his reply, and you belong to me from this morning. Monsieur le Prince was a good master, but I hope you will not lose by the exchange."
"Yes, yes, Raoul, be satisfied. The king has some good in him," said D'Artagnan, who had fathomed the character of Louis and who played with his self-love within certain limits, always observing, be it understood, the proprieties and flattering, even when he appeared to be bantering.
"Sire,"
said Bragelonne, with a voice soft and musical, and with the natural and easy elocution he inherited from his father.
"Sire, it is not from today that I belong to your majesty." "Oh, no, I know," said the king. "You mean your enterprise of the Grève. That day you were truly mine, monsieur." "Sire, it is not of that day I would speak. It would not become me to refer to so paltry a service in the presence of such a man as Monsieur d'Artagnan. I would speak of a circumstance which created an epoch in my life, and which consecrated me from the age of 16 to the devoted service of your majesty." "Aha!" said the king. "What was that circumstance? Tell me, monsieur." "This is it, sire. When I was setting out on my first campaign, that is to say, to join the army of Monsieur le Prince, Monsieur le Comte de la Fère came to conduct me as far as Saint Denis, where the remains of King Louis XIII wait upon the lowest steps of the funeral basilic, a successor whom God will not send him, I hope, for many years. Then he made me swear upon the ashes of our masters to serve royalty, represented by you, incarnate in you, sire, to serve it in a word, in thought, and in action. I swore, and God and the dead were witnesses to my oath. During 10 years, sire, I have not so often as I desired had occasion to keep it. I am a soldier of your majesty, and nothing else, and on calling me nearer to you, I do not change my master, I only change my garrison."
Raoul was silent and bowed. Louis still listened after he had done speaking. "Mordieu!" cried D'Artagnan, "that was well spoken. Was it not, your majesty? A good race, a noble race!"
"Yes,"
murmured the agitated king, without, however, daring to manifest his emotion, for it had no other cause than contact with a nature intrinsically noble.
"Yes, monsieur, you say truly. Wherever you were the king's. But in changing your garrison, believe me, you will find an advancement of which you are worthy."
Raoul saw that this ended what the king had to say to him, and with the perfect tact which characterized his refined nature, he bowed and retired.
"Is there anything else, monsieur, of which you have to inform me?"
said the king, when he found himself again alone with D'Artagnan. "Yes, sire, and I kept that news for the last, for it is sad, and will clothe European royalty in mourning."
"What do you tell me?"
"Sire, in passing through Blois, a word, a sad word, echoed from the palace, struck my ear."
"In truth, you terrify me, Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"Sire, this word was pronounced to me by a piqueur who wore crape on his arm."
"My uncle, Gaston of Orleans, perhaps."
"Sire, he has rendered his last sigh."
"And I was not warned of it?"
cried the king, whose royal susceptibility saw an insult in the absence of this intelligence. "Oh, do not be angry, sire," said D'Artagnan. "Neither the couriers of Paris nor the couriers of the whole world can travel with your servant. The courier from Blois will not be here these 2 hours, and he rides well, I assure you, seeing that I only passed him on the thither side of Orleans."
"My uncle Gaston,"
murmured Louis, pressing his hand to his brow and comprising in those 3 words all that his memory recalled of that symbol of opposing sentiments. "Yes, sire, it is thus," said D'Artagnan, philosophically replying to the royal thought. It is thus the past flies away.
That is true, monsieur, that is true, but there remains for us, thank God, the future, and we will try to make it not too dark.
I feel confidence in your majesty on that head, said D'Artagnan, bowing. And now—
You are right, monsieur. I had forgotten the 100 leagues you have just ridden. Go, monsieur. Take care of one of the best of soldiers, and when you have reposed a little, come and place yourself at my disposal.
Sire, absent or present, I am always yours. D'Artagnan bowed and retired. Then, as if he had only come from Fontainebleau, he quickly traversed the Louvre to rejoin Bragelonne. End of chapter 76. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Lover and His Mistress. Whilst the wax lights were burning in the castle of Blois, around the inanimate body of Gaston of Orleans, that last representative of the past, whilst the bourgeois of the city were thinking out his epitaph, which was far from being a panegyric, whilst Madame the Dowager, no longer remembering that in her young days she had loved that senseless corpse to such a degree as to fly the paternal palace for his sake, was making within 20 paces of the funeral apartment her little calculations of interest and her little sacrifices of pride. Other interests and other prides were in agitation in all the parts of the castle into which a living soul could penetrate. Neither the lugubrious sounds of the bells, nor the voices of the chanters, nor the splendor of the wax lights through the windows, nor the preparations for the funeral, had power to divert the attention of two persons placed at a window of the interior court, a window that we are acquainted with, and which lighted a chamber forming part of what were called the little apartments. For the rest, a joyous beam of the sun, for the sun appeared to care little for the loss France had just suffered. A sunbeam, we say, descended upon them, drawing perfumes from the neighboring flowers and animating the walls themselves. These two persons, so occupied, not by the death of the duke, but by the conversation which was the consequence of that death, were a young woman and a young man. The latter personage, a man of from 25 to 26 years of age, with a mien sometimes lively and sometimes dull, making good use of two large eyes shaded with long eyelashes, was short of stature and swart of skin. He smiled with an enormous but well-furnished mouth, and his pointed chin, which appeared to enjoy a mobility nature does not ordinarily grant to that portion of the countenance, leaned from time to time very lovingly towards his interlocutrix, who, we must say, did not always draw back so rapidly as strict propriety had a right to require. The young girl, we know her, for we have already seen her at that very same window by the light of that same sun. The young girl presented a singular mixture of shyness and reflection. She was charming when she laughed, beautiful when she became serious, but, let us hasten to say, she was more frequently charming than beautiful. These two appeared to have attained the culminating point of a discussion, half bantering, half serious.
"Now, Monsieur Malicorne," said the young girl, "does it at length please you that we should talk reasonably?"
"You believe that that is very easy, Mademoiselle Aure," replied the young man, "to do what we like, when we can only do what we are able."
"Good. There he is bewildered in his phrases."
"Who? I?"
"Yes. You quit that lawyer's logic, my dear."
"Another impossibility. Clerk I am, Mademoiselle de Montalais."
"Demoiselle I am, Monsieur Malicorne."
"Alas, I know it well, and you overwhelm me by your rank, so I will say no more to you."
"Well, no, I don't overwhelm you. Say what you have to tell me. Say it. I insist upon it."
"Well, I obey you."
"That is truly fortunate."
"Monsieur is dead."
"Ah, peste! there's news. And where do you come from to be able to tell us that?"
"I come from Orléans, mademoiselle."
"And is that all the news you bring?"
"Ah, no. I am come to tell you that Madame Henrietta of England is coming to marry the king's brother."
"Indeed, Malicorne, you are insupportable with your news of the last century. Now mind, if you persist in this bad habit of laughing at people, I will have you turned out."
"Oh!"
"Yes, for really you exasperate me."
There, patience, mademoiselle."
"You want to make yourself of consequence. I know well enough why. Go."
"Tell me, and I will answer you frankly. Yes, if the thing be true."
"You know that I am anxious to have that commission of Lady of Honor, which I have been foolish enough to ask of you, and you do not use your credit."
"Who? I?" Malicorne cast down his eyes, joined his hands, and assumed his sullen air. "And what credit can the poor clerk of a procurer have, pray?"
"Your father has not 20,000 livres a year for nothing, Monsieur Malicorne."
"A provincial fortune, Mademoiselle de Montalais."
"Your father is not in the secrets of Monsieur le Prince for nothing."
"An advantage which is confined to lending Monseigneur money."
"In a word, you are not the most cunning young fellow in the province for nothing."
"You flatter me."
"Who, I?"
"Yes, you."
"How so?"
"Since I maintain that I have no credit, and you maintain I have."
"Well, then, my commission?"
"Well, your commission?"
"Shall I have it or shall I not?"
"You shall have it."
"I? But when?"
"When you like."
"Where is it, then?"
"In my pocket."
"How, in your pocket?"
"Yes." And with a smile Malicorne drew from his pocket a letter upon which Mademoiselle seized as a prey, and which she read eagerly. As she read, her face brightened.
"Malicorne,"
cried she, after having read it,
"in truth you are a good lad."
"What for, mademoiselle?"
"Because you might have been paid for this commission, and you have not."
And she burst out into a loud laugh, thinking to put the clerk out of countenance, but Malicorne sustained the attack bravely. "I do not understand you," said he. It was now Montalais who was disconcerted in her turn. "I have declared my sentiments to you," continued Malicorne. "You have told me 3 times, laughing all the while, that you did not love me. You have embraced me once without laughing, and that is all I want."
"All?"
said the proud and coquettish Montalais, in a tone through which wounded pride was visible. "Absolutely all, mademoiselle," replied Malicorne.
"Ah!"
And this monosyllable indicated as much anger as the young man might have expected gratitude. He shook his head quietly. "Listen, Montalais," said he, without heeding whether that familiarity pleased his mistress or not. "Let us not dispute about it."
"And why not?"
"Because during the year which I have known you, you might have had me turned out of doors 20 times if I did not please you."
"Indeed? And on what account should I have had you turned out?"
"Because I had been sufficiently impertinent for that."
"Oh, that. Yes, that's true."
"You see plainly that you are forced to avow it," said Malicorne.
"Monsieur Malicorne!"
"Don't let us be angry. If you have retained me, then it has not been without cause."
"It is not, at least, because I love you,"
cried Montalais. "Granted. I will even say that at this moment I am certain that you hate me."
"Oh, you have never spoken so truly."
"Well, on my part, I detest you."
"Huh! I take the act."
"Take it. You find me brutal and foolish. On my part, I find you have a harsh voice, and your face is too often distorted with anger. At this moment you would allow yourself to be thrown out of that window rather than allow me to kiss the tip of your finger. I would precipitate myself from the top of the balcony rather than touch the hem of your robe. But in 5 minutes you will love me, and I shall adore you. Ah, it is just so."
"I doubt it."
"And I swear it."
"Coxcomb!"
"And then, that is not the true reason. You stand in need of me, Aura, and I of you. When it pleases you to be gay, I make you laugh. When it suits me to be loving, I look at you. I have given you a commission of Lady of Honor which you wished for. You will give me, presently, something I wish for."
"I will?"
"Yes, you will. But at this moment, my dear Aura, I declare to you that I wish for absolutely nothing. So be at ease."
"You are a frightful man, Malicorne. I was going to rejoice at getting this commission, and thus you quench my joy."
"Good. There is no time lost. You will rejoice when I am gone."
"Go, then, and after?"
"So be it. But in the first place, a piece of advice."
"What is it?"
"Resume your good humor. You are ugly when you pout."
"Coarse."
"Come, let us tell the truth to each other while we are about it."
"Oh, Malicorne, bad-hearted man."
"Oh, Montalais, ungrateful girl." The young man leant with his elbow upon the window frame. Montalais took a book and opened it. Malicorne stood up, brushed his hat with his sleeve, smoothed down his black doublet. Montalais, though pretending to read, looked at him out of the corner of her eye.
"Good!"
cried she, furious.
"He has assumed his respectful air, and he will pout for a week."
"A fortnight, mademoiselle," said Malicorne, bowing. Montalais lifted up her little doubled fist.
"Monster!"
said she.
"Oh, that I were a man!"
"What would you do to me?"
"I would strangle you."
"Ah! Very well, then," said Malicorne. "I believe I begin to desire something."
"And what do you desire, Monsieur Demon? That I should lose my soul from anger?"
Malicorne was rolling his hat respectfully between his fingers, but all at once he let fall his hat, seized the young girl by the shoulders, pulled her towards him, and sealed her mouth with two lips that were very warm for a man pretending to so much indifference. Aura would have cried out, but the cry was stifled in the kiss. Nervous and apparently angry, the young girl pushed Malicorne against the wall. "Good," said Malicorne philosophically. "That's enough for 6 weeks. Adieu, mademoiselle. Accept my very humble salutation." And he made 3 steps toward the door.
"Well, no, you shall not go,"
cried Montalais, stamping with her little foot.
"Stay where you are. I order you."
"You order me?"
"Yes. Am I not mistress?"
"Of my heart and soul, without doubt."
"A pretty property. Ma foi, the soul is silly and the heart dry."
"Beware, Montalais. I know you," said Malicorne. "You are going to fall in love with your humble servant."
"Well, yes,"
said she, hanging round his neck with childish indolence rather than with loving abandonment.
"Well, yes, for I must thank you at least."
"And for what?"
"For the commission. Is it not my whole future?"
"And mine." Montalais looked at him.
"It is frightful,"
said she,
"that one can never guess whether you are speaking seriously or not."
"I cannot speak more seriously. I was going to Paris. You are going there. We are going there."
"And so it was for that motive only you have served me? Selfish fellow!"
"What would you have me say, Aura? I cannot live without you."
Well, in truth, it is just so with me. You are, nevertheless, it must be confessed, a very bad-hearted young man."
"Order, my dear Order, take care. If you take to calling names again, you know the effect they produce upon me, and I shall adore you." And so saying, Malicorne drew the young girl a second time toward him, but at that instant a step resounded on the staircase. The young people were so close that they would have been surprised in the arms of each other if Montalais had not violently pushed Malicorne with his back against the door, just then opening. A loud cry, followed by angry reproaches, immediately resounded. It was Madame de Saint Remy who uttered the cry and the angry words. The unlucky Malicorne almost crushed her between the wall and the door she was coming in at.
"It is again that good-for-nothing!" cried the old lady. "Always here!"
"Ah, madame," replied Malicorne in a respectful tone, "it is 8 long days since I was here." End of chapter 77. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which we at length see the true heroine of this history appear. Behind Madame de Saint Remy stood Mademoiselle de la Valliere. She heard the explosion of maternal anger, and as she divined the cause of it, she entered the chamber trembling and perceived the unlucky Malicorne, whose woeful countenance might have softened or set laughing whoever observed it coolly. He had promptly entrenched himself behind a large chair, as if to avoid the first attacks of Madame de Saint Remy. He had no hopes of prevailing with words, for she spoke louder than he, and without stopping, but he reckoned upon the eloquence of his gestures. The old lady would neither listen to nor see anything. Malicorne had long been one of her antipathies, but her anger was too great not to overflow from Malicorne on his accomplice. Montalais had her turn.
"And you, mademoiselle, you may be certain I shall inform madame of what is going on in the apartment of one of her ladies of honor."
"Oh, dear mother," cried Mademoiselle de la Valliere, "for mercy's sake, spare—"
"Hold your tongue, mademoiselle, and do not uselessly trouble yourself to intercede for unworthy people. That a young maid of honor like you should be subjected to a bad example is, certes, a misfortune great enough, but that you should sanction it by your indulgence is what I will not allow."
"But, in truth,"
said Montalais, rebelling again, "I do not know under what pretense you treat me thus. I am doing no harm, I suppose."
"And that great good-for-nothing, mademoiselle,"
resumed Madame de Saint Remy, pointing to Malicorne,
"is he here to do any good, I ask you?"
"He is neither here for good nor harm, madame. He comes to see me, that is all."
"It is all very well, said the old lady. "Her Royal Highness shall be informed of it, and she will judge."
"At all events, I do not see why," replied Montalais. "It should be forbidden Monsieur Malicorne to have intentions towards me, if his intentions are honorable."
"Honorable intentions, with such a face?"
cried Madame de Saint Remy. "I thank you in the name of my face, madame," said Malicorne.
"Come, my daughter, come,"
continued Madame de Saint Remy.
"We will go and inform madame that at the very moment she is weeping for her husband, at the moment when we are all weeping for a master in this old castle of Blois, the abode of grief, there are people who amuse themselves with flirtations."
"Oh!"
cried both the accused with one voice.
"A maid of honor! A maid of honor!"
cried the old lady, lifting her hands toward heaven.
"Well, it is there you are mistaken, madame,"
said Montalais, highly exasperated.
"I am no longer a maid of honor, of madame's at least."
Have you given in your resignation, mademoiselle? That is well. I cannot but applaud such a determination, and I do applaud it."
"I do not give in my resignation, madame. I take another service, that is all."
"In the bourgeoisie or in the robe?"
asked Madame de Saint Remy disdainfully.
"Please to learn, madame, that I am not a girl to serve either bourgeoisie or robines, and instead of the miserable court at which you vegetate, I am going to reside in a court almost royal."
"Ha ha! A royal court!"
said Madame de Saint Remy, forcing a laugh.
"A royal court! What think you of that, my daughter?"
And she turned round toward Mademoiselle de la Valliere, whom she would by main force have dragged away from Montalais, and who, instead of obeying the impulse of Madame de Saint Remy, looked first at her mother and then at Montalais with her beautiful conciliatory eyes.
"I did not say a royal court, madame," replied Montalais, "because Madame Henrietta of England, who is about to become the wife of S.A.R. Monsieur, is not a queen. I said almost royal, and I spoke correctly, since she will be sister-in-law to the king."
A thunderbolt falling upon the castle of Blois would not have astonished Madame de Saint Remy more than the last sentence of Montalais.
"What do you say? Of Son Altesse Royale, Madame Henrietta?"
stammered out the old lady.
"I say I am going to belong to her household, as maid of honor, that is what I say."
"As maid of honor!"
cried at the same time Madame de Saint Remy with despair, and Mademoiselle de la Valliere with delight.
"Yes, madame, as maid of honor."
The old lady's head sank down as if the blow had been too severe for her, but almost immediately recovering herself, she launched a last projectile at her adversary.
"Oh!" said she, "I have heard of many of these sorts of promises beforehand, which often lead people to flatter themselves with wild hopes, and at the last moment, when the time comes to keep the promises and have the hopes realized, they are surprised to see the great credit upon which they reckoned vanish like smoke."
"Oh, madame, the credit of my protector is incontestable, and his promises are as good as deeds."
"And would it be indiscreet to ask you the name of this powerful protector?"
"Oh, mon Dieu, no, it is that gentleman there,"
said Montalais, pointing to Malicorne, who during this scene had preserved the most imperturbable coolness and the most comic dignity.
"Monsieur!"
cried Madame de Saint Remy with an explosion of hilarity.
"Monsieur is your protector, is the man whose credit is so powerful and whose promises are as good as deeds, Monsieur Malicorne."
Malicorne bowed. As to Montalais, as her sole reply, she drew the brevet from her pocket and showed it to the old lady.
"Here is the brevet,"
said she. At once all was over. As soon as she had cast a rapid glance over this fortunate brevet, the good lady clasped her hands. An unspeakable expression of envy and despair contracted her countenance, and she was obliged to sit down to avoid fainting. Montalais was not malicious enough to rejoice extravagantly at her victory, or to overwhelm the conquered enemy, particularly when that enemy was the mother of her friend. She used then, but did not abuse, her triumph. Malicorne was less generous. He assumed noble poses in his fauteuil, and stretched himself out with a familiarity which, 2 hours earlier, would have drawn upon him threats of a caning.
"Maid of honor to the young madame,"
repeated Madame de Saint Remy, still but half convinced.
"Yes, madame, and through the protection of Monsieur Malicorne, moreover."
It is incredible,"
repeated the old lady.
"It is not credible, Louise."
But Louise did not reply. She was sitting thoughtful, almost sad. Passing one hand over her beautiful brow, she sighed heavily.
"Well, but, monsieur,"
said Madame de Saint Remy all at once,
"how did you manage to obtain this post?"
"I asked for it, madame."
"Of whom?"
"One of my friends."
"And have you friends sufficiently powerful at court to give you such proofs of their credit?"
"It appears so."
"And may one ask the name of these friends?"
"I did not say I had many friends, madame. I said I had one friend."
"And that friend is called?"
"Peste! Madame, you go too far. When one has a friend as powerful as mine, we do not publish his name in that fashion, in open day, in order that he may be stolen from us."
"You are right, monsieur, to be silent as to that name, for I think it would be pretty difficult for you to tell it."
"At all events,"
said Montalais,
"if the friend does not exist, the brevet does, and that cuts short the question."
"Then I conceive,"
said Madame de Saint Remy, with the gracious smile of the cat who is going to scratch,
"when I found monsieur here just now—"
"Well?"
"He brought you the brevet."
"Exactly, madame. You have guessed rightly."
"Well, then nothing can be more moral or proper."
"I think so, madame."
"And I have been wrong, as it appears, in reproaching you, mademoiselle."
"Very wrong, madame. But I am so accustomed to your reproaches that I pardon you these."
"In that case, let us be gone, Louise. We have nothing to do but to retire. Well?"
"Madame,"
said La Valliere, starting,
"did you speak?"
"You do not appear to be listening, my child."
"No, madame, I was thinking."
"About what?"
"A thousand things." "You bear me no ill will, at least, Louise,"
cried Montalais, pressing her hand.
"And why should I, my dear Aura?"
replied the girl in a voice soft as a flute.
"Dame,"
resumed Madame de Saint Remy,
"if she did bear you a little ill will, poor girl, she could not be much blamed."
"And why should she bear me ill will? Good gracious!"
"It appears to me that she is of as good a family and as pretty as you."
"Mother, mother!"
cried Louise.
"Prettier 100 times, madame. Not of a better family, but that does not tell me why Louise should bear me ill will."
"Do you think it will be very amusing for her to be buried alive at Blois when you are going to shine at Paris?"
"But, madame, it is not I who prevent Louise following me thither. On the contrary, I should be certainly most happy if she came there."
"But it appears that Monsieur Malicorne, who is all powerful at court—"
"Ah, so much the worse, madame," said Malicorne. "Everyone for himself in this poor world."
"Malicorne, Malicorne,"
said Montalais, then stooping toward the young man,
"occupy Madame de Saint Remy, either in disputing with her or making it up with her. I must speak to Louise."
And at the same time a soft pressure of the hand recompensed Malicorne for his future obedience. Malicorne went grumbling toward Madame de Saint Remy, whilst Montalais said to her friend, throwing one arm around her neck,
"What is the matter? Tell me. Is it true that you would not love me if I were to shine, as your mother says?" "Oh, no,"
said the young girl, with difficulty restraining her tears.
"On the contrary, I rejoice at your good fortune." Rejoice? Why, one would say you are ready to cry. Do people never weep except from envy? Oh, yes, I understand. I am going to Paris, and that word Paris recalls to your mind a certain cavalier. Aura! A certain cavalier who formerly lived near Blois, and who now resides at Paris? In truth, I know not what ails me, but I feel stifled. Weep, then, weep, as you cannot give me a smile.
Louise raised her sweet face, which the tears, rolling down one after the other, illumined like diamonds.
Come, confess,
said Montalais.
What shall I confess? What makes you weep? People don't weep without cause. I am your friend. Whatever you would wish me to do, I will do. Malicorne is more powerful than you would think. Do you wish to go to Paris? Alas!
sighed Louise.
Do you wish to come to Paris? To remain here alone in this old castle, I who have enjoyed the delightful habit of listening to your songs, of pressing your hand, of running about the park with you. Oh, how I shall be ennuyé! How quickly I shall die! Do you wish to come to Paris?
Louise breathed another sigh.
You do not answer me. What would you that I should reply? Yes or no? That is not very difficult, I think. Oh, you are very fortunate, Montalais. That is to say, you would like to be in my place?
Louise was silent.
Little obstinate thing,
said Montalais.
Did ever anyone keep her secrets from her friend thus? But confess that you would like to come to Paris. Confess that you are dying with the wish to see Raoul again. I cannot confess that. Then you are wrong. In what way? Because, do you see this brevet? To be sure I do. Well, I would have got you a similar one. By whose means? Malicorne's. Are you telling the truth? Is that possible? Malicorne is there, and what he has done for me, he surely can do for you.
Malicorne had heard his name pronounced twice. He was delighted at having an opportunity to coming to a conclusion with Madame de Saint Remy, and he turned round. "What is the question, mademoiselle?"
"Come hither, Malicorne,"
said Montalais, with an imperious gesture. Malicorne obeyed.
"A brevet like this?"
said Montalais. "How so?"
"A brevet like this. That is plain enough."
"But—"
"I want one. I must have one."
Oh, you must have one."
"Yes." "It is impossible, is it not, Monsieur Malicorne?"
said Louise, with her sweet, soft voice. "If it is for you, mademoiselle—"
"For me, yes, Monsieur Malicorne, it would be for me."
"And if Mademoiselle de Montalais asks it at the same time?"
"Mademoiselle de Montalais does not ask it, she requires it."
"Well, we will endeavor to obey you, mademoiselle."
"And you will have her named?"
"We will try."
"No evasive answers. Louis de la Valliere shall be maid of honor to Madame Henrietta within a week."
"How you talk!"
"Within a week, or else—"
"Well, or else—"
"You may take back your brevet, Monsieur Malicorne. I will not leave my friend."
"Dear Montalais!"
"That is right. Keep your brevet. Mademoiselle de la Valliere shall be a maid of honor."
"Is that true?"
"Quite true." "I may then hope to go to Paris?"
"Depend upon it."
"Oh, Monsieur Malicorne, what joy!"
cried Louise, clapping her hands and bounding with pleasure.
"Little dissembler,"
said Montalais.
Try again to make me believe you are not in love with Raoul."
Louise blushed like a rose in June, but instead of replying, she ran and embraced her mother.
"Madame," said she, "do you know that Monsieur Malicorne is going to have me appointed maid of honor?"
"Monsieur Malicorne is a prince in disguise,"
replied the old lady.
"He is all powerful, seemingly."
"Should you also like to be maid of honor?" asked Malicorne of Madame de Saint Remy. "Whilst I am about it, I might as well get everybody appointed." And upon that he went away, leaving the poor lady quite disconcerted. "Humph!" murmured Malicorne as he descended the stairs. "Humph! There goes another note of 1,000 livres. But I must get through as well as I can. My friend Manicamp does nothing for nothing." End of chapter 78. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Malicorne and Manicamp. The introduction of these two new personages into this history, and that mysterious affinity of names and sentiments, merits some attention on the part of both historian and reader. We will then enter into some details concerning Messieurs Malicorne and Manicamp. Malicorne, we know, had made the journey to Orleans in search of the brevet destined for Mademoiselle de Montalais, the arrival of which had produced such a strong feeling at the castle of Blois. At that moment, Monsieur de Manicamp was at Orleans. A singular person was this Monsieur de Manicamp, a very intelligent young fellow, always poor, always needy, although he dipped his hand freely into the purse of Monsieur le Comte de Guiche, one of the best furnished purses of the period. Monsieur le Comte de Guiche had had, as the companion of his boyhood, this de Manicamp, a poor gentleman, vassal born of the house of Grammont. Monsieur de Manicamp, with his tact and talent, had created himself a revenue in the opulent family of the celebrated Marechal. From his infancy he had, with calculation beyond his age, lent his name and complaisance to the follies of the Comte de Guiche. If this noble companion had stolen some fruit destined for Madame de la Marechal, if he had broken a mirror or put out a dog's eye, Manicamp declared himself guilty of the crime committed, and received the punishment, which was not made the milder for falling on the innocent. But this was the way this system of abnegation was paid for. Instead of wearing such mean habiliments as his paternal fortunes entitled him to, he was able to appear brilliant, superb, like a young noble of 50,000 livres a year. It was not that he was mean in character or humble in spirit, no. He was a philosopher, or rather he had the indifference, the apathy, the obstinacy which banished from man every sentiment of the supernatural. His sole ambition was to spend money. But in this respect, the worthy Monsieur de Manicamp was a gulf. 3 or 4 times every year he drained the Comte de Guiche, and when the Comte de Guiche was thoroughly drained, when he had turned out his pockets and his purse before him, when he declared that it would be at least a fortnight before paternal munificence would refill those pockets and that purse, Manicamp lost all his energy. He went to bed, remained there, ate nothing, and sold his handsome clothes under the pretense that, remaining in bed, he did not want them. During this prostration of mind and strength, the purse of the Comte de Guiche was getting full again, and when once filled, overflowed into that of de Manicamp, who bought new clothes, dressed himself again, and recommenced the same life he had followed before. The mania of selling his new clothes for a quarter of what they were worth had rendered our heroes sufficiently celebrated in Orleans, a city where, in general, we should be puzzled to say why he came to pass his days of penitence. Provincial debauches, petit maitre of 600 livres a year, shared the fragments of his opulence. Among the admirers of these splendid toilets, our friend Malicorne was conspicuous. He was the son of a syndic of the city, of whom Monsieur de Conde, always needy as a de Conde, often borrowed money at enormous interest. Monsieur Malicorne kept the paternal money chest, that is to say, that in those times of easy morals, he had made for himself by following the example of his father and lending at high interest for short terms a revenue of 1,800 livres, without reckoning 600 livres furnished by the generosity of the syndic, so that Malicorne was the king of the gay youth of Orleans, having 2,400 livres to scatter, squander, and waste on follies of every kind. But, quite contrary to Manicamp, Malicorne was terribly ambitious. He loved from ambition, he spent money out of ambition, and he would have ruined himself for ambition. Malicorne had determined to rise at whatever price it might cost, and for this, at whatever price it did cost, he had given himself a mistress and a friend. The mistress, Mademoiselle de Montalais, was cruel as regarded love, but she was of a noble family, and that was sufficient for Malicorne. The friend had little or no friendship, but he was the favourite of the Comte de Guiche, himself the friend of Monsieur, the king's brother, and that was sufficient for Malicorne. Only, in the chapter of charges, Mademoiselle de Montalais cost per annum ribbons, gloves, and sweets 1,000 livres. De Manicamp cost, money lent, never returned, from 1,200 to 1,500 livres per annum, so that there was nothing left for Malicorne. Yes, we are mistaken. There was left the paternal strong-box. He employed a mode of proceeding upon which he preserved the most profound secrecy, and which consisted in advancing to himself, from the coffers of the syndic, 6 years' profits, that is to say, 15,000 livres, swearing to himself, observe quite to himself, to repay this deficiency as soon as an opportunity should present itself. The opportunity was expected to be the concession of a good post in the household of Monsieur, when that household would be established at the period of his marriage. This juncture had arrived, and the household was about to be established. A good post in the family of a prince of the blood, when it is given by the credit and on the recommendation of a friend like the Comte de Guiche, is worth at least 12,000 livres per annum, and by the means which Monsieur Malicorne had taken to make his revenues fructify, 12,000 livres might rise to 20,000. Then, when once an incumbent of this post, he would marry Mademoiselle de Montalais. Mademoiselle de Montalais, of a half-noble family, not only would be dowered, but would ennoble Malicorne. But, in order that Mademoiselle de Montalais, who had not a large patrimonial fortune, although an only daughter, should be suitably dowered, it was necessary that she should belong to some great princess, as prodigal as the dowager madam was covetous. And in order that the wife should not be of one party whilst the husband belonged to the other, a situation which presents serious inconveniences, particularly with characters like those of the future consorts, Malicorne had imagined the idea of making the central point of union the household of Monsieur, the king's brother. Mademoiselle de Montalais would be maid of honour to Madame. Monsieur Malicorne would be officer to Monsieur. It is plain the plan was formed by a clear head. It is plain also that it had been bravely executed. Malicorne had asked Manicamp to ask a brevet of maid of honour of the Comte de Guiche, and the Comte de Guiche had asked this brevet of Monsieur, who had signed it without hesitation. The constructive plan of Malicorne, for we may well suppose that the combinations of a mind as active as his were not confined to the present but extended to the future, the constructive plan of Malicorne, we say, was this: to obtain entrance into the household of Madame Henrietta for a woman devoted to himself, who was intelligent, young, handsome, and intriguing, to learn by means of this woman all the feminine secrets of the young household, whilst he, Malicorne, and his friend Manicamp should, between them, know all the male secrets of the young community. It was by these means that a rapid and splendid fortune might be acquired at one and the same time. Malicorne was a vile name. He who bore it had too much wit to conceal this truth from himself. But an estate might be purchased, and Malicorne of some place, or even de Malicorne itself, for short, would ring more nobly on the ear. It was not improbable that a most aristocratic origin might be hunted up by the heralds for this name of Malicorne. Might it not come from some estate where a bull with mortal horns had caused some great misfortune, and baptized the soil with the blood it had spilt? Certes, this plan presented itself bristling with difficulties, but the greatest of all was Mademoiselle de Montalais herself. capricious, variable, close, giddy, free, prudish, a virgin armed with claws, Arrogany stained with grapes, she sometimes overturned, with a single dash of her white fingers, or with a single puff from her laughing lips, the edifice which had exhausted Malicorne's patience for a month. Love apart, Malicorne was happy, but this love, which he could not help feeling, he had the strength to conceal with care, persuaded that at the less relaxing of the ties by which he had bound his Protean female, the demon would overthrow him and laugh at him. He humbled his mistress by disdaining her. Burning with desire when she advanced to tempt him, he had the art to appear ice, persuaded that if he opened his arms she would run away laughing at him. On her side, Montalais believed she did not love Malicorne, whilst, on the contrary, in reality she did. Malicorne repeated to her so often his protestation of indifference that she finished sometimes by believing him, and then she believed she detested Malicorne. If she tried to bring him back by coquetry, Malicorne played the coquette better than she could. But what made Montalais hold to Malicorne in an indissoluble fashion was that Malicorne always came cram full of fresh news from the court and the city. Malicorne always brought to Blois a fashion, a secret, or a perfume that Malicorne never asked for a meeting, but, on the contrary, required to be supplicated to receive the favors he burned to obtain. On her side, Montalais was no miser with stories. By her means Malicorne learnt all that passed at Blois, in the family of the dowager Madame, and he related to Manicamp tales that made him ready to die with laughing, which the latter out of idleness took ready-made to Monsieur de Guiche, who carried them to Monsieur. Such, in 2 words, was the woof of petty interests and petty conspiracies which united Blois with Orleans, and Orleans with Paris, and which was about to bring into the last-named city, where she was to produce so great a revolution, the poor little La Valliere, who was far from suspecting, as she returned joyfully, leaning on the arm of her mother, for what a strange future she was reserved. As to the good man Malicorne, we speak of the syndic of Orleans. He did not see more clearly into the present than others did into the future, and had no suspicion as he walked every day, between 3 and 5 o'clock after his dinner, upon the Place Sainte Catherine, in his great coat, cut after the fashion of Louis XIII, and his cloth shoes with great knots of ribbon, that it was he who was paying for all those bursts of laughter, all those stolen kisses, all those whisperings, all those little keepsakes, and all those bubble projects which formed a chain of 45 leagues in length, from the Palais of Blois to the Palais Royal. End of chapter 79. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Manicamp and Malicorne. Malicorne then left Blois, as we have said, and went to find his friend Manicamp, then in temporary retreat in the city of Orleans. It was just at the moment when that young nobleman was employed in selling the last decent clothing he had left. He had, a fortnight before, extorted from the Comte de Guiche 100 pistoles, all he had, to assist in equipping him properly to go and meet Madame on her arrival at Havre. He had drawn from Malicorne 3 days before 50 pistoles, the price of the brevet obtained from Montalais. He had then no expectation of anything else, having exhausted all his resources, with the exception of selling a handsome suit of cloth and satin, embroidered and laced with gold, which had been the admiration of the court. But to be able to sell this suit, the last he had left, as we have been forced to confess to the reader, Manicamp had been obliged to take to his bed. No more fire, no more pocket money, no more walking money, nothing but sleep to take the place of repasts, companies, and balls. It has been said, he who sleeps dines, but it has never been affirmed he who sleeps plays, or he who sleeps dances. Manicamp, reduced to this extremity of neither playing nor dancing, for a week at least, was consequently very sad. He was expecting a usurer and saw Malicorne enter. A cry of distress escaped him. "Hey, what?" said he, in a tone which nothing can describe. "Is that you again, dear friend?" "Humph! You are very polite," said Malicorne. "Ay, but look at you. I was expecting money, and instead of money I see you." "And suppose I brought you some money?" "Oh, that would be quite another thing. You are very welcome, my dear friend." And he held out his hand, not for the hand of Malicorne, but for the purse. Malicorne pretended to be mistaken, and gave him his hand. "And the money?" said Manicamp. "My dear friend, if you wish to have it, earn it." "What must be done for it?" "Earn it, parbleu." "And after what fashion?" "Oh, that is rather trying, I warn you." "The devil!" "You must get out of bed, and go immediately to Monsieur le Comte de Guiche." "I get out," said Manicamp, stretching himself in his bed complacently. "Oh, no, thank you." "You have sold all your clothes?" "No, I have one suit left, the handsomest even, but I expect a purchaser." "And the shawls?" "Well, if you look, you will see them on that chair." "Very well. Since you have some chaussee and pourpoint left, put your legs into the first and your back into the other. Have a horse saddled and set off." "Not I." "And why not?" "Mordieu! Don't you know, then, that Monsieur de Guiche is at Etampes?" "No, I thought he was at Paris. You will then only have 15 leagues to go instead of 30. "You are a wonderfully clever fellow. If I were to ride 15 leagues in these clothes, they would never be fit to put on again, and instead of selling them for 30 pistoles, I should be obliged to take 15. "Sell them for what you like, but I must have a second commission of maid of honor." "Good! For whom? Is Montalais doubled, then?" "Vile fellow! It is you who are doubled. You swallow up 2 fortunes, mine and that of Monsieur le Comte de Guiche." "You should say that of Monsieur le Comte de Guiche and yours." "That is true. Honor where it is due. But I return to my brevet." "And you are wrong." "Prove me that." "My friend, there will only be 12 maids of honor for madame. I have already obtained for you what 1,200 women are trying for, and for that I was forced to employ all my diplomacy." "Oh, yes, I know you have been quite heroic, my dear friend." "We know what we are about," said Manicamp. "To whom do you tell that? When I am king, I promise you one thing." "What? To call yourself Malicorne the First?" "No, to make you superintendent of my finances. But that is not the question now." "Unfortunately." "The present affair is to procure for me a second place of maid of honor." "My friend, if you were to promise me the price of heaven, I would decline to disturb myself at this moment." Malicorne chinked the money in his pocket. "There are 20 pistoles here," said Malicorne. "And what would you do with 20 pistoles, mon Dieu?" "Well," said Malicorne, a little angrily, "suppose I were to add them to the 500 you already owe me?" "You are right," replied Manicamp, stretching out his hand again, "and from that point of view I can accept them. Give them to me." "An instant! What the devil! It is not only holding out your hand that will do. If I give you the 20 pistoles, shall I have my brevet?" "To be sure you shall." "Soon?" "Today." "Oh, take care! Monsieur de Manicamp, you undertake much, and I do not ask that. 30 leagues in a day is too much. You would kill yourself. I think nothing impossible when obliging a friend. You are quite heroic. Where are the 20 pistoles? Here they are, said Malicorne, showing them. That's well. Yes, but, my dear Monsieur Manicamp, you would consume them in post horses alone. No, no, make yourself easy on that score. Pardon me. Why, it is 15 leagues from this place to Étampes. 14. Well, 14 be it. 14 leagues makes 7 posts. At 20 sous the post, 7 livres. 7 livres the courier. 14. As many for coming back. 28. As much for bed and supper. That makes 60 livres this complaisance would cost. Manicamp stretched himself like a serpent in his bed, and fixing his 2 great eyes upon Malicorne. You are right, said he. I could not return before tomorrow. And he took the 20 pistoles. Now, then be off. Well, as I cannot be back before tomorrow, we have time. Time for what? Time to play. What do you wish to play with? Your 20 pistoles, pardieu. No, you always win. I will wager them, then. Against what? Against 20 others. And what shall be the object of the wager? This. We have said it was 14 leagues to Étampes. Yes. And 14 leagues back. Doubtless. Well, for these 28 leagues you cannot allow less than 14 hours. That is agreed. 1 hour to find the Comte de Guiche. Go on. And an hour to persuade him to write a letter to Monsieur. Just so. 16 hours in all. You reckon as well as Monsieur Colbert. It is now 12 o'clock. Half past. Hein, you have a handsome watch. What are you saying? Said Malicorne, putting his watch quickly back into his fob. Ah, true. I was offering to lay you 20 pistoles against these you have lent me, that you will have the Comte de Guiche's letter in... How soon? In 8 hours. Have you a winged horse, then? That is no matter. Will you bet? I shall have the Comte's letter in 8 hours. Yes. In hand? In hand. Well, be it so. I lay, said Malicorne, curious to know how this seller of clothes would get through. Is it agreed? It is. Pass me the pen, ink, and paper. Here they are. Thank you. Manicamp raised himself with a sigh, and leaning on his left elbow in his best hand, traced the following lines. Good for an order for a place of maid of honor to Madame, which Monsieur le Comte de Guiche will take upon him to obtain at sight. De Manicamp. This painful task accomplished, he laid himself down in bed again. Well, asked Malicorne, what does this mean? That means that if you are in a hurry to have the letter from the Comte de Guiche for Monsieur, I have won my wager. How the devil is that? That is transparent enough, I think. You take that paper. Well, and you set out instead of me. Ha! You put your horses to their best speed. Good. In 6 hours you will be at Étampes. In 7 hours you have the letter from the Comte, and I shall have won my wager without stirring from my bed, which suits me, and you too at the same time, I am very sure. Decidedly, Manicamp, you are a great man. I know that. I am to start, then, for Étampes. Directly. I am to go to the Comte de Guiche with this order. He will give you a similar one for Monsieur. Monsieur will approve. Instantly. And I shall have my brevet. You will. Ah. Well, I hope I behave genteelly. Adorably. Thank you. You do as you please, then, with the Comte de Guiche, Malicorne. Except making money of him, everything. Diable! The exception is annoying. But then, if instead of asking him for money, you were to ask... What? Something important. What do you call important? Well, suppose one of your friends asked you to render him a service. I would not render it to him. Selfish fellow. Or at least I would ask him what service he would render me in exchange. That perhaps is fair. Well, that friend speaks to you. What? You, Malicorne? Yes, I. You are rich, then? I have still 50 pistoles left. Exactly the sum I want. Where are those 50 pistoles? Here, said Malicorne, slapping his pocket. Then speak, my friend. What do you want? Malicorne took up the pen, ink, and paper again, and presented them all to Manicamp. Right, said he. Dictate. An order for a place in the household of Monsieur. Oh, said Manicamp, laying down the pen. A place in the household of Monsieur for 50 pistoles? You mistook me, my friend. You did not hear plainly. What did you say, then? I said 500. And the 500? Here they are. Manicamp devoured the rouleau with his eyes, but this time Malicorne held it at a distance. Eh? What do you say to that? 500 pistoles. I say it is for nothing, my friend, said Manicamp, taking up the pen again. And you exhaust my credit. Dictate. Malicorne continued. Which my friend the Comte de Guiche will obtain for my friend Malicorne. That's it, said Manicamp. Pardon me, you have forgotten to sign. Ah, that's true. The 500 pistoles. Here are 250 of them. And the other 250? When I am in possession of my place. Manicamp made a face. In that case, give me the recommendation back again. What to do? To add 2 words to it. 2 words? Yes, 2 words only. What are they? In haste. Malicorne returned the recommendation. Manicamp added the words. Good, said Malicorne, taking back the paper. Manicamp began to count out the pistoles. There want 20, said he. How so? The 20 I have won. In what way? By laying that you would have the letter from the Comte de Guiche in 8 hours. That's fair. And he gave him the 20 pistoles. Manicamp began to scoop up his gold by handfuls and pour it in cascades upon his bed. This second place, murmured Malicorne whilst drying his paper, which at the first glance appears to cost me more than the first, but... He stopped, took up the pen in his turn, and wrote to Montalais. Mademoiselle, announce to your friend that her commission will not be long before it arrives. I am setting out to get it signed. That will be 28 leagues I shall have gone for the love of you. Then, with his sardonic smile, taking up the interrupted sentence, this place, said he, at the first glance appears to cost more than the first, but The benefit will be, I hope, in proportion with the expense, and Mademoiselle de la Valliere will bring me back more than Mademoiselle de Montalais. Or else my name is not Malicorne. Farewell, Manicamp." And he left the room. End of chapter 80. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Courtyard of the Hotel Grammont. On Malicorne's arrival at Orléans, he was informed that the Comte de Guiche had just set out for Paris. Malicorne rested himself for a couple of hours and then prepared to continue his journey. He reached Paris during the night and alighted at a small hotel where, in his previous journeys to the capital, he had been accustomed to put up, and at 8 o'clock the next morning presented himself at the Hotel Grammont. Malicorne arrived just in time, for the Comte de Guiche was on the point of taking leave of Monsieur before setting out for Havre, where the principal members of the French nobility had gone to await Madame's arrival from England. Malicorne pronounced the name of Manicamp and was immediately admitted. He found the Comte de Guiche in the courtyard of the Hotel Grammont, inspecting his horses, which his trainers and equerries were passing in review before him. The Count, in the presence of his tradespeople and of his servants, was engaged in praising or blaming, as the case seemed to deserve, the appointments, horses, and harnesses that were being submitted to him, when, in the midst of this important occupation, the name of Manicamp was announced.
"Manicamp!" he exclaimed. "Let him enter, by all means."
And he advanced a few steps toward the door. Malicorne slipped through the half-open door, and, looking at the Comte de Guiche, who was surprised to see a face he did not recognize instead of the one he expected, said, "Forgive me, Monsieur le Comte, but I believe a mistake has been made. Monsieur Manicamp himself was announced to you, instead of which it is only an envoy from him."
"Ah!" exclaimed de Guiche coldly. "And what do you bring me?"
"A letter, Monsieur le Comte."
Malicorne handed him the first document, and narrowly watched the Count's face, who, as he read it, began to laugh. "What!" he exclaimed. "Another maid of honor! Are all the maids of honor in France, then, under his protection?" Malicorne bowed. "Why does he not come himself?" he inquired.
"He is confined to his bed."
"The deuce! He has no money, then, I suppose?" said de Guiche, shrugging his shoulders. "What does he do with his money?"
Malicorne made a movement to indicate that upon the subject he was as ignorant as the Count himself.
"Why does he not make use of his credit, then?"
continued de Guiche. "With regard to that, I think—"
"What?"
"That Manicamp has credit with no one but yourself, Monsieur le Comte."
"He will not be at Havre, then?" Whereupon Malicorne made another movement. "But everyone will be there."
"I trust, Monsieur le Comte, that he will not neglect so excellent an opportunity."
"He should be at Paris by this time."
"He will take the direct road, perhaps, to make up for lost time."
"Where is he now?"
"At Orléans."
"Monsieur," said de Guiche, "you seem to me a man of very good taste."
Malicorne was wearing some of Manicamp's old new clothes. He bowed in return, saying, "You do me a very great honor, Monsieur le Comte."
"Whom have I the pleasure of addressing?"
"My name is Malicorne, monsieur."
"Monsieur de Malicorne, what do you think of these pistol holders?"
Malicorne was a man of great readiness, and immediately understood the position of affairs. Besides, the de, which had been prefixed to his name, raised him to the rank of the person with whom he was conversing. He looked at the holsters with an air of a connoisseur, and said, without hesitation, "Somewhat heavy, monsieur."
"You see," said de Guiche to the saddler, "this gentleman, who understands these matters well, thinks the holsters heavy, a complaint I had already made." The saddler was full of excuses. "What do you think," asked de Guiche, "of this horse, which I have just purchased?"
"To look at it, it seems perfect, Monsieur le Comte, but I must mount it before I give you my opinion."
"Do so, Monsieur de Malicorne, and ride him round the court 2 or 3 times." The courtyard of the hotel was so arranged that whenever there was any occasion for it, it could be used as a riding school. Malicorne, with perfect ease, arranged the bridle and snaffle reins, placed his left hand on the horse's mane, and with his foot in the stirrup, raised himself and seated himself in the saddle. At first he made the horse walk the whole circuit of the courtyard at a foot pace, next at a trot, lastly at a gallop. He then drew up close to the count, dismounted, and threw the bridle to a groom standing by. "Well," said the count, "what do you think of it, Monsieur de Malicorne?"
"This horse, Monsieur le Comte, is of the Mecklenburg breed. In looking whether the bit suited his mouth, I saw that he was rising 7, the very age when the training of a horse intended for a charger should commence. The forehand is light. A horse which holds its head high, it is said, never tires his rider's hand. The withers are rather low. The drooping of the hindquarters would almost make me doubt the purity of its German breed, and I think there is English blood in him. He stands well on his legs, but he trots high and may cut himself, which requires attention to be paid to his shoeing. He is tractable, and as I made him turn round and change his feet, I found him quick and ready in doing so."
"Well said, Monsieur de Malicorne," exclaimed the comte. "You are a judge of horses, I perceive."
Then, turning toward him again, he continued,
"You are most becomingly dressed, Monsieur de Malicorne. That is not a provincial cut, I presume. Such a style of dress is not to be met with at Tours or Orleans."
"No, Monsieur le Comte, my clothes were made at Paris."
"There is no doubt about that. But let us resume our own affair. Manicamp wishes for the appointment of a second maid of honor."
"You perceive what he has written, Monsieur le Comte."
"For whom was the first appointment?"
Malicorne felt the color rise in his face as he answered hurriedly,
"A charming maid of honor, Mademoiselle de Montalais."
"Aha! You are acquainted with her?"
"We are affianced, or nearly so."
"That is quite another thing, then. 1,000 compliments,"
exclaimed De Guiche, upon whose lips a courtier's jest was already fitting, but to whom the word affianced, addressed by Malicorne with respect to Mademoiselle de Montalais, recalled the respect due to women.
"And for whom is the second appointment desired?"
asked De Guiche.
"Is it for anyone to whom Manicamp may happen to be affianced? In that case I pity her, poor girl, for she will have a sad fellow for a husband."
"No, Monsieur le Comte, the second appointment is for Mademoiselle de la Baume le Blanc de la Valliere."
"Unknown,"
said De Guiche.
"Unknown? Yes, monsieur,"
said Malicorne, smiling in his turn.
"Very good. I will speak to Monsieur about it. By the by, she is of gentle birth."
"She belongs to a very good family, and is maid of honor to Madame."
"That's well. Will you accompany me to Monsieur?"
"Most certainly, if I may be permitted the honor."
"Have you your carriage?"
"No, I came here on horseback."
"Dressed as you are?"
"No, monsieur. I posted from Orleans, and I changed my traveling suit for the one I have on, in order to present myself to you."
"True. You already told me you had come from Orleans."
Saying which, he crumpled Manicamp's letter in his hand and thrust it in his pocket.
"I beg your pardon,"
said Malicorne timidly,
"but I do not think you have read all."
"Not read all, do you say?"
"No, there were 2 letters in the same envelope."
"Oh, are you sure?"
"Quite sure."
"Let us look, then," said the count, as he opened the letter again. "Ah, you are right,"
he said, opening the paper which he had not yet read.
"I suspected it,"
he continued.
"Another application for an appointment under Monsieur. This Manicamp is a regular vampire. He is carrying on a trade in it."
"No, Monsieur le Comte, he wishes to make a present of it."
"To whom?"
To myself, monsieur.
Why did you not say so at once, my dear Monsieur Mauvaise Corne?
Malicorne, Monsieur le Comte.
Forgive me. It is the Latin that bothers me. That terrible mine of etymologies. Why the deuce are young men of family taught Latin? Mala and mauvaise, you understand it is the same thing. You will forgive me, I trust, Monsieur de Malicorne.
Your kindness affects me much, monsieur, but it is a reason why I should make you acquainted with one circumstance without any delay.
What is it?
That I was not born a gentleman. I am not without courage and not altogether deficient in ability, but my name is Malicorne simply.
You appear to me, monsieur,
exclaimed the count, looking at the astute face of his companion,
to be a most agreeable man. Your face pleases me, Monsieur Malicorne, and you must possess some indisputably excellent qualities to have pleased that egotistical Manicamp. Be candid, and tell me whether you are not some saint descended upon the earth.
Why so?
For the simple reason that he makes you a present of anything. Did you not say that he intended to make you a present of some appointment in the king's house?
I beg your pardon, Count, but if I succeed in obtaining the appointment, you, and not he, will have bestowed it on me.
Besides, he will not have given it to you for nothing, I suppose. Stay, I have it. There is a Malicorne at Orléans who lends the money to the prince.
I think that must be my father, monsieur.
Ah, the prince has the father, and that terrible dragon of a Manicamp has the son. Take care, monsieur, I know him. He will fleece you completely.
The only difference is that I lend without interest, said Malicorne, smiling.
I was correct in saying you were either a saint or very much resembled one. Monsieur Malicorne, you shall have the post you want, or I will forfeit my name.
Ah, Monsieur le Comte, what a debt of gratitude shall I not owe you? Said Malicorne, transported.
Let us go to the prince, my dear Monsieur Malicorne.
And De Guiche proceeded toward the door, desiring Malicorne to follow him. At the very moment they were about to cross the threshold, a young man appeared on the other side. He was from 24 to 25 years of age, of pale complexion, bright eyes, and brown hair and eyebrows. "Good day," he said suddenly, almost pushing De Guiche back into the courtyard.
"Is that you, De Ward? What, and booted, spurred, and whip in hand too?"
"The most befitting costume for a man about to set off for Havre. There will be no one left in Paris tomorrow." And hereupon he saluted Malicorne with great ceremony, whose handsome dress gave him the appearance of a prince.
"Monsieur Malicorne," said De Guiche to his friend.
De Wardes bowed.
"Monsieur De Ward,"
said Guiche to Malicorne, who bowed in return.
"By the by, De Ward," continued De Guiche, "you who are so well acquainted with these matters, can you tell us, probably, what appointments are still vacant at the court, or rather in the prince's household?"
"In the prince's household?" said De Wardes, looking up with an air of consideration. "Let me see. The appointment of the master of the horse is vacant, I believe." "Oh," said Malicorne, "there is no question of such a post as that, monsieur. My ambition is not nearly so exalted." De Wardes had a more penetrating observation than De Guiche, and fathomed Malicorne immediately. "The fact is," he said, looking at him from head to foot, "a man must be either a duke or a peer to fill that post." "All I solicit," said Malicorne, "is a very humble appointment. I am of little importance, and I do not rank myself above my position."
"Monsieur Malicorne, whom you see here," said De Guiche to De Wardes, "is a very excellent fellow, whose only misfortune is that of not being of genteel birth. As far as I am concerned, you know, I attach little value to those who have but gentle birth to boast of." "Assuredly," said De Wardes, "but you will allow me to remark, my dear count, that Without rank of some sort, one can hardly hope to belong to his Royal Highness's household." "You are right," said the count. "Court etiquette is absolute. The devil! We never so much as gave it a thought."
"Alas, a sad misfortune for me, Monsieur le Comte," said Malicorne, changing color.
"Yet not without remedy, I hope," returned De Guiche.
"The remedy is found easily enough," exclaimed De Wardes. "You can be created a gentleman. His Eminence, the Cardinal Mazarin, did nothing else from morning till night."
"Hush, hush, De Wardes," said the count. "No jests of that kind. It ill becomes us to turn such matters into ridicule. Letters of nobility, it is true, are purchasable, but that is a sufficient misfortune without the nobles themselves laughing at it."
"Upon my word, De Guiche, you're quite a Puritan, as the English say." At this moment the Vicomte de Bragelonne was announced by one of the servants in the courtyard, in precisely the same manner as he would have done in a room.
"Come here, my dear Raoul. What, you too, booted and spurred? You are setting off, then?" Bragelonne approached the group of young men and saluted them with that quiet and serious manner peculiar to him. His salutation was principally addressed to De Wardes, with whom he was unacquainted, and whose features, on perceiving Raoul, had assumed a strange sternness of expression. "I have come, De Guiche," he said, "to ask your companionship. We set off for Havre, I presume?" "That is admirable, delightful. We shall have a most enjoyable journey. Monsieur Malicorne, Monsieur Bragelonne. Ah, Monsieur de Wardes, let me present you."
The young men saluted each other in a restrained manner. Their very natures seemed from the beginning disposed to take exception to each other. De Wardes was pliant, subtle, full of dissimulation. Raoul was calm, grave, and upright.
"Decide between us, between De Wardes and myself, Raoul."
"Upon what subject?"
"Upon the subject of noble birth."
"Who can be better informed on that subject than a de Grammont?"
"No compliments. It is your opinion I ask."
"At least inform me of the subject under discussion."
De Wardes asserts that the distribution of titles is abused. I, on the contrary, maintain that a title is useless to the man on whom it is bestowed."
"And you are correct," said Bragelonne quietly.
"But, Monsieur le Vicomte," interrupted De Wardes with a kind of obstinacy, "I affirm that it is I who am correct."
"What was your opinion, monsieur?"
"I was saying that everything is done in France at the present moment to humiliate men of family."
"And by whom?"
"By the king himself. He surrounds himself with people who cannot show 4 quarterings." "Nonsense," said De Guiche. "Where could you possibly have seen that, De Wardes?" "One example will suffice," he returned, directing his look fully upon Raoul.
"State it, then."
"Do you know who has just been nominated Captain General of the Musketeers? An appointment more valuable than a peerage, for it gives precedence over all the marechals of France." Raoul's color mounted in his face, for he saw the object De Wardes had in view.
"No. Who has been appointed? In any case, it must have been very recently, for the appointment was vacant 8 days ago, a proof of which is that the king refused Monsieur, who solicited the post for one of his protégés." "Well, the king refused it to Monsieur's protégé in order to bestow it upon the Chevalier d'Artagnan, a younger brother of some Gascon family, who has been trailing his sword in the antechambers during the last 30 years." "Forgive me if I interrupt you,"
said Raoul, darting a glance full of severity at De Wardes.
"but you give me the impression of being unacquainted with the gentleman of whom you are speaking."
"I not acquainted with Monsieur d'Artagnan? Can you tell me, monsieur, who does not know him?"
"Those who do know him, monsieur," replied Raoul with still greater calmness and sternness of manner, "are in the habit of saying that
if he is not as good a gentleman as the king, which is not his fault, he is the equal of all the kings of the earth in courage and loyalty. Such is my opinion, monsieur, and I thank heaven I have known Monsieur d'Artagnan from my birth."
De Wardes was about to reply when De Guiche interrupted him. End of chapter 81, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Portrait of Madame. The discussion was becoming full of bitterness. De Guiche perfectly understood the whole matter, for there was in Bragelonne's face a look instinctively hostile, while in that of De Wardes there was something like a determination to offend. Without inquiring into the different feelings which actuated his two friends, De Guiche resolved to ward off the blow which he felt was on the point of being dealt by one of them, and perhaps by both. "Gentlemen," he said, "we must take our leave of each other. I must pay a visit to Monsieur. You, De Wardes, will accompany me to the Louvre, and you, Raoul, will remain here master of the house, and as all that is done here is under your advice, you will bestow the last glance upon my preparations for departure." Raoul, with the air of one who neither seeks nor fears a quarrel, bowed his head in token of assent, and seated himself upon a bench in the sun. "That is well," said De Guiche. "Remain where you are, Raoul, and tell them to show you the 2 horses I have just purchased. You will give me your opinion, for I only bought them on condition that you ratified the purchase. By the by, I have to beg your pardon for having omitted to inquire after the Comte de la Fère." While pronouncing these latter words, he closely observed De Wardes, in order to perceive what the effect the name of Raoul's father would produce upon him. "I thank you," answered the young man. "The count is very well." A gleam of deep hatred passed into De Wardes' eyes. De Guiche, who appeared not to notice the foreboding expression, went up to Raoul, and grasping him by the hand, said, "It is agreed then, Bragelonne, is it not, that you will rejoin us in the courtyard of the Palais Royal?" He then signed to De Wardes to follow him, who had been engaged in balancing himself first on one foot, then on the other. "We are going," said he. "Come, Monsieur Malicorne." This name made Raoul start, for it seemed that he had already heard it pronounced before, but he could not remember on what occasion. While trying to recall it half dreamily, yet half irritated at his conversation with De Wardes, the 3 young men set out on their way toward the Palais Royal, where Monsieur was residing. Malicorne learned 2 things. The first, that the young men had something to say to each other, and the second, that he ought not to walk in the same line with them, and therefore he walked behind. "Are you mad?" said De Guiche to his companion as soon as they had left the Hotel de Grammont. "You attack Monsieur d'Artagnan, and that too, before Raoul." "Well," said De Wardes, "what then?" "What do you mean by what then?" "Certainly. Is there any prohibition against attacking Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "But you know very well that Monsieur d'Artagnan was one of those celebrated and terrible 4 men who were called the Musketeers." "That they may be, but I do not perceive why, on that account, I should be forbidden to hate Monsieur d'Artagnan." "What cause has he given you?" "Me? Personally, none." "Why hate him, therefore?" "Ask my dead father that question." "Really, my dear De Wardes, you surprise me. Monsieur d'Artagnan is not one to leave unsettled any enmity he may have to arrange without completely clearing his account. Your father, I have heard, on his side, carried matters with a high hand. Moreover, there are no enemies so bitter that they cannot be washed away by blood, by a good sword thrust loyally given." "Listen to me, my dear De Guiche. This inveterate dislike existed between my father and Monsieur d'Artagnan, and when I was quite a child he acquainted me with the reason for it, and as forming part of my inheritance, I regard it as a particular legacy bestowed upon me." "And does his hatred concern Monsieur d'Artagnan alone?" "As for that, Monsieur d'Artagnan was so intimately associated with his three friends that some portion of the full measure of my hatred falls to their lot, and that hatred is of such a nature, whenever the opportunity occurs, they shall have no occasion to complain of their allowance." De Guiche had kept his eyes fixed on De Wardes, and shuddered at the bitter manner in which the young man smiled. Something like a presentiment flashed across his mind. He knew that the time had passed away for grand coups entre gentilshommes, but that the feeling of hatred treasured up in the mind, instead of being diffused abroad, was still hatred all the same. That a smile was sometimes as full of meaning as a threat, and in a word, that to the fathers who had hated with their hearts and fought with their arms would now succeed the sons, who would indeed hate with their hearts, but would no longer combat their enemies, save by means of intrigue or treachery. As therefore it certainly was not Raoul whom he could suspect either of intrigue or treachery, it was on Raoul's account that De Guiche trembled. However, while these gloomy forebodings cast a shade of anxiety over De Guiche's countenance, De Wardes had resumed the entire mastery over himself. "At all events," he observed, "I have no personal ill will towards Monsieur de Bragelonne. I do not know him even." "In any case," said De Guiche with a certain amount of severity in his tone of voice, "do not forget one circumstance, that Raoul is my most intimate friend." A remark at which De Wardes bowed. The conversation terminated there, although De Guiche tried his utmost to draw out his secret from him, but doubtless De Wardes had determined to say nothing further, and he remained impenetrable. De Guiche therefore promised himself a more satisfactory result with Raoul. In the meantime they had reached the Palais Royal, which was surrounded by a crowd of lookers-on. The household belonging to Monsieur awaited his command to mount their horses, in order to form part of the escort of the ambassadors, to whom had been entrusted the care of bringing the young princess to Paris. The brilliant display of horses, arms, and rich liveries afforded some compensation in those times, thanks to the kindly feelings of the people and to the traditions of deep devotion to their sovereigns, for the enormous expenses charged upon the taxes. Mazarin had said, "Let them sing, provided they pay," while Louis XIV's remark was, "Let them look." Sight had replaced the voice. The people could still look, but they were no longer allowed to sing. De Guiche left De Wardes and Malicorne at the bottom of the grand staircase, while he himself, who shared the favor and good graces of Monsieur with the Chevalier de Lorraine, who always smiled at him most affectionately, though he could not endure him, went straight to the prince's apartments, whom he found engaged in admiring himself in the glass and rouging his face. In a corner of the cabinet the Chevalier de Lorraine was extended full length upon some cushions, having just had his long hair curled, with which he was playing in the same manner a woman would have done. The prince turned round as the count entered, and perceiving who it was, said,
"Ah, is that you, Guiche? Come here and tell me the truth."
"You know, my lord, it is one of my defects to speak the truth."
"You will hardly believe, De Guiche, how that wicked chevalier has annoyed me."
The chevalier shrugged his shoulders.
"Why, he pretends," continued the prince, "that Mademoiselle Henrietta is better looking as a woman than I am as a man."
"Do not forget, my lord," said De Guiche, frowning slightly, "you require me to speak the truth."
"Certainly,"
said the prince tremblingly. "Well, I shall tell it you."
"Do not be in a hurry, Guiche," exclaimed the prince. "You have plenty of time. Look at me attentively and try to recollect Madame. Besides, her portrait is here. Look at it."
And he held out to him a miniature of the finest possible execution. De Guiche took it and looked at it for a long time attentively. "Upon my honor, my lord, this is indeed a most lovely face."
"But look at me, Count, look at me,"
said the prince, endeavoring to direct upon himself the attention of the count, who was completely absorbed in contemplation of the portrait. "It is wonderful," murmured Guiche.
"Really, one would almost imagine you had never seen the young lady before."
"It is true, my lord, I have seen her, but it was 5 years ago, There is a great difference between a child 12 years old and a girl of 17.
Well, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that the portrait must be flattering, my lord.
Of that, said the prince triumphantly, there can be no doubt, but let us suppose that it is not. What would your opinion be?
My lord, that your highness is exceedingly happy to have so charming a bride.
Very well, that is your opinion of her, but of me?
My opinion, my lord, is that you are too handsome for a man. The Chevalier de Lorraine burst out laughing. The prince understood how severe toward himself this opinion of the Comte de Guiche was, and he looked somewhat displeased, saying, "My friends are not overindulgent." De Guiche looked at the portrait again, and after lengthened contemplation returned it with apparent unwillingness, saying, "Most decidedly, my lord, I should rather prefer to look 10 times at your highness than to look at Madame once again." It seemed as if the chevalier had detected some mystery in these words, which were incomprehensible to the prince, for he exclaimed, "Very well, get married yourself." Monsieur continued painting himself, and when he had finished, looked at the portrait again once more, turned to admire himself in the glass, and smiled, and no doubt was satisfied with the comparison. "You are very kind to have come," he said to Guiche. "I feared you would leave without bidding me adieu." "Your highness knows me too well to believe me capable of so great a disrespect."
"Besides, I suppose you have something to ask from me before leaving Paris."
"Your highness has indeed guessed correctly, for I have a request to make."
"Very good. What is it?"
The Chevalier de Lorraine immediately displayed the greatest attention, for he regarded every favor conferred upon another as a robbery committed against himself, and as Guiche hesitated, the prince said, "If it be money, nothing could be more fortunate, for I am in funds. The superintendent of finances has sent me 500,000 pistoles." "I thank your highness, but it is not an affair of money."
"What is it, then? Tell me."
"The appointment of a maid of honor."
"Oh, Guiche, what a protector you have become of young ladies," said the prince. "You never speak of anyone else now."
The Chevalier de Lorraine smiled, for he knew very well that nothing displeased the prince more than to show any interest in ladies. "My lord," said the comte, "it is not I who am directly interested in the lady of whom I have just spoken. I am acting on behalf of one of my friends."
"Huh, that is different. What is the name of the young lady in whom your friend is interested?"
"Mademoiselle de la Baume le Blanc de la Valliere. She is already maid of honor to the dowager princess."
"Why, she is lame," said the Chevalier de Lorraine, stretching himself on his cushions. "Lame?" repeated the prince. "And Madame to have her constantly before her eyes? Most certainly not. It may be dangerous for her when in an interesting condition."
The Chevalier de Lorraine burst out laughing. "Chevalier," said Guiche, "your conduct is ungenerous. While I am soliciting a favor, you do me all the mischief you can."
"Forgive me, comte," said the Chevalier de Lorraine, somewhat uneasy at the tone in which Guiche had made his remark, "but I had no intention of doing so, and I begin to believe that I have mistaken one young lady for another."
"There is no doubt of it, monsieur, and I do not hesitate to declare that such is the case."
"Do you attach much importance to it, Guiche?" inquired the prince.
"I do, my lord."
"Well, you shall have it, but ask me for no more appointments, for there are none to give away." "Ha!" exclaimed the chevalier, "midday already. That is the hour fixed for the departure."
"You dismiss me, monsieur?" inquired Guiche.
"Really, count, you treat me very ill today," replied the chevalier. "For heaven's sake, count, for heaven's sake, chevalier."
said Monsieur.
"Do you not see how you are distressing me?"
"Your Highness's signature,"
said Guiche.
"Take a blank appointment from that drawer and give it to me."
Guiche handed the prince the document indicated, and at the same time presented him with a pen already dipped in ink, whereupon the prince signed.
"Here,"
he said, returning him the appointment.
"But I give it on one condition."
"Name it."
"That you make friends with the Chevalier."
"Willingly,"
said Guiche, and he held out his hand to the Chevalier with an indifference amounting to contempt.
"Adieu, Count,"
said the Chevalier, without seeming in any way to have noticed the Count's slight.
"Adieu, and bring us back a princess who will not talk with her own portrait too much." "Yes, set off and lose no time. By the by, who accompanies you?"
"Bragelonne and De Wardes."
"Both excellent and fearless companions." "Too fearless," said the Chevalier. "Endeavor to bring them both back, Count."
"A bad heart, bad," murmured De Guiche. "He scents mischief everywhere, and sooner than anything else."
And taking leave of the prince, he quitted the apartment. As soon as he reached the vestibule, he waved in the air the paper which the prince had signed. Malicorne hurried forward and received it, trembling with delight. When, however, he held it in his hand, Guiche observed that he still awaited something further.
"Patience, monsieur,"
he said.
"The Chevalier de Lorraine was there, and I feared an utter failure if I asked too much at once. Wait until I return. Adieu."
"Adieu, Monsieur le Comte." "A thousand thanks," said Malicorne.
"Send Manicamp to me. By the way, monsieur, is it true that Mademoiselle de la Valliere is lame?"
As he said this, a horse drew up behind him, and on turning round he noticed that Bragelonne, who had just at that moment entered the courtyard, turned suddenly pale. The poor lover had heard the remark, which, however, was not the case with Malicorne, for he was already beyond the reach of the count's voice.
"Why is Louise's name spoken of here?"
said Raoul to himself.
"Oh, let not De Wardes, who stands smiling yonder, even say a word about her in my presence."
"Now, gentlemen,"
exclaimed the Comte de Guiche,
"prepare to start."
At this moment the prince, who had completed his toilet, appeared at the window and was immediately saluted by the acclamations of all who composed the escort. And 10 minutes afterwards, banners, scarfs, and feathers were fluttering and waving in the air as the cavalcade galloped away. End of chapter 82. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Havre. This brilliant and animated company, the members of which were inspired by various feelings, arrived at Havre 4 days after their departure from Paris. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and no intelligence had yet been received of Madame. They were soon engaged in quest of apartments, but the greatest confusion immediately ensued among the masters, and violent quarrels among their attendants. In the midst of the disorder, the Comte de Guiche fancied he recognized Manicamp. It was indeed Manicamp himself, but as Malicorne had taken possession of his very best costume, he had not been able to get any others than a suit of violet velvet trimmed with silver. Guiche recognized him as much by his dress as by his features, for he had very frequently seen Manicamp in his violet suit, which was his last resource. Manicamp presented himself to the count under an arch of torches, which set in a blaze rather than illuminated the gate by which Havre is entered, and which is situated close by the tower of Francis I. The count, remarking the woe-begone expression of Manicamp's face, could not resist laughing.
"Well, my poor Manicamp," he exclaimed, "how violet you look! Are you in mourning?"
"Yes," replied Manicamp, "I am in mourning."
"For whom? Or for what?"
"For my blue and gold suit, which has disappeared, and in the place of which I could find nothing but this. I was even obliged to economize from compulsion, in order to get possession of it." "Indeed. It is singular that you should be astonished at that, since you leave me without any money. At all events, here you are, and that is the principal thing." "By the most horrible roads." "Where are you lodging?" "Lodging?" "Yes." "I am not lodging anywhere." De Guiche began to laugh. "Well," said he, "where do you intend to lodge?" "In the same place you do." "But I don't know myself." "What do you mean by saying you don't know?" "Certainly. How is it likely I should know where I should stay?" "Have you not retained a hotel?" "I?" "Yes, you or the prince." "Neither of us has thought of it. Havre is of considerable size, I suppose, and provided I can get a stable for a dozen horses, and a suitable house in a good quarter—" "Certainly, there are some very excellent houses." "Well, then, but not for us." "What do you mean by saying not for us? For whom, then?" "For the English, of course." "For the English?" "Yes, the houses are all taken." "By whom?" "By the Duke of Buckingham." "I beg your pardon," said Guiche, whose attention this name had awakened. "Yes, by the Duke of Buckingham. His Grace was preceded by a courier who arrived here 3 days ago, and immediately retained all the houses fit for habitation the town possesses." "Come, Manicamp, let us understand each other." "Well, what I have told you is clear enough, it seems to me."
"But surely Buckingham does not occupy the whole of Havre?"
"He certainly does not occupy it, since he has not yet arrived, but once disembarked he will occupy it."
"Oh!
"It is quite clear you are not acquainted with the English. They have a perfect rage for monopolizing everything."
"That may be, but a man who has the whole of one house is satisfied with it and does not require two."
"Yes, but 2 men."
"Be it so. For 2 men, 2 houses, or 4 or 6 or 10 if you like, but there are 100 houses at Havre."
"Yes, and all the 100 are let."
"Impossible."
"What an obstinate fellow you are. I tell you Buckingham has hired all the houses surrounding the one which the Queen Dowager of England and the princess her daughter will inhabit."
"He is singular enough indeed," said De Wardes, caressing his horse's neck.
"Such is the case, however, monsieur."
"You are quite sure of it, Monsieur de Manicamp?"
And as he put this question he looked slyly at De Guiche, as though to interrogate him upon the degree of confidence to be placed in his friend's state of mind. During this discussion the night had closed in, and the torches, pages, attendants, squires, horses, and carriage blocked up the gate and the open place. The torches were reflected in the channel, which the rising tide was gradually filling, while on the other side of the jetty might be noticed groups of curious lookers-on, consisting of sailors and townspeople, who seemed anxious to miss nothing of the spectacle. Amidst all this hesitation of purpose, Bragelonne, as though a perfect stranger to the scene, remained on his horse somewhat in the rear of Guiche, and watched the rays of light reflected on the water, inhaling with rapture the sea breezes and listening to the waves which noisily broke upon the shore and on the beach, tossing the spray into the air with a noise that echoed in the distance. "But," exclaimed De Guiche,
"what is Buckingham's motive for providing such a supply of lodges?"
Yes, said De Wardes. "What reason has he?" "A very excellent one," replied Manicamp.
"You know what it is, then?"
"I fancy I do."
"Tell us, then."
"Bend your head down towards me."
"What? May it not be spoken except in private?"
"You shall judge of that yourself."
"Very well."
De Guiche bent down. "Love," said Manicamp.
I do not understand you at all.
Say rather you cannot understand me yet.
Explain yourself.
Very well, it is quite certain, Count, that His Royal Highness will be the most unfortunate of husbands.
What do you mean?
The Duke of Buckingham?
It is a name of ill omen to the princess of the House of France.
And so the Duke is madly in love with Madame, so the rumor runs, and will have no one approach her but himself.
De Guiche colored. Thank you, said he to Manicamp, grasping his hand. Then, recovering himself, added, "Whatever you do, Manicamp, be careful that this project of Buckingham's is not made known to any Frenchman here, for, if so, many a sword would be unsheathed in this country that does not fear English steel."
"But after all," said Manicamp, "I have no satisfactory proof given me of the love in question, and it may be no more than an idle tale."
No,
said De Guiche,
it must be the truth.
And despite his command over himself, he clenched his teeth. "Well," said Manicamp, "after all, what does it matter to you? What does it matter to me whether the prince is to be what the late king was? Buckingham the father for the queen, Buckingham the son for the princess."
Manicamp!
"It is a fact, or at least everybody says so."
"Silence!" cried the count.
"But why silence?" said De Wardes. "It is a highly creditable circumstance for the French nation. Are you not of my opinion, Monsieur de Bragelonne?" "To what circumstance do you allude?" inquired de Bragelonne with an abstracted air. "That the English should render homage to the beauty of our queens and our princesses." "Forgive me, but I have not been paying attention to what has passed. Will you oblige me by explaining?" "There is no doubt it was necessary that Buckingham the father should come to Paris in order that His Majesty King Louis XIII should perceive that his wife was one of the most beautiful women of the French court. And it seems necessary at the present time that Buckingham the son should consecrate by the devotion of his worship the beauty of a princess who has French blood in her veins. The fact of having inspired a passion on the other side of the Channel will henceforth confer a title to beauty on this." "Sir," replied de Bragelonne, "I do not like to hear such matters treated so lightly. Gentlemen like ourselves should be careful guardians of the honor of our queens and our princesses. If we jest at them, what will our servants do?" "How am I to understand that?" said De Wardes, whose ears tingled at the remark. "In any way you choose, monsieur," replied de Bragelonne coldly.
Bragelonne,
murmured De Guiche. "Monsieur de Wardes," exclaimed Manicamp, noticing that the young man had spurred his horse close to the side of Raoul.
Gentlemen,
said De Guiche,
do not set such an example in public, in the street too. De Wardes, you are wrong."
"Wrong? In what way, may I ask?" "You are wrong, monsieur, because you are always speaking ill of someone or something," replied Raoul with undisturbed composure.
"Be indulgent, Raoul,"
said De Guiche in an undertone. "Pray do not think of fighting, gentlemen," said Manicamp, "before you have rested yourselves, for in that case you will not be able to do much."
"Come," said De Guiche, "forward, gentlemen."
And breaking through the horses and attendants, he cleared the way for himself toward the center of the square, through the crowd, followed by the whole cavalcade. A large gateway looking out upon a courtyard was open. Guiche entered the courtyard, and Bragelonne, De Wardes, Manicamp, and 3 or 4 other gentlemen followed him. A sort of council of war was held, and the means to be employed for saving the dignity of the embassy were deliberated upon. Bragelonne was of opinion that the right of priority should be respected, while De Wardes suggested that the town should be sacked. This latter proposition appearing to Manicamp rather premature, he proposed instead that they should first rest themselves. This was the wisest thing to do, but unhappily, to follow his advice, 2 things were wanting, namely, a house and beds. De Guiche reflected for a while, and then said aloud,
"Let him who loves me follow me."
"The attendants also?" inquired a page who had approached the group.
"Everyone!"
exclaimed the impetuous young man.
"Manicamp, show us the way to the house destined for her Royal Highness's residence."
Without in any way divining the count's project, his friends followed him, accompanied by a crowd of people whose acclamations and delight seemed a happy omen for the success of that project with which they were yet unacquainted. The wind was blowing strongly from the harbor and moaning in fitful gusts. End of chapter 83. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At sea. The following day was somewhat calmer, although the gale still continued. The sun had, however, risen through a bank of orange clouds, tinging with its cheerful rays the crests of the black waves. Watch was impatiently kept from the different lookouts. Towards 11 o'clock in the morning, a ship, with sails full set, was signaled as in view. Two others followed at the distance of about half a knot. They approached like arrows shot from the bow of a skillful archer, and yet the sea ran so high that their speed was as nothing compared to the rolling of the billows in which the vessels were plunging, first in one direction and then in another. The English fleet was soon recognized by the line of the ships and by the color of their pennants. The one which had the princess on board and carried the admiral's flag preceded the others. The rumor now spread that the princess was arriving. The whole French court ran to the harbor, while the quays and jetties were soon covered with crowds of people. 2 hours afterward, the other vessels had overtaken the flagship, and the three, not venturing perhaps to enter the narrow entrance of the harbor, cast anchor between Havre and Le Havre. When the maneuver had been completed, the vessel which bore the admiral saluted France by 12 discharges of cannon, which were returned, discharge for discharge, from Fort Francis I. Immediately afterwards 100 boats were launched. They were covered with the richest stuffs, and destined for the conveyance of the different members of the French nobility toward the vessels at anchor. But when it was observed that even inside the harbor the boats were tossed to and fro, and that beyond the jetty the waves rose mountains high, dashing upon the shore with a terrible uproar, it will readily be believed that not one of those frail boats would be able to safely reach a fourth part of the distance between the shore and the vessels at anchor. A pilot boat, however, notwithstanding the wind and the sea, was getting ready to leave the harbor, for the purpose of placing itself at the admiral's disposal. De Guiche, who had been looking among the different boats for one stronger than the others, which might offer a chance of reaching the English vessels, perceiving the pilot boat getting ready to start, said to Raoul,
"Do you not think, Raoul, that intelligent and vigorous men as we are ought to be ashamed to retreat before the brute strength of wind and waves?"
"That is precisely the very reflection I was silently making to myself,"
replied Bragelonne.
"Shall we get into that boat, then, and push off? Will you come, De Ward?"
"Take care, or you will get drowned," said Manicamp. "And for no purpose," said De Ward, "for with the wind in your teeth, as it will be, you will never reach the vessels."
"You refuse, then?"
"Assuredly I do. I would willingly risk and lose my life in an encounter against men," he said, glancing at Bragelonne. "But as to fighting with oars against waves, I have no taste for that." "And for myself," said Manicamp, "even were I to succeed in reaching the ships, I should not be indifferent to the loss of the only good dress which I have left. Salt water would spoil it."
"You then refuse also?"
exclaimed De Guiche. "Decidedly I do. I beg you to understand that most distinctly."
"But,"
exclaimed De Guiche,
"look, De Ward, look, Manicamp, look yonder. The princesses are looking at us from the poop of the admiral's vessel."
"An additional reason, my dear fellow, why we should not make ourselves ridiculous by being drowned while they are looking on."
"Is that your last word, Manicamp?"
"Yes."
"And then yours, De Ward?"
"Yes."
"Then I go alone."
"Not so," said Raoul, "for I shall accompany you. I thought it was understood I should do so."
The fact is that Raoul, uninfluenced by devotion, measuring the risk they run, saw how imminent the danger was, but he willingly allowed himself to accept a peril which De Wardes had declined. The boat was about to set off when De Guiche called to the pilot.
"Stay,"
said he.
"we want 2 places on your boat."
And wrapping 5 or 6 pistoles in paper, he threw them from the quay into the boat.
"It seems you are not afraid of salt water, young gentlemen."
"We are afraid of nothing,"
replied De Guiche.
"Come along, then."
The pilot approached the side of the boat, and the 2 young men, one after the other, with equal vivacity, jumped into the boat.
"Courage, my men," said De Guiche. "I have 20 pistoles left in this purse, and as soon as we reach the admiral's vessel, they shall be yours."
The sailors bent themselves to their oars, and the boat bounded over the crest of the waves. The interest taken in this hazardous expedition was universal. The whole population of Havre hurried toward the jetties, and every look was directed toward the little bark. At one moment it flew suspended on the crest of the foaming waves, then suddenly glided downwards toward the bottom of a raging abyss, where it seemed utterly lost. At the expiration of an hour's struggling with the waves, it reached the spot where the admiral's vessel was anchored, and from the side of which 2 boats had already been dispatched toward their aid. Upon the quarter-deck of the flagship, sheltered by a canopy of velvet and ermine, which was suspended by stout supports, Henrietta, the queen dowager, and the young princess, with the admiral, the Duke of Norfolk, standing beside them, watched with alarm this slender bark, at one moment tossed to the heavens, and the next buried beneath the waves, and against whose dark sail the noble figures of the 2 French gentlemen stood forth, in relief like 2 luminous apparitions. The crew, leaning against the bulwarks and clinging to the shrouds, cheered the courage of the 2 daring young men, the skill of the pilot, and the strength of the sailors. They were received at the side of the vessel by a shout of triumph. The Duke of Norfolk, a handsome young man from 26 to 28 years of age, advanced to meet them. De Guiche and Bragelonne lightly mounted a ladder on the starboard side, and conducted by the Duke of Norfolk, who resumed his place near them, they approached to offer their homage to the princesses. Respect, and yet more, a certain apprehension for which he could not account, had hitherto restrained the Comte de Guiche from looking at Madame attentively, who, however, had observed him immediately, and had asked her mother,
"Is not that Monsieur on the boat yonder?"
Madame Henrietta, who knew Monsieur better than her daughter did, smiled at the mistake her vanity had led her into, and answered,
"No, it is only Monsieur de Guiche, his favorite."
The princess at this reply was constrained to check an instinctive tenderness of feeling which the courage displayed by the count had awakened. At the very moment the princess had put this question to her mother, De Guiche had at last summoned the courage to raise his eyes toward her, and could compare the original with the portrait he had so lately seen. No sooner had he remarked her pale face, her eyes so full of animation, her beautiful nut-brown hair, her expressive lips, and her every gesture, which, while betokening royal descent, seemed to thank and to encourage him at one and the same time, than he was, for a moment, so overcome that had it not been for Raoul, whose arm he leant, he would have fallen. His friend's amazed look and the encouraging gesture of the queen restored Guiche to his self-possession. In a few words he explained his mission, explained in what way he had become the envoy of his Royal Highness, and saluted, according to their rank and the reception they gave him, the admiral and several of the English noblemen who were grouped around the princesses. Raoul was then presented and was most graciously received. The share that the Comte de la Fère had had in the restoration of Charles II was known to all, and more than that, it was the comte who had been charged with the negotiation of the marriage, by means of which the granddaughter of Henry IV was now returning to France. Raoul spoke English perfectly, and constituted himself his friend's interpreter with the young English noblemen, who were indifferently acquainted with the French language. At this moment a young man came forward of extremely handsome features, and whose dress and arms were remarkable for their extravagance of material. He approached the princesses, who were engaged in conversation with the Duke of Norfolk, and in a voice which ill concealed his impatience, said, "It is now time to disembark, your Royal Highness." The younger of the princesses rose from her seat at this remark, and was about to take the hand which the young nobleman extended to her, with an eagerness which arose from a variety of motives, when the admiral intervened between them, observing, "A moment, if you please, my lord. It is not possible for ladies to disembark just now. The sea is too rough. It is probable the wind may abate before sunset, and the landing will not be effected, therefore, until this evening." "Allow me to observe, my lord," said Buckingham with an irritation of manner which he did not seek to disguise. "You detain these ladies, and you have no right to do so. One of them, unhappily, now belongs to France, and you perceive that France claims them by the voice of her ambassadors." And at the same moment he indicated Raoul and Guiche, whom he saluted. "I cannot suppose that these gentlemen intend to expose the lives of their royal highnesses," replied the admiral. "These gentlemen," retorted Buckingham, "arrived here safely, notwithstanding the wind. Allow me to believe that the danger will not be greater for her royal highnesses when the wind will be in their favour." "These envoys have shown how great their courage is," said the admiral. "You may have observed that there was a great number of persons on shore who did not venture to accompany them. Moreover, the desire which they had to show their respect with the least possible delay to Madame and her illustrious mother induced them to brave the sea, which is very tempestuous today, even for sailors. These gentlemen, however, whom I recommend as an example for my officers to follow, can hardly be so for these ladies." Madame glanced at the Comte de Guiche and perceived that his face was burning with confusion. This look had escaped Buckingham, who had eyes for nothing but Norfolk, of whom he was evidently very jealous. He seemed anxious to remove the princess from the deck of a vessel where the admiral reigned supreme. "In that case," returned Buckingham, "I appeal to Madame herself." "And I, my lord," reported the admiral, "I appeal to my own conscience and to my own sense of responsibility. I have undertaken to convey Madame safe and sound to France, and I shall keep my promise." "But, sir," continued Buckingham. "My lord, permit me to remind you that I command here." "Are you aware what you are saying, my lord?" replied Buckingham haughtily. "Perfectly so. I therefore repeat it. I alone command here. All yield obedience to me. The sea and the winds, the ships and men too." This remark was made in a dignified and authoritative manner. Raoul observed its effects upon Buckingham, who trembled with anger from head to foot, and leaned against one of the poles of the tent to prevent himself falling. His eyes became suffused with blood, and the hand which he did not need for his support wandered toward the hilt of his sword.
"My lord," said the queen, "permit me to observe that I agree in every particular with the Duke of Norfolk. If the heavens, instead of being clouded as they are at the present moment, were perfectly serene and propitious, we can still afford to bestow a few hours upon the officer who has conducted us so successfully and with such extreme attention to the French coast, where he is to take leave of us."
Buckingham, instead of replying, seemed to seek counsel from the expression of Madame's face. She, however, half concealed beneath the thick curtains of the velvet and gold which sheltered her, had not listened to the discussion, having been occupied in watching the Comte de Guiche, who was conversing with Raoul. This was a fresh misfortune for Buckingham, who fancied he perceived in Madame Henrietta's look a deeper feeling than that of curiosity. He withdrew, almost tottering in his gait, and nearly stumbled against the mainmast of the ship.
"The duke has not acquired a steady footing yet," said the queen mother in French, "and that may possibly be his reason for wishing to find himself on firm land again."
The young man overheard this remark, turned suddenly pale, and letting his hands fall in great discouragement by his side, drew aside, mingling in one sigh his old affection and his new hatreds. The admiral, however, without taking any further notice of the duke's ill humor, led the princesses into the quarter-deck cabin, where dinner had been served with a magnificence worthy in every respect of his guests. The admiral seated himself at the right hand of the princess, and placed the Comte de Guiche on her left. This was the place Buckingham usually occupied, and when he entered the cabin, how profound was his unhappiness to see himself banished by etiquette from the presence of his sovereign to a position inferior to that which by rank he was entitled to. De Guiche, on the other hand, paler still perhaps from happiness than his rival was from anger, seated himself tremblingly next to the princess, whose silken robe, as it lightly touched him, caused a tremor of mingled regret and happiness to pass through his whole frame. The repast finished, Buckingham darted forward to hand Madame Henrietta from the table, but this time it was De Guiche's turn to give the duke a lesson. "Have the goodness, my lord, from this moment," said he,
not to interpose between Her Royal Highness and myself. From this moment, indeed, Her Royal Highness belongs to France, and when she deigns to honor me by touching my hand, it is the hand of Monsieur, the brother of the King of France, she touches."
And saying this, he presented his hand to Madame Henrietta with such marked deference, and at the same time with a nobleness of mien so intrepid, that a murmur of admiration rose from the English, whilst a groan of despair escaped from Buckingham's lips. Raoul, who loved, comprehended it all. He fixed upon his friend one of those profound looks which a bosom friend or mother can alone extend, either as protector or guardian over the one who is about to stray from the right path. Toward 2 o'clock in the afternoon the sun shone forth anew, the wind subsided, the sea became smooth as a crystal mirror, and the fog, which had shrouded the coast, disappeared like a veil withdrawn from before it. The smiling hills of France appeared in full view, with their numerous white houses rendered more conspicuous by the bright green of the trees or the clear blue sky. End of chapter 84. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 85 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tents. The admiral, as we have seen, was determined to pay no further attention to Buckingham's threatening glances and fits of passion. In fact, from the moment they quitted England, he had gradually accustomed himself to his behaviour. De Guiche had not yet in any way remarked the animosity which appeared to influence that young nobleman against him, but he felt instinctively that there could be no sympathy between himself and the favourite of Charles II. The queen mother, with greater experience and calmer judgment, perceived the exact position of affairs, and as she discerned its danger, was prepared to meet it whenever the proper moment should arrive. Quiet had been everywhere restored, except in Buckingham's heart. He, in his impatience, addressed himself to the princess in a low tone of voice. "For heaven's sake, madame, I implore you to hasten your disembarkation. You do not perceive how that insolent Duke of Norfolk is killing me with his attentions and devotions to you." Henrietta heard this remark. She smiled, and without turning her head toward him, but giving only to the tone of her voice that inflection of gentle reproach and languid impertinence which women and princesses so well know how to assume, she murmured, "I have already hinted, my lord, that you must have taken leave of your senses." Not a single detail escaped Raoul's attention. He heard both Buckingham's entreaty and the princess's reply. He remarked Buckingham retire, heard his deep sigh, and saw him pass his hand across his face. He understood everything, and trembled as he reflected on the position of affairs and the state of the minds of those about him. At last the admiral, who had studied delay, gave the last orders for the departure of the boats. Buckingham heard the directions given with such an exhibition of delight that a stranger would really imagine the young man's reason was affected. As the Duke of Norfolk gave his commands, a large boat or barge, decked with flags and capable of holding about 20 rowers and 15 passengers, was slowly lowered from the side of the admiral's vessel. The barge was carpeted with velvet and decorated with coverings embroidered with the arms of England and with garlands of flowers, for at that time ornamentation was by no means forgotten in these political pageants. No sooner was this really royal boat afloat, and the rowers with oars uplifted, awaiting like soldiers presenting arms the embarkation of the princess, than Buckingham ran forward to the latter in order to take his place. His progress was, however, arrested by the queen. "My lord," she said, "it is hardly becoming that you should allow my daughter and myself to land without having previously ascertained that our apartments are properly prepared. I beg your lordship to be good enough to precede us ashore, and to give directions that everything be in proper order on our arrival." This was a fresh disappointment for the duke, and still more so since it was so unexpected. He hesitated, colored violently, but could not reply. He thought he might be able to keep near Madame during the passage to the shore, and by this means to enjoy to the very last moment the brief period fortune still reserved for him. The order, however, was explicit, and the admiral, who heard it given, immediately called out, "Launch the ship's gig!" His directions were executed with that celerity which distinguishes every manoeuvre on board a man-of-war. Buckingham, in utter hopelessness, cast a look of despair at the princess, of supplication toward the queen, and directed a glance full of anger toward the admiral. The princess pretended not to notice him, while the queen turned aside her head, and the admiral laughed outright, at the sound of which Buckingham seemed ready to spring upon him. The queen mother rose, and with a tone of authority said,
"Pray set off, sir."
The young duke hesitated, looked around him, and with a last effort, half choked by contending emotions, said, "And you, gentlemen, Monsieur de Guiche and Monsieur de Bragelonne, do you not accompany me?" De Guiche bowed and said,
"Both Monsieur de Bragelonne and myself await her Majesty's orders. Whatever the command she imposes on us, we shall obey them."
Saying this, he looked toward the princess, who cast down her eyes.
"Your Grace will remember," said the queen, "that Monsieur de Guiche is here to represent Monsieur. It is he who will do the honours of France, as you have done those of England. His presence cannot be dispensed with. Besides, we owe him this slight favour for the courage he displayed in venturing to seek us in such a terrible stress of weather."
Buckingham opened his lips as if he were about to speak, but whether thoughts or expressions failed him, not a syllable escaped them, and turning away as though out of his mind, he leapt from the vessel into the boat. The sailors were just in time to catch hold of him to steady themselves, for his weight and the rebound had almost upset the boat.
"His Grace cannot be in his senses,"
said the admiral aloud to Raoul.
"I am uneasy on the duke's account,"
replied Bragelonne. While the boat was advancing toward the shore, the duke kept his eyes immovably fixed upon the admiral's ship, like a miser torn away from his coffers, or a mother separated from her child, about to be led away to death. No one, however, acknowledged his signals, his frowns, or his pitiful gestures. In very anguish of mind, he sank down in the boat, burying his hands in his hair, whilst the boat, impelled by the exertions of the merry sailors, flew over the waves. On his arrival, he was in such a state of apathy that, had he not been received at the harbour by the messenger whom he had directed to precede him, he would hardly have had the strength to ask his way. Having once, however, reached the house which had been set apart for him, he shut himself up like Achilles in his tent. The barge bearing the princesses quitted the admiral's vessel at the very moment Buckingham landed. It was followed by another boat filled with officers, courtiers, and zealous friends. Great numbers of the inhabitants of Havre, having embarked in fishing cobles and boats of every description, set off to meet the royal barge. The cannons from the forts fired salutes, which were returned by the flagship and the two other vessels, and the flashes from the open mouths of the cannon floated in white fumes over the waves and disappeared in the clear blue sky. The princess landed at the decorated quay. Bands of gay music greeted her arrival and accompanied her every step she took. During the time she was passing through the centre of the town and treading beneath her delicate feet the richest carpets and the gayest flowers, which had been strewn upon the ground, De Guiche and Raoul, escaping from their English friends, hurried through the town and hastened rapidly toward the place intended for the residence of Madame.
"Let us hurry forward," said Raoul to De Guiche, "for if I read Buckingham's character aright, he will create some disturbance when he learns the result of our deliberations of yesterday."
"Never fear,"
said De Guiche. "De Ward is there, who is determination itself, while Manicamp is the very personification of artless gentleness." De Guiche was not, however, the less diligent on that account, and 5 minutes afterwards they were within sight of the Hotel de Ville. The first thing which struck them was the number of people assembled in the square. "Excellent," said De Guiche. "Our apartments, I see, are prepared." In fact, in front of the Hotel de Ville, upon the wide open space before it, 8 tents had been raised, surmounted by the flags of France and England united. The hotel was surrounded by tents, as if by a girdle of variegated colours. 10 pages and a dozen mounted troopers, who had been given to the ambassadors for an escort, mounted guard before the tents. It had a singularly curious effect, almost fairy-like in its appearance. These tents had been constructed during the night time, fitted up within and without with the richest materials that De Guiche had been able to procure in Havre. They completely encircled the Hotel de Ville. The only passage which led to the steps of the hotel, and which was not enclosed by the silken barricade, was guarded by 2 tents resembling 2 pavilions, the doorways of both of which opened toward the entrance. These 2 tents were destined for De Guiche and Raoul, in whose absence they were intended to be occupied, that of De Guiche by De Ward and that of Raoul by Manicamp.
Surrounding these two tents and the 6 others, 100 officers, gentlemen, and pages, dazzling in their display of silk and gold, thronged like bees buzzing about a hive. Every one of them, their swords by their sides, was ready to obey the slightest sign either of De Guiche or Bragelonne, the leaders of the embassy. At the very moment the 2 young men appeared at the end of one of the streets leading to the square, they perceived crossing the square at full gallop a young man on horseback, whose costume was of surprising richness. He pushed hastily through the crowd of curious lookers-on, and at the sight of these unexpected erections uttered a cry of anger and dismay. It was Buckingham, who had awakened from his stupor in order to adorn himself with a costume perfectly dazzling from its beauty, and to await the arrival of the princess and the queen mother at the Hotel de Ville. At the entrance to the tents the soldiers barred his passage, and his further progress was arrested. Buckingham, hopelessly infuriated, raised his whip, but his arm was seized by a couple of officers. Of the 2 guardians of the tent, only one was there. De Wardes was in the interior of the Hotel de Ville, engaged in attending to the execution of some orders given by De Guiche. At the noise made by Buckingham, Manicamp, who was indolently reclining upon the cushions at the doorway of one of the tents, rose with his usual indifference, and perceiving that the disturbance continued, made his appearance from underneath the curtains. "What is the matter?" he said in a gentle tone of voice, "and who is it making this disturbance?" It so happened that at the moment he began to speak, silence had just been restored, and although his voice was very soft and gentle in its tone, everyone heard his question. Buckingham turned round and looked at the tall, thin figure and the listless expression of the countenance of his questioner. Probably the personal appearance of Manicamp, who was dressed very plainly, did not inspire him with much respect, for he replied disdainfully, "Who may you be, monsieur?" Manicamp, leaning against the arm of a gigantic trooper, as firm as the pillar of a cathedral, replied in his usual tranquil tone of voice, "And you, monsieur?" "I, monsieur, am the Duke of Buckingham. I have hired all the houses which surround the Hotel de Ville, where I have business to transact, and as these houses are let, they belong to me, and as I hired them in order to preserve the right of free access to the Hotel de Ville, you are not justified in preventing me passing to it." "But who prevents you passing, monsieur?" inquired Manicamp. "Your sentinels." "Because you wish to pass on horseback, and orders have been given to let only persons on foot pass." "No one has any right to give orders here except myself," said Buckingham. "On what grounds?" inquired Manicamp with his soft tone. "Will you do me the favor to explain this enigma to me?" "Because, as I have already told you, I have hired all the houses looking on the square." "We are all very well aware of that, since nothing but the square itself has been left for us." "You are mistaken, monsieur. The square belongs to me, as well as the houses in it." "Forgive me, monsieur, but you are mistaken there. In our country we say the highway belongs to the king, therefore the square is his majesty's, and consequently, as we are the king's ambassadors, the square belongs to us." "I have already asked you who you are, monsieur," exclaimed Buckingham, exasperated at the coolness of his interlocutor. "My name is Manicamp," replied the young man in a voice whose tones were as harmonious and sweet as the notes of an Aeolian harp. Buckingham shrugged his shoulders contemptuously and said, "When I hired these houses which surround the Hotel de Ville, the square was unoccupied. These barracks obstruct my sight. I hereby order them to be removed." A hoarse and angry murmur ran through the crowd of listeners at these words. De Guiche arrived at this moment. He pushed through the crowd which separated him from Buckingham, and followed by Raoul arrived on the scene of action from one side, just as De Wardes came up from the other.
"Pardon me, my lord, but if you have any complaint to make, have the goodness to address it to me, inasmuch as it was I who supplied the plans for the construction of these tents."
"Moreover, I would beg you to observe, monsieur, that the term barrack is a highly objectionable one,"
added Manicamp graciously.
"You were saying, monsieur,"
continued De Guiche.
"I was saying, monsieur le comte,"
resumed Buckingham in a tone of anger more marked than ever, although in some measure moderated by the presence of an equal. "I was saying that it is impossible these tents can remain where they are." "Impossible!" exclaimed De Guiche. "And why?" "Because I object to them." A movement of impatience escaped De Guiche, but a warning glance from Raoul restrained him. "You should the less object to them, monsieur, on account of the abuse of priority you have permitted yourself to exercise." "Abuse?" "Most assuredly. You commission a messenger who hires in your name the whole of the town of Havre, without considering the members of the French court who would be sure to arrive here to meet Madame. Your Grace will admit that this is hardly friendly conduct in the representative of a friendly nation." "The right of possession belongs to him who is first on the ground." "Not in France, monsieur." "Why not in France?" "Because France is a country where politeness is observed." "Which means—" exclaimed Buckingham in so violent a manner that those who were present drew back, expecting an immediate collision. "Which means, monsieur," replied De Guiche, now rather pale, "that I cause these tents to be raised as habitations for myself and my friends, as a shelter for the ambassadors of France, as the only place of refuge which your exactions have left us in the town, and that I and those who are with me shall remain in them, at least until an authority more powerful and more supreme than your own shall dismiss me from them." "In other words, until we are ejected, as the lawyers say," observed Manicamp, blandly. "I know an authority, monsieur, which I trust in such as you will respect," said Buckingham, placing his hand on his sword. At this moment, and as the goddess of discord, inflaming all minds, was about to direct their swords against each other, Raoul gently placed his hand on Buckingham's shoulder. "One word, my lord," he said. "My right, first of all!" exclaimed the fiery young man. "It is precisely upon that point I wish to have the honor of addressing a word to you." "Very well, monsieur, but let your remarks be brief." "One question is all I ask. You can hardly expect me to be briefer." "Speak, monsieur, I am listening." "Are you or is the Duke of Orleans going to marry the granddaughter of Henry IV?" "What do you mean?" exclaimed Buckingham, retreating a few steps, bewildered. "Have the goodness to answer me," persisted Raoul tranquilly. "Do you mean to ridicule me, monsieur?" inquired Buckingham. "Your question is a sufficient answer for me. You admit, then, that it is not you who are going to marry the princess?" "Thou know it perfectly well, monsieur, I should imagine." "I beg your pardon, but your conduct has been such as to leave it not altogether certain." "Proceed, monsieur. What do you mean to convey?" Raoul approached the duke. "Are you aware, my lord," he said, lowering his voice, "that your extravagances very much resemble the excesses of jealousy? These jealous fits with respect to any woman are not becoming in one who is neither her lover nor her husband, and I am sure you will admit that my remark applies with still greater force when the lady in question is a princess of the blood royal." "Monsieur," exclaimed Buckingham, "do you mean to insult Madame Henrietta?" "Be careful, my lord," replied Bragelonne coldly, "for it is you who insult her. A little while since, when on board the admiral's ship, you wearied the queen and exhausted the admiral's patience. I was observing, my lord, and at first I concluded you were not in possession of your senses, but I have since surmised the real significance of your madness." "Monsieur!" exclaimed Buckingham. "One moment more, for I have yet another word to add. I trust I am the only one of my companions who has guessed it." "Are you aware, monsieur," said Buckingham, trembling with mingled feelings of anger and uneasiness, "are you aware that you are holding language towards me which requires to be checked?" "Weigh your words well, my lord," said Raoul haughtily.
My nature is not such that its vivacities need checking, whilst you, on the contrary, are descended from a race whose passions are suspected by all true Frenchmen. I repeat, therefore, for the second time, be careful."
"Careful of what, may I ask? Do you presume to threaten me?"
"I am the son of the Comte de la Fère, my lord, and I never threatened, because I strike first. Therefore understand me well. The threat that I hold out to you is this."
Buckingham clenched his hands, but Raoul continued as though he had not observed the gesture.
"At the very first word, beyond the respect and deference due to her Royal Highness, which you permit yourself to use towards her, be patient, my lord, for I am perfectly so."
"You?"
"Undoubtedly. So long as Madame remained on English territory, I held my peace. But from the very moment she stepped on French ground, and now that we have received her in the name of the prince, I warn you that at the first mark of disrespect which you, in your insane attachment, exhibit toward the royal house of France, I shall have one of two courses to follow. Either I declare in the presence of everyone the madness with which you are now affected, and I get you ignominiously ordered back to England, or if you prefer it, I will run my dagger through your throat in the presence of all here. This second alternative seems to me the least disagreeable, and I think I shall hold to it."
Buckingham had become paler than the lace collar around his neck.
"Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
he said,
"is it indeed a gentleman who is speaking to me?"
"Yes, only the gentleman is speaking to a madman. Get cured, my lord, and he will hold quite another language to you."
"But, Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
murmured the duke in a voice half choked, and putting his hand to his neck,
"do you not see I am choking?"
"If your death were to take place at this moment, my lord,"
replied Raoul with unruffled composure,
"I should indeed regard it as a great happiness, for this circumstance would prevent all kinds of evil remarks, not alone about yourself, but also about those illustrious persons whom your devotion is compromising in so absurd a manner."
"You are right, you are right," said the young man, almost beside himself. "Yes, yes, better to die than to suffer as I do at this moment."
And he grasped a beautiful dagger, the handle of which was inlaid with precious stones, and which he half drew from his breast. Raoul thrust his hand aside.
"Be careful what you do," he said. "If you do not kill yourself, you commit a ridiculous action, and if you were to kill yourself, you sprinkle blood upon the nuptial robe of the Princess of England."
Buckingham remained a minute gasping for breath. During this interval his lips quivered, his fingers worked convulsively, and his eyes wandered as though in delirium. Then suddenly he said,
"Monsieur de Bragelonne, I know nowhere a nobler mind than yours. You are indeed a worthy son of the most perfect gentleman that ever lived. Keep your tents."
And he threw his arms round Raoul's neck. All who were present, astounded at this conduct, which was the very reverse of what was expected, considering the violence of the one adversary and the determination of the other, began immediately to clap their hands, and 1,000 cheers and joyful shouts arose from all sides. De Guiche in his turn embraced Buckingham somewhat against his inclination, but at all events he did embrace him. This was the signal for French and English to do the same, and they who, until that moment, had looked at each other with restless uncertainty, fraternized on the spot. In the meantime, the procession of the princess arrived, and had it not been for Bragelonne, two armies would have been engaged together in conflict, and blood have been shed upon the flowers with which the ground was covered. At the appearance, however, of the banners borne at the head of the procession, complete order was restored. End of chapter 85. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 86 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night. Concord returned to its place amid the tents. English and French rivaled each other in their devotion and courteous attention to the illustrious travelers. The English forwarded to the French baskets of flowers, of which they had made a plentiful provision to greet the arrival of the young princess. The French, in return, invited the English to a supper which was to be given the next day. Congratulations were poured in upon the princess everywhere during her journey. From the respect paid her on all sides, she seemed like a queen, and from the adoration with which she was treated by two or three, she appeared an object of worship. The queen mother gave the French the most affectionate reception. France was her native country, and she had suffered too much unhappiness in England for England to have made her forget France. She taught her daughter, then, by her own affection for it, that love for a country where they had both been hospitably received, and where a brilliant future opened before them. After the public entry was over, and the spectators in the streets had partially dispersed, and the sound of the music and cheering of the crowd could be heard only in the distance, when the night had closed in, wrapping with its star-covered mantle the sea, the harbour, the town, and surrounding country, De Guiche, still excited by the great events of the day, returned to his tent and seated himself upon one of the stools with so profound an expression of distress that Bragelonne kept his eyes fixed on him, until he heard him sigh, and then he approached him. The count had thrown himself back on his seat, leaning his shoulders against the partition of the tent, and remained thus, his face buried in his hands, with heaving chest and restless limbs. "You are suffering?" asked Raoul.
"Cruelly."
"Bodily, I suppose?"
"Yes, bodily."
"This has indeed been a harassing day," continued the young man, his eyes fixed upon his friend.
"Yes, a night's rest will probably restore me."
"Shall I leave you?"
"No, I wish to talk to you."
"You shall not speak to me, Guiche, until you have first answered my questions."
"Proceed, then."
"You will be frank with me?"
"I always am."
"Can you imagine why Buckingham has been so violent?"
"I suspect."
"Because he is in love with Madame, is it not?"
"One could almost swear it to observe him."
"You are mistaken. There is nothing of the kind."
"It is you who are mistaken, Raoul. I have read his distress in his eyes, in his every gesture and action the whole day."
"You are a poet, my dear count, and find subject for your muse everywhere."
"I can perceive love clearly enough."
"Where it does not exist?"
"Nay, where it does exist."
"Do you not think you are deceiving yourself, Guiche?"
"I am convinced of what I say," said the count.
"Now inform me, count," said Raoul, fixing a penetrating look upon him, "what has happened to render you so clear-sighted?"
Guiche hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Self-love, I suppose."
"Self-love is a pedantic word, Guiche."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that generally you are less out of spirits than seems to be the case this evening."
"I am fatigued."
"Listen to me, Guiche. We have been campaigners together. We have been on horseback for 18 hours at a time, and our horses, dying from exhaustion or hunger, have fallen beneath us, and yet we have laughed at our mishaps. Believe me, it is not fatigue that saddens you tonight."
"It is annoyance, then."
"What annoyance?"
"That of the evening."
"The mad conduct of the Duke of Buckingham, do you mean?"
"Of course. Is it not vexatious for us, the representatives of our sovereign master, to witness the devotion of an Englishman to our future mistress, the second lady in point of rank in the kingdom?"
"Yes, you are right, but I do not think any danger is to be apprehended from Buckingham."
"No, still he is intrusive. Did he not, on his arrival here, almost succeed in creating a disturbance between the English and ourselves? And had it not been for you, for your admirable prudence, for your singular decision of character, swords would have been drawn in the very streets of the town."
"You observe, however, that he has changed his tactics?"
"Yes, certainly. But this is the very thing that amazes me so much. You spoke to him in a low tone. What did you say to him? You think he loves her? You admit that such a passion does not give way readily. He does not love her, then?"
De Guiche pronounced the latter with so marked an expression that Raoul raised his head. The noble character of the young man's countenance expressed a displeasure which could easily be read.
"What I said to him, Count," replied Raoul, "I will repeat to you. Listen to me. I said you are regarding with wistful feelings and most injurious desire the sister of your prince, her to whom you are not affianced, who is not, who can never be anything to you. You are outraging those who, like ourselves, have come to seek a young lady to escort her to her husband."
"You spoke to him in that manner?"
asked Guiche, coloring. "In those very terms. I even added more. How would you regard us, I said, if you were to perceive among us a man mad enough, disloyal enough to entertain other than sentiments of the most perfect respect for a princess who is the destined wife of our master?"
These words were so applicable to De Guiche that he turned pale, and, overcome by a sudden agitation, was barely able to stretch out one hand mechanically toward Raoul as he covered his eyes and face with the other.
"But," continued Raoul, not interrupted by this movement of his friend, "Heaven be praised, the French, who are pronounced to be thoughtless and indiscreet, reckless even, are capable of bringing a calm and sound judgment to bear on matters of such high importance. I added even more, for I said, 'Learn, my lord, that we gentlemen of France devote ourselves to our sovereigns by sacrificing for them our affections, as well as our fortunes and our lives, and whenever it may chance to happen that the tempter suggests one of those vile thoughts that set the heart on fire, we extinguish the flame, even if it has to be done by shedding our blood for the purpose. Thus it is that the honor of three is saved, our country's, our master's, and our own. It is thus that we act, your grace. It is thus that every man of honor ought to act. In this manner, my dear Guiche," continued Raoul, "I addressed the Duke of Buckingham, and he admitted I was right, and he resigned himself unresistingly to my arguments."
De Guiche, who had hitherto sat leaning forward while Raoul was speaking, drew himself up, his eyes glancing proudly. He seized Raoul's hand. His face, which had been as cold as ice, seemed on fire.
"And you spoke magnificently,"
he said in a half-choked voice.
"You are indeed a friend, Raoul, but now, I entreat you, leave me to myself."
"Do you wish it?"
"Yes, I need repose. Many things have agitated me today, both in mind and body. When you return tomorrow, I shall no longer be the same man."
"I leave you, then,"
said Raoul, as he withdrew. The count advanced a step toward his friend and pressed him warmly in his arms, but in this friendly pressure Raoul could detect the nervous agitation of a great internal conflict. The night was clear, starlit, and splendid. The tempest had passed away, and the sweet influences of the evening had restored life, peace, and security everywhere. A few fleecy clouds were floating in the heavens and indicated from their appearance a continuance of beautiful weather, tempered by a gentle breeze from the east. Upon the large square in front of the hotel, the shadows of the tents, intersected by the golden moonbeams, formed as it were a huge mosaic of jet and yellow flagstones. Soon, however, the entire town was wrapped in slumber. A feeble light still glimmered in Madame's apartment, which looked out upon the square, and the soft rays from the expiring lamp seemed to be the image of the calm sleep of a young girl, hardly yet sensible of life's anxieties, and in whom the flame of existence sinks placidly as sleep steals over the body. Bragelonne quitted the tent with the slow and measured step of a man curious to observe, but anxious not to be seen. Sheltered behind the thick curtains of his own tent, embracing with a glance the whole square, he noticed that after a few moments' pause the curtains of De Guiche's tent were agitated and then drawn partially aside. Behind them he could perceive the shadow of De Guiche, his eyes glittering in the obscurity, fastened ardently upon the princess's sitting apartment, which was partially lighted by the lamp in the inner room. The soft light which illumined the windows was the count's star. The fervent aspirations of his nature could be read in his eyes. Raoul, concealed in the shadow, divined the many passionate thoughts that established between the tent of the young ambassador and the balcony of the princess a mysterious and magical bond of sympathy, a bond created by thoughts imprinted with so much strength and persistence of will that they must have caused happy and loving dreams to alight upon the perfumed couch which the count, with his eyes of his soul, devoured so eagerly. But De Guiche and Raoul were not the only watchers. The window of one of the houses looking on the square was opened too, the casement of the house where Buckingham resided. By the aid of the rays of light which issued from this latter, the profile of the duke could be distinctly seen as he indolently reclined upon the carved balcony with its velvet hangings. He also was breathing in the direction of the princess's apartments his prayers and the wild visions of his love. Raoul could not resist smiling, as thinking of Madame he said to himself, "Hers is indeed a heart well besieged," and then added compassionately as he thought of Monsieur, "And he is a husband well threatened too. It is a good thing for him that he is a prince of such high rank, that he has an army to safeguard for him that which is his own." Bragelonne watched for some time the conduct of the two lovers, listened to the loud and uncivil slumbers of Manicamp, who snored as imperiously as though he was wearing his blue and gold instead of his violet suit. Then he turned toward the night breeze which bore toward him, he seemed to think, the distant song of the nightingale, and, after having laid in a due provision of melancholy, another nocturnal malady, he retired to rest, thinking with regard to his own love affair that perhaps 4 or even a larger number of eyes, quite as ardent as those of De Guiche and Buckingham, were coveting his own idol in the chateau at Blois. "And Mademoiselle de Montalais is by no means a very conscientious garrison," said he to himself, sighing aloud. End of chapter 86. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 87 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Havre to Paris. The next day the fetes took place, accompanied by all the pomp and animation that the resources of the town and the cheerful disposition of men's minds could supply. During the last few hours spent in Havre, every preparation for the departure had been made. After Madame had taken leave of the English fleet, and once again had saluted the country in saluting its flags, she entered her carriage surrounded by a brilliant escort. De Guiche had hoped that the Duke of Buckingham would accompany the admiral to England, but Buckingham succeeded in demonstrating to the queen that there would be great impropriety in allowing Madame to proceed to Paris almost unprotected. As soon as it had been settled that Buckingham was to accompany Madame, the young duke selected a corps of gentlemen and officers to form part of his own suite, so that it was almost an army that now set out toward Paris, scattering gold and exciting the liveliest demonstrations as they passed through the different towns and villages on the route. The weather was very fine. France is a beautiful country, especially along the route by which the procession passed. Spring cast its flowers and its perfumed foliage on their path. Normandy, with its vast variety of vegetation, its blue skies and silver rivers, displayed itself in all the loveliness of a paradise to the new sister of the king. Fetes and brilliant displays received them everywhere along the line of march. De Guiche and Buckingham forgot everything. De Guiche in his anxiety to prevent any fresh attempts on the part of the duke, and Buckingham in his desire to awaken in the heart of the princess a softer remembrance of the country to which the recollection of many happy days belonged. But alas, the poor duke could perceive that the image of that country so cherished by himself became from day to day more and more effaced in Madame's mind, in exact proportion as her affection for France became more deeply engraved on her heart. In fact, it was not difficult to perceive that his most devoted attention awakened no acknowledgment, and that the grace with which he rode on one of his most fiery horses was thrown away, for it was only casually and by the merest accident that the princess's eyes were turned toward him. In vain did he try, in order to fix upon himself one of those looks which were thrown carelessly around, or bestowed elsewhere, to produce in the animal he rode its greatest display of strength, speed, temper, and address. In vain did he, by exciting his horse almost to madness, spur him at the risk of dashing himself in pieces against the trees, or of rolling in the ditches, over the gates and barriers which they passed, or down the steep declivities of the hills. Madame, whose attention had been roused by the noise, turned her head for a moment to observe the cause of it, and then, slightly smiling, again entered into conversation with her faithful guardians, Raoul and De Guiche, who were quietly riding at her carriage doors. Buckingham felt himself a prey to all the tortures of jealousy. An unknown, unheard-of anguish glided through his veins and laid siege to his heart, and then, as if to show that he knew the folly of his conduct and that he wished to correct, by the humblest submission, his flights of absurdity, he mastered his horse and compelled him, reeking with sweat and flecked with foam, to champ his bit close beside the carriage amidst the crowd of courtiers. Occasionally he obtained a word from Madame as a recompense, and yet her speech seemed almost a reproach.
"That is well, my lord," she said. "Now you are reasonable."
Or from Raoul,
"Your grace is killing your horse."
Buckingham listened patiently to Raoul's remarks, for he instinctively felt, without having any proof that such was the case, that Raoul checked the display of De Guiche's feelings, and that, had it not been for Raoul, some mad act or proceeding either of the Count or of Buckingham himself would have brought about an open rupture or a disturbance, perhaps even exile itself. From the moment of that excited conversation the two young men had held in front of the tents at Havre, when Raoul made the duke perceive the impropriety of his conduct, Buckingham felt himself attracted toward Raoul almost in spite of himself. He often entered into conversation with him, and it was nearly always to talk to him either of his father or of D'Artagnan, their mutual friend, in whose praise Buckingham was nearly as enthusiastic as Raoul. Raoul endeavored as much as possible to make the conversation turn upon this subject in De Ward's presence, who had during the whole journey been exceedingly annoyed at the superior position taken by Bragelonne, and especially by his influence over De Guiche. De Wardes had that keen and merciless penetration most evil natures possess. He had immediately remarked De Guiche's melancholy, and divined the nature of his regard for the princess. Instead, however, of treating the subject with the same reserve which Raoul practiced, instead of regarding with that respect which was their due the obligations and duties of society, De Wardes resolutely attacked in the Count the ever-sounding chord of juvenile audacity and pride. It happened one evening, during a halt at Nantes, that while De Guiche and De Wardes were leaning against a barrier, engaged in conversation, Buckingham and Raoul were also talking together as they walked up and down. Manicamp was engaged in devoted attendance on the princess, who already treated him without reserve, on account of his versatile fancy, his frank courtesy of manner, and conciliatory disposition. "Confess," said De Wardes, "that you are really ill, and that your pedagogue of a friend has not succeeded in curing you." "I do not understand you," said the count. "And yet it is easy enough. You are dying of love." "You are mad, De Wardes." "Madness it would be, I admit, if madame were really indifferent to your martyrdom, but she takes so much notice of it, observes it to such an extent that she compromises herself, and I tremble lest, on our arrival at Paris, Monsieur de Bragelonne may not denounce both of you." "For shame, De Wardes, again attacking de Bragelonne." "Come, come, a truce to child's play," replied the count's evil genius in an undertone. "You know as well as I do what I mean. Besides, you must have observed how the princess's glance softens as she looks at you. You can tell by the very inflection of her voice what pleasure she takes in listening to you, and can feel how thoroughly she appreciates the verses you recite to her. You cannot deny, too, that every morning she tells you how indifferently she slept the previous night." "True, De Wardes, quite true. But what good is there in your telling me all that?" "Is it not important to know the exact position of affairs?" "No, no, not when I am a witness of things that are enough to drive one mad." "Stay, stay," said De Wardes. "Look, she calls you. Do you understand? Profit by the occasion while your pedagogue is absent." De Guiche could not resist. An invincible attraction drew him toward the princess. De Wardes smiled as he saw him withdraw. "You are mistaken, monsieur," said Raoul, stepping suddenly across the barrier against which the previous moment the two friends had been leaning. "The pedagogue is here and has overheard you." De Wardes, at the sound of Raoul's voice, which he recognized without having occasion to look at him, half drew his sword. "Put up your sword," said Raoul. "You know perfectly well that until our journey is at an end, every demonstration of that nature is useless. Why do you distill into the heart of the man you term your friend all the bitterness that infects your own? As regards myself, you wish to arouse a feeling of deep dislike against a man of honor, my father's friend and my own, and as for the count, you wish him to love one who is destined for your master. Really, monsieur, I should regard you as a coward, and a traitor too, if I did not, with greater justice, regard you as a madman." "Monsieur!" exclaimed De Wardes, exasperated, "I was deceived, I find, in terming you a pedagogue. The tone you assume, and the style which is peculiarly your own, is that of a Jesuit and not of a gentleman. Discontinue, I beg, Whenever I am present, this style I complain of, and the tone also. I hate Monsieur d'Artagnan because he was guilty of a cowardly act toward my father." "You lie, monsieur," said Raoul coolly. "You give me the lie, monsieur!" exclaimed De Wardes. "Why not, if what you assert is untrue?" "You give me the lie and will not draw your sword?" "I have resolved, monsieur, not to kill you until madame shall have been delivered safely into her husband's hands." "Kill me? Believe me, monsieur, your schoolmaster's rod does not kill so easily." "No," replied Raoul sternly, "but Monsieur d'Artagnan's sword kills, and not only do I possess his sword, but he has himself taught me how to use it, and with that sword, when a befitting time arrives, I will avenge his name, a name you have dishonored." "Take care, monsieur," exclaimed De Wardes. "If you do not immediately give me satisfaction, I will avail myself of every means to revenge myself." "Indeed, monsieur," said Buckingham, suddenly appearing upon the scene of action, "that is a threat which savours of assassination, and therefore ill becomes a gentleman." "What did you say, my lord?" said De Wardes, turning round towards him. "I said, monsieur, that the words you've spoken are displeasing to my English ears." "Very well, monsieur, if what you say is true," exclaimed De Wardes, thoroughly incensed, "I at least find in you one who will not escape me. Understand my words as you like." "I take them in the manner they cannot be but understood," replied Buckingham with that haughty tone which characterized him, and which, even in ordinary conversation, gave a tone of defiance to everything he said. "Monsieur de Bragelonne is my friend. You insult Monsieur de Bragelonne, and you shall give me satisfaction for that insult." De Wardes cast a look upon de Bragelonne, who, faithful to the character he had assumed, remained calm and unmoved, even after the duke's defiance. "It would seem that I did not insult Monsieur de Bragelonne, since Monsieur de Bragelonne, who carries a sword by his side, does not consider himself insulted." "At all events, you insult someone." "Yes, I insulted Monsieur d'Artagnan," resumed De Wardes, who had observed that this was the only means of stinging Raoul as to awaken his anger. "That, then," said Buckingham, "is another matter." "Precisely so," said De Wardes. "It is the province of Monsieur d'Artagnan's friends to defend him." "I am entirely of your opinion," replied the duke, who had regained all his indifference of manner. "If Monsieur Bragelonne were offended, I could not reasonably be expected to espouse his quarrel, since he is himself here. But when you say that it is a quarrel of Monsieur d'Artagnan—" "You will, of course, leave me to deal with the matter," said De Wardes. "Nay, on the contrary, for I draw my sword," said Buckingham, unsheathing it as he spoke. "For if Monsieur d'Artagnan injured your father, he rendered, or at least did all that he could to render, a great service to mine." De Wardes was thunderstruck. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," continued Buckingham, "is the bravest gentleman I know. I shall be delighted, as I owe him many personal obligations, to settle them with you by crossing my sword with yours." At the same moment Buckingham drew his sword gracefully from its scabbard, saluted Raoul, and put himself on guard. De Wardes advanced a step to meet him. "Stay, gentlemen," said Raoul, advancing toward them and placing his own drawn sword between the combatants. "The affair is hardly worth the trouble of blood being shed almost in the presence of the princess. Monsieur de Wardes speaks ill of Monsieur d'Artagnan, with whom he is not even acquainted." "What, monsieur?" said De Wardes, setting his teeth hard together and resting the point of his sword on the toe of his boot. "Do you assert that I do not know Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "Certainly not. You do not know him," replied Raoul coldly, "and you are even not aware where he is to be found." "Not know where he is?" "Such must be the case, since you fix your quarrel with him upon strangers instead of seeking Monsieur d'Artagnan where he is to be found." De Wardes turned pale. "Well, monsieur," continued Raoul, "I will tell you where Monsieur d'Artagnan is. He is now in Paris. When on duty, he is to be met with at the Louvre; when not on duty, in the Rue de Lombards.
Monsieur d'Artagnan can be easily discovered at either of those two places. Having, therefore, as you assert, so many causes of complaint against him, show your courage in seeking him out, and afford him an opportunity of giving you that satisfaction you seem to ask of everyone but of himself."
De Wardes passed his hand across his forehead, which was covered with perspiration.
"For shame, Monsieur de Wardes! So quarrelsome a disposition is hardly becoming after the publication of edicts against duels. Pray, think of that. The king will be incensed at our disobedience, particularly at such a time, and his majesty will be in the right."
"Excuses,"
murmured De Wardes.
"More pretexts."
"Really, Monsieur de Wardes," resumed Raoul, "such remarks are the idlest bluster. You know very well that the Duke of Buckingham is a man of undoubted courage, who has already fought 10 duels and will probably fight 11. His name alone is significant enough. As far as I am concerned, you are well aware that I can fight also. I fought at Sens, at Blenau, at the Dune, in front of the artillery, 100 paces in front of the line, while you, I say this parenthetically, were 100 paces behind it. True it is that on the occasion there was far too great a concourse of persons present for your courage to be observed, and on that account perhaps you did not reveal it, while here it would be a display and would excite remark. You wish that others should talk about you, in what manner you do not care. Do not depend upon me, Monsieur de Wardes, to assist you in your designs, for I shall certainly not afford you that pleasure."
"Sensibly observed," said Buckingham, putting up his sword. "And I ask your forgiveness, Monsieur de Bragelonne, for having allowed myself to yield to a first impulse."
De Wardes, however, on the contrary, perfectly furious, bounded forward and raised his sword threateningly against Raoul, who had scarcely time to put himself in a posture of defense.
"Take care, monsieur," said Bragelonne tranquilly, "or you will put out one of my eyes."
"You will not fight, then?"
said De Wardes.
"Not at this moment, but this I promise to do. Immediately on our arrival at Paris I will conduct you to Monsieur d'Artagnan, to whom you shall detail all the causes of your complaint you have against him. Monsieur d'Artagnan will solicit the king's permission to measure swords with you. The king will yield his consent, and when you shall have received the sword thrust in due course, you will consider in a calmer frame of mind the precepts of the gospel, which enjoin forgetfulness of injuries."
"Ah!"
exclaimed De Wardes, furious at this imperturbable coolness.
"One can clearly see you are half a bastard, Monsieur de Bragelonne."
Raoul became as pale as death. His eyes flashed lightning, causing De Wardes involuntarily to fall back. Buckingham also, who had perceived their expression, threw himself between the two adversaries whom he had expected to see precipitate themselves on each other. De Wardes had reserved this injury for the last. He clasped his sword firmly in his hand and awaited the encounter.
"You are right, monsieur,"
said Raoul, mastering his emotion.
"I am only acquainted with my father's name, but I know too well that the Comte de la Fère is too upright and honorable a man to allow me to fear, for a single moment, that there is, as you insinuate, any stain upon my birth. My ignorance, therefore, of my mother's name is a misfortune for me, and not a reproach. You are deficient in loyalty of conduct, you are wanting in courtesy, in reproaching me with misfortune. It matters little, however. The insult has been given, and I consider myself insulted accordingly. It is quite understood, then, that after you shall have received satisfaction from Monsieur d'Artagnan, you will settle your quarrel with me."
"I admire your prudence, monsieur," replied De Wardes with a bitter smile. "A little while ago you promised me a sword thrust from Monsieur d'Artagnan, and now, after I shall have received this, you offer me one from yourself."
"Do not disturb yourself,"
replied Raoul with concentrated anger.
"In all affairs of that nature, Monsieur d'Artagnan is exceedingly skillful, and I will beg him as a favor to treat you as he did your father. In other words, to spare your life at least, so as to leave me the pleasure, after your recovery, of killing you outright. For you have the heart of a viper, Monsieur de Wardes, and in very truth, too many precautions cannot be taken against you."
"I shall take my precautions against you," said De Wardes. "Be assured of it." "Allow me, monsieur," said Buckingham, "to translate your remark by a piece of advice I am about to give Monsieur de Bragelonne. Monsieur de Bragelonne, wear a cuirass."
De Wardes clenched his hands.
"Ah!"
said he,
You two gentlemen intend to wait until you have taken that precaution before you measure your swords against mine?"
"Very well, monsieur," said Raoul. "Since you positively will have it so, let us settle the affair now."
And drawing his sword, he advanced toward De Wardes.
"What are you going to do?"
said Buckingham.
"Be easy," said Raoul. "It will not be very long."
De Wardes placed himself on his guard. Their swords crossed. De Wardes flew upon Raoul with such impetuosity that, at the first clashing of the steel blades, Buckingham clearly saw that Raoul was only trifling with his adversary. Buckingham stepped aside and watched the combat. Raoul was as calm as if he were handling a foil instead of a sword. Having retreated a step, he parried 3 or 4 fierce thrusts which De Wardes made at him, caught the sword of the latter within his own, and sent it flying 20 paces the other side of the barrier. Then, as De Wardes stood disarmed and astounded at his defeat, Raoul sheathed his sword, seized him by the collar and the waistband, and hurled his adversary to the other end of the barrier, trembling and mad with rage.
"We shall meet again,"
murmured De Wardes, rising from the ground and picking up his sword.
"I have done nothing for the last hour," said Raoul, "but say the same thing."
Then, turning toward the duke, he said,
"I entreat you to be silent about this affair. I am ashamed to have gone so far, but my anger carried me away, and I ask your forgiveness for it. Forget it, too."
"Dear Viscount,"
said the duke, pressing within his own the vigorous and valiant hand of his companion,
"allow me, on the contrary, to remember it, and to look after your safety. That man is dangerous. He will kill you."
"My father," replied Raoul, "lived for 20 years under the menace of a much more formidable enemy, and he still lives."
"Your father had good friends, Viscount."
"Yes,"
sighed Raoul,
"such friends indeed that none are now left like them."
"Do not say that, I beg, at the very moment I offer you my friendship."
And Buckingham opened his arms to embrace Raoul, who delightedly received the proffered alliance.
"In my family," added Buckingham, "you are aware, Monsieur de Bragelonne, we die to save our friends."
"I know it well, Duke,"
replied Raoul. End of chapter 87, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 88 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An account of what the Chevalier de Lorraine thought of Madame. Nothing further interrupted the journey. Under a pretext that was little remarked, Monsieur de Wardes went forward in advance of the others. He took Manicamp with him, for his equable and dreamy disposition acted as a counterpoise to his own. It is a subject of remark that quarrelsome and restless characters invariably seek the companionship of gentle, timorous dispositions, as if the former sought, in the contrast, repose for their own ill humor, and the latter a protection for their weakness. Buckingham and Bragelonne, admitting De Guiche into their friendship, in concert with him sang the praises of the princess during the whole of the journey. Bragelonne had, however, insisted that their 3 voices should be in concert instead of singing in solo parts, as De Guiche and his rivals seemed to have acquired a dangerous habit of investigation. This style of harmony pleased the queen mother exceedingly, but it was not perhaps so agreeable to the young princess, who was an incarnation of coquetry, and who, without any fear as far as her own voice was concerned, sought opportunities of so perilously distinguishing herself. She possessed one of those fearless and incautious dispositions that find gratification in an excess of sensitiveness of feeling, and for whom, also, danger has a certain fascination. And so her glances, her smiles, her toilet, an inexhaustible armory of weapons of offense, were showered on the 3 young men with overwhelming force, and from her well-stored arsenal issued glances, kindly recognitions, and 1,000 other little charming attentions, which were intended to strike at long range the gentlemen who formed the escort, the town people, the officers of the different cities she passed through, pages, populace, and servants. It was wholesale slaughter, a general devastation. By the time Madame arrived at Paris, she had reduced to slavery about 100,000 lovers, and brought in her train to Paris 6 men who were almost mad about her, and 2 who were, indeed, literally out of their minds. Raoul was the only person who divined the power of this woman's attraction, and as his heart was already engaged, he arrived in the capital full of indifference and distrust. Occasionally during the journey he conversed with the Queen of England respecting the power of fascination which Madame possessed, and the mother, whom so many misfortunes and deceptions had taught experience, replied,
"Henrietta was sure to be illustrious in one way or another, whether born in a palace or born in obscurity, for she is a woman of great imagination, capricious and self-willed."
De Wardes and Manicamp, in their self-assumed character of courtiers, had announced the princess's arrival. The procession was met at Nanterre by a brilliant escort of cavaliers and carriages. It was Monsieur himself, followed by the Chevalier de Lorraine and by his favourites, the latter being themselves followed by a portion of the king's military household, who had arrived to meet his affianced bride. At Saint-Germain, the princess and her mother had changed their heavy travelling carriage, somewhat impaired by the journey, for a light, richly decorated chariot drawn by 6 horses with white and gold harness. Seated in this open carriage, as though upon a throne, and beneath a parasol of embroidered silk fringed with feathers, sat the young and lovely princess, on whose beaming face were reflected the softened rose tints which suited her delicate skin to perfection. Monsieur, on reaching the carriage, was struck by her beauty. He showed his admiration in so marked a manner that the Chevalier de Lorraine shrugged his shoulders as he listened to his compliments, while Buckingham and De Guiche were almost heartbroken. After the usual courtesies had been rendered and the ceremony completed, the procession slowly resumed the road to Paris. The presentations had been carelessly made, and Buckingham, with the rest of the English gentlemen, had been introduced to Monsieur, from whom they had received but very indifferent attention. But during their progress, as he observed that the duke devoted himself with his accustomed earnestness to the carriage door, he asked the Chevalier de Lorraine, his inseparable companion,
"Who is that cavalier?" "He was presented to your highness a short while ago. It is the handsome Duke of Buckingham." "Ah, yes, I remember." "Madame's knight," added the favourite, with an inflection of the voice which envious minds can alone give to the simplest phrases. "What do you say?" replied the prince. "I said Madame's knight." "Has she a recognized knight, then?" "One would think you can judge of that for yourself. Look only how they are laughing and flirting, all 3 of them." "What do you mean by all 3? "Do you not see that De Guiche is one of the party?" "Yes, I see, but what does that prove?" "That Madame has 2 admirers instead of 1. "Thou poison the simplest thing." "I poison nothing. Ah, your royal highness's mind is perverted. The honors of the kingdom of France are being paid to your wife, and you are not satisfied." The Duke of Orleans dreaded the satirical humor of the Chevalier de Lorraine whenever it reached a certain degree of bitterness, and he changed the conversation abruptly. "The princess is pretty," said he, very negligently, as if he were speaking of a stranger. "Yes," replied the Chevalier in the same tone. "You say yes like a no. She has very beautiful black eyes." "Yes, but small." "That is so, but they are brilliant. She is tall and of a good figure." "I fancy she stoops a little, my lord." "I do not deny it. She has a noble appearance." "Yes, but her face is thin." "I thought her teeth beautiful." "They can easily be seen, for her mouth is large enough. Decidedly, I was wrong, my lord. You are certainly handsomer than your wife." "But do you think me as handsome as Buckingham?" "Certainly, and he thinks so too, for look, my lord, he is redoubling his attentions to Madame to prevent your effacing the impression he has made." Monsieur made a movement of impatience, but as he noticed the smile of triumph pass across the Chevalier's lips, he drew up his horse to a foot-pace. "Why," said he, "should I occupy myself any longer about my cousin? Do I not already know her? Were we not brought up together? Did I not see her at the Louvre when she was quite a child? A great change has taken place in her since then, prince. At the period you allude to she was somewhat less brilliant, and scarcely so proud either. One evening particularly, you may remember, my lord, the king refused to dance with her because he thought her plain and badly dressed."
These words made the Duke of Orleans frown. It was by no means flattering for him to marry a princess of whom, when young, the king had not thought much. He would probably have retorted, but at this moment De Guiche quitted the carriage to join the prince. He had remarked the prince and the chevalier together, and full of anxious attention, he seemed to try and guess the nature of the remarks which they had just exchanged. The chevalier, whether he had some treacherous object in view or from imprudence, did not take the trouble to dissimulate.
"Count," he said, "you're a man of excellent taste."
"Thank you for the compliment," replied De Guiche. "But why do you say that?"
"Well, I appeal to his highness." "No doubt of it," said Monsieur, "and Guiche knows perfectly well that I regard him as a most finished cavalier." "Well, since that is decided, I resume. You have been in the princess's society, Count, for the last 8 days, have you not?"
"Yes," replied De Guiche, coloring in spite of himself.
"Well, then tell us frankly, what do you think of her personal appearance?"
"Of her personal appearance?" returned De Guiche, stupefied.
"Yes, of her appearance, of her mind, of herself, in fact."
Astounded by this question, De Guiche hesitated answering.
Come, De Guiche,"
resumed the chevalier, laughingly.
"tell us your opinion frankly. The prince commands it." Yes,
said the prince.
"Be frank."
De Guiche stammered out a few unintelligible words.
"I am perfectly well aware,"
returned Monsieur,
"that the subject is a delicate one, but you know you can tell me everything. What do you think of her?"
In order to avoid betraying his real thoughts, De Guiche had recourse to the only defense which a man taken by surprise really has, and accordingly told an untruth. "I do not find Madame," he said, "either good or bad looking, yet rather good than bad looking."
"What, Count!" exclaimed the chevalier, "you who went into such ecstasies and uttered so many exclamations at the sight of her portrait?"
De Guiche colored violently. Very fortunately his horse, which was slightly restive, enabled him by a sudden plunge to conceal his agitation. "What portrait?" he murmured, joining them again. The chevalier had not taken his eyes off him.
"Yes, the portrait. Was not the miniature a good likeness?"
"I do not remember. I had forgotten the portrait. It quite escaped my recollection."
"And yet it made a very marked impression upon you,"
said the chevalier. "That is not unlikely."
"Is she witty at all events?"
inquired the duke. "I believe so, my lord."
"Is Monsieur de Buckingham witty too?"
said the chevalier. "I do not know."
"My opinion is that he must be," replied the chevalier, "for he makes Madame laugh, and she seems to take no little pleasure in his society, which never happens to a clever woman when in the company of a simpleton."
"Of course, then, he must be clever," said De Guiche simply. At this moment Raoul opportunely arrived, seeing how De Guiche was pressed by his dangerous questioner, to whom he addressed a remark, and in that way changed the conversation. The entree was brilliant and joyous. The king, in honor of his brother, had directed that the festivities should be on a scale of the greatest possible magnificence. Madame and her mother alighted at the Louvre, where during their exile they had so gloomily submitted to obscurity, misery, and privations of every description. That palace, which had been so inhospitable a residence for the unhappy daughter of Henry IV, the naked walls, the uneven floors, the ceilings matted with cobwebs, the vast dilapidated chimney-places, the cold hearths on which the charity extended to them by Parliament hardly permitted a fire to glow, was completely altered in appearance. The richest hangings and the thickest carpets, glistening flagstones and pictures, with their richly gilded frames. In every direction could be seen a candelabra, mirrors, and furniture and fittings of the most sumptuous character. In every direction, also, were guards of the proudest military bearing, with floating plumes, crowds of attendants and courtiers in the antechambers and upon the staircases. In the courtyards, where the grass had formerly been allowed to luxuriate, as if the ungrateful Mazarin had thought it a good idea to let the Parisians perceive that solitude and disorder were, with misery and despair, the fit accompaniments of fallen monarchy. The immense courtyards, formerly silent and desolate, were now thronged with courtiers whose horses were pacing and prancing to and fro. The carriages were filled with young and beautiful women who awaited the opportunity of saluting as she passed, the daughter of that daughter of France who, during her widowhood and exile, had sometimes gone without wood for her fire and bread for her table, whom the meanest attendants at the chateau had treated with indifference and contempt. And so Madame Henrietta once more returned to the Louvre with her heart more swollen with bitter recollection than her daughter's, whose disposition was fickle and forgetful with triumph and delight. She knew but too well this brilliant reception was paid to the happy mother of a king restored to his throne, a throne second to none in Europe, while the worse than indifferent reception she had met before with was paid to her, the daughter of Henry IV, as a punishment for having been unfortunate. After the princesses had been installed in their apartments and had rested, the gentlemen who had formed their escort having in like manner recovered from their fatigue, they resumed their accustomed habits and occupations. Raoul began by setting off to see his father, who had left for Blois. He then tried to see Monsieur d'Artagnan, who, however, being engaged in the organization of a military household for the king, could not be found anywhere. Bragelonne next sought out De Guiche, but the count was occupied in a long conference with his tailors and with Manicamp, which consumed his whole time. With the Duke of Buckingham he fared still worse, for the duke was purchasing horses after horses, diamonds upon diamonds. He monopolized every embroiderer, jeweler, and tailor that Paris could boast of. Between De Guiche and himself a vigorous contest ensued, invariably a courteous one, in which, in order to ensure success, the duke was ready to spend 1,000,000, while the Maréchal de Grammont had only allowed his son 60,000 francs. So Buckingham laughed and spent his money. Guiche groaned in despair, and would have shown it more violently had it not been for the advice de Bragelonne gave him.
1,000,000? repeated De Guiche daily. I must submit. Why will not the Maréchal advance me a portion of my patrimony?
Because you would throw it away, said Raoul.
What can that matter to him? If I am to die of it, I shall die of it, and then I shall need nothing further.
But what need is there to die? Said Raoul.
I do not wish to be conquered in elegance by an Englishman.
My dear count, said Manicamp, elegance is not a costly commodity. It is only a very difficult accomplishment.
Yes, but difficult things cost a good deal of money, and I have only got 60,000 francs.
A very embarrassing state of things, truly, said De Wardes. Even if you spent as much as Buckingham, there is only 940,000 franc difference.
Where am I to find them?
Get into debt.
I am in debt already.
A greater reason for getting further.
Advice like this resulted in De Guiche becoming excited to such an extent that he committed extravagances where Buckingham only incurred expenses. The rumor of this extravagant profuseness delighted the hearts of all the shopkeepers in Paris. From the hotel of the Duke of Buckingham to that of the Comte de Grammont, nothing but miracles was attempted. While all this was going on, Madame was resting herself, and Bragelonne was engaged in writing to Mademoiselle de la Valliere. He had already dispatched 4 letters, and not an answer to any one of them had been received, when on the very morning fixed for the marriage ceremony, which was to take place in the chapel at the Palais Royal, Raoul, who was dressing, heard his valet announce Monsieur de Malicorne. What can this Malicorne want with me? Thought Raoul, and then said to his valet, Let him wait.
It is a gentleman from Blois,
said the valet. Admit him at once, said Raoul eagerly. Malicorne entered as brilliant as a star and wearing a superb sword at his side. After having saluted Raoul most gracefully, he said, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I am the bearer of 1,000 compliments from a lady to you. Raoul colored. From a lady? Said he. From a lady of Blois? Yes, monsieur, from Mademoiselle de Montalais. Thank you, monsieur. I recollect you now, said Raoul. And what does Mademoiselle de Montalais require of me? Malicorne drew 4 letters from his pocket, which he offered to Raoul. My own letters? Is it possible? He said, turning pale. My letters, and the seals unbroken? Monsieur,
Your letters did not find at Blois the person to whom they were addressed, and so they are now returned to you."
"Mademoiselle de la Valliere has left Blois, then?"
exclaimed Raoul. "8 days ago."
"Where is she, then?"
"In Paris."
"How was it known that these letters were from me?"
"Mademoiselle de Montalais recognized your handwriting and your seal," said Malicorne. Raoul colored and smiled.
"Mademoiselle de Montalais is exceedingly amiable," he said. "She is always kind and charming."
"Always, monsieur."
"Surely she could give me some precise information about Mademoiselle de la Valliere. I never could find her in this immense city."
Malicorne drew another packet from his pocket. "You may possibly find in this letter what you are anxious to learn." Raoul hurriedly broke the seal. The writing was that of Mademoiselle Aure, and enclosed were these words: "Paris, Palais Royal, the day of the nuptial blessing."
"What does this mean?" inquired Raoul of Malicorne. "You probably know."
"I do, monsieur."
"For pity's sake, tell me, then."
"Impossible, monsieur."
"Why so?"
"Because Mademoiselle Aure has forbidden me to do so." Raoul looked at his strange visitor and remained silent.
"At least tell me whether it is fortunate or unfortunate."
"That you will see."
"You are very severe in your reservations."
"Will you grant me a favor, monsieur?" said Malicorne.
"In exchange for that you refuse me?"
"Precisely."
"What is it?"
"I have the greatest desire to see the ceremony, and I have no ticket to admit me, in spite of all the steps I have taken to secure one. Could you get me admitted?"
"Certainly."
"Do me this kindness, then, I entreat."
"Most willingly, monsieur. Come with me."
"I am exceedingly indebted to you, monsieur," said Malicorne.
"I thought you were a friend of Monsieur de Manicamp."
"I am, monsieur, but this morning I was with him as he was dressing, and I let a bottle of blacking fall over his new dress, and he flew at me sword in hand, so that I was obliged to make my escape. That is the reason I could not ask him for a ticket. He wanted to kill me."
"I can well believe it," laughed Raoul. "I know Manicamp is capable of killing a man who has been unfortunate enough to commit the crime you have to reproach yourself with, but I will repair the mischief as far as you are concerned. I will but fasten my cloak, and shall then be ready to serve you, not only as a guide, but as your introducer too."
End of chapter 88. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 89 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A surprise for Madame de Montalais. Madame's marriage was celebrated in the chapel of the Palais Royal in the presence of a crowd of courtiers who had been most scrupulously selected. However, notwithstanding the marked favor which an invitation indicated, Raoul, faithful to his promise to Malicorne, who was so anxious to witness the ceremony, obtained admission for him. After he had fulfilled this engagement, Raoul approached De Guiche, who, as if in contrast with his magnificent costume, exhibited a countenance so utterly dejected that the Duke of Buckingham was the only person present who could contend with him as far as pallor and discomfiture were concerned. "Take care, Count," said Raoul, approaching his friend, and preparing to support him at the moment the archbishop blessed the married couple. In fact, the Prince of Condé was attentively scrutinizing these two images of desolation, standing like caryatides on either side of the nave of the church. The count, after that, kept a more careful watch over himself. At the termination of the ceremony, the king and queen passed onward toward the grand reception room, where Madame and her suite were to be presented to them. It was remarked that the king, who had seemed more than surprised at his sister-in-law's appearance, was most flattering in his compliments to her. Again, it was remarked that the queen mother, fixing a long and thoughtful gaze upon Buckingham, leaned toward Madame de Motteville as though to ask her,
"Do you not see how much he resembles his father?"
And finally it was remarked that Monsieur watched everybody and seemed quite discontented. After the reception of the princess and ambassadors, Monsieur solicited the king's permission to present to him, as well as to Madame, the persons belonging to their new household.
"Are you aware, Vicomte," inquired the Prince de Condé of Raoul, whether the household has been selected by a person of taste, and whether there are any faces worth looking at." "I have not the slightest idea, monseigneur," replied Raoul. "You affect ignorance, surely." "In what way, monseigneur?" "You are a friend of De Guiche, who is one of the friends of the prince." "That may be so, monseigneur, but the matter having no interest whatever for me, I never questioned De Guiche on the subject, and De Guiche on his part, never having been questioned, did not communicate any particulars to me." "But Manicamp?" "It is true I saw Manicamp at Havre, and during the journey here, but I was no more inquisitive with him than I had been toward De Guiche. Besides, is it likely that Manicamp should know anything of such matters? For he is a person of only secondary importance." "My dear Vicomte, do you not know better than that?" said the prince. "Why, it is these persons of secondary importance who, on such occasions, have all the influence, and the truth is that nearly everything has been done through Manicamp's presentations to De Guiche, and through De Guiche to Monsieur." "I assure you, monseigneur, I was ignorant of that," said Raoul, "and what your highness does me the honor to impart is perfectly new to me." "I will most readily believe you, although it seems incredible. Besides, we shall not have long to wait. See, the flying squadron is advancing, as good Queen Catherine used to say. Ah, what pretty faces!"
A bevy of young girls at this moment entered the salon, conducted by Madame de Navailles, and to Manicamp's credit be it said, if indeed he had taken that part in their selection which the Prince de Condé assigned him, it was a display calculated to dazzle those who, like the prince, could appreciate every character and style of beauty. A young, fair-complexioned girl from 21 of years of age, and whose large blue eyes flashed as she opened them in the most dazzling manner, walked at the head of the band and was the first presented.
"Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente,"
said Madame de Navailles to Monsieur, who, as he saluted his wife, repeated, "Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente."
"Aha!" said
the Prince de Condé to Raoul.
"She is presentable enough."
"Yes," said Raoul, "but has she not a somewhat haughty style?"
"Bah! We know these airs very well, Vicomte. 3 months hence she will be tame enough. But look, there, indeed, is a pretty face."
"Yes," said Raoul, "and one I am acquainted with."
"Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais,"
said Madame de Navailles. The name and Christian name were carefully repeated by Monsieur.
"Great heavens!"
exclaimed Raoul, fixing his bewildered gaze upon the entrance doorway.
"What's the matter?" inquired the prince. "Was it Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais who made you utter such a great heavens?" "No, monseigneur, no," replied Raoul, pale and trembling. "Well, then, if it be not Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais, it is that pretty blonde who follows her. What beautiful eyes! She is rather thin, but has fascinations without number." "Mademoiselle de la Baume de Blanc de la Valliere,"
said Madame de Navailles, and as this name resounded through his whole being, a cloud seemed to rise from his breast to his eyes, so that he neither saw nor heard anything more, and the prince, finding him nothing more than a mere echo which remained silent under his railleries, moved forward to inspect somewhat closer the beautiful girls whom his first glance had already particularized.
"Louis' hair, Louis a maid of honor to Madame,"
murmured Raoul, and his eyes, which did not suffice to satisfy his reason, wandered from Louise to Montalais. The latter had already emancipated herself from her assumed timidity, which she only needed for the presentation and for her reverences. Mademoiselle de Montalais, from the corner of the room to which she had retired, was looking with no slight confidence at the different persons present, and, having discovered Raoul, she amused herself with the profound astonishment which her own and her friend's presence there caused the unhappy lover. Her waggish and malicious look, which Raoul tried to avoid meeting, and which yet he sought inquiringly from time to time, placed him on the rack. As for Louise, whether from natural timidity or some other reason for which Raoul could not account, she kept her eyes constantly cast down. Intimidated, dazzled, and with impeded respiration, she withdrew herself as much as possible aside, unaffected even by the nudges Montalais gave her with her elbow. The whole scene was a perfect enigma for Raoul, the key to which he would have given anything to obtain, but no one was there who could assist him, not even Malicorne, who, a little uneasy at finding himself in the presence of so many persons of good birth, and not a little discouraged by Montalais's bantering glances, he had described a circle and by degrees succeeded in getting a few paces from the prince,
behind the group of maids of honor and nearly within reach of Mademoiselle Aura's voice, she being the planet around which he, as her attendant satellite, seemed constrained to gravitate. As he recovered his self-possession, Raoul fancied he recognized voices on his right hand that were familiar to him, and he perceived De Wardes, De Guiche, and the Chevalier de Lorraine conversing together. It is true they were talking in tones so low that the sound of their words could hardly be heard in the vast apartment. To speak in that manner from any particular place without bending down or turning round or looking at the person with whom one may be engaged in conversation is a talent that cannot be immediately acquired by newcomers. Long study is needed for such conversation which, without a look, gesture, or movement of the head, seemed like the conversation of a group of statues. In fact, in the king's and queen's grand assemblies, while their majesties were speaking, and while everyone present seemed to be listening in the midst of the most profound silence, some of these noiseless conversations took place, in which adulation was not the prevailing feature. But Raoul was one among others exceedingly clever in this art, so much a matter of etiquette that from the movement of the lips he was often able to guess the sense of the words. "Who is that Montalais?" inquired De Wardes, "and that La Valliere? What country town have we had sent here?"
"Montalais," said the Chevalier. "Oh, I know her. She is a good sort of girl, whom we shall find amusing enough. La Valliere is a charming girl, slightly lame."
"Ah, bah!" said De Wardes.
"Do not be absurd, De Wardes. There are some very characteristic and ingenious Latin axioms about lame ladies."
Gentlemen, said De Guiche, looking at Raoul with uneasiness. "Be a little careful, I entreat you." But the uneasiness of the count, in appearance at least, was not needed. Raoul had preserved the firmest and most indifferent countenance, although he had not lost a word that passed. He seemed to keep an account of the insolence and license of the two speakers in order to settle matters with them at the earliest opportunity. De Wardes seemed to guess what was passing in his mind, and continued, "Who are these young ladies' lovers?"
"Montalais' lover?"
said the Chevalier.
"Yes, Montalais first."
"You, I, or De Guiche, whoever likes, in fact."
"And the other?"
"Mademoiselle de la Valliere."
"Yes." "Take care, gentlemen," exclaimed De Guiche, anxious to put a stop to De Wardes' reply. "Take care, madame is listening to us." Raoul thrust his hand up to the wrist and to his justacorps in great agitation, but the very malignantly which he saw was excited against these poor girls made him take a serious resolution.
"Poor Louise," he thought, "has come here only with an honorable object in view, and under honorable protection, and I must learn what that object is which she has in view, and who it is that protects her."
And following Malicorne's maneuver, he made his way toward the group of the maids of honor. The presentations were soon over. The king, who had done nothing but look at and admire Madame, shortly afterwards left the reception-room, accompanied by the two queens. The Chevalier de Lorraine resumed his place beside Monsieur, and as he accompanied him, insinuated a few drops of the venom he had collected during the last hour, while looking at some of the faces in the court and suspecting that some of their hearts might be happy. A few of the persons present followed the king as he quitted the apartment, but such of the courtiers as assumed an independence of character and professed a gallantry of disposition began to approach the ladies of the court. The prince paid his compliments to Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. Buckingham devoted himself to Madame Chalais and Mademoiselle de Lafayette, whom Madame already distinguished by her notice, and whom she held in high regard. As for the Comte de Guiche, who had abandoned Monsieur as soon as he could approach Madame alone, he conversed with great animation with Madame de Valentinois, and with Mesdemoiselles de Crequy and de Chatillon. Amid these varied political and amorous interests, Malicorne was anxious to gain Montalais' attention, but the latter preferred talking with Raoul, even if it were only to amuse herself with his innumerable questions and his astonishment. Raoul had gone direct to Mademoiselle de la Valliere and had saluted her with the profoundest respect, at which Louise blushed and could not say a word. Montalais, however, hurried to her assistance.
"Well, Monsieur le Vicomte, here we are, you see."
"I do indeed see you," said Raoul, smiling,
"and it is exactly because you are here that I wish to ask for some explanation."
Malicorne approached the group with his most fascinating smile.
"Go away, Malicorne, really, you are exceedingly indiscreet."
At this remark, Malicorne bit his lips and retired a few steps without making any reply. His smile, however, changed its expression, and from its former frankness became mocking in its expression.
"You wished for an explanation, Monsieur Raoul?"
inquired Montalais.
"It is surely worth one, I think. Mademoiselle de la Valliere, a maid of honor to Madame. Why should she not be made a maid of honor as well as myself?"
inquired Montalais.
"Pray, accept my compliments, young ladies,"
said Raoul, who fancied he perceived they were not disposed to answer him in a direct manner.
"Your remark was not made in a very complimentary manner, Vicomte." "Mine?" "Certainly. I appeal to Louise." "Monsieur de Bragelonne probably thinks the position is above my condition,"
said Louise hesitatingly.
"Assuredly not," replied Raoul eagerly. "You know very well that such is not my feeling. Were you called upon to occupy a queen's throne, I should not be surprised. How much greater reason, then, such a position as this? The only circumstance that amazes me is that I should have learned it only today, and that by the merest accident." "That is true," replied Montalais with her usual giddiness. "You know nothing about it, and there is no reason you should. Monsieur de Bragelonne had written several letters to you, but your mother was the only person who remained behind at Blois, and it was necessary to prevent these letters falling into her hands. I intercepted them and returned them to Monsieur Raoul, so that he believed you were still at Blois while you were here in Paris, and had no idea whatever, indeed, how high you had risen in rank." "Did you not inform Monsieur Raoul, as I begged you to do?" "Why should I? To give him an opportunity of making some of his severe remarks and moral reflections, and to undo what we had so much trouble in effecting? Certainly not." "Am I so very severe, then?"
said Raoul inquiringly.
"Besides," said Montalais, "it is sufficient to say that it suited me. I was about setting off for Paris, you were away, Louise was weeping her eyes out, interpret that as you please. I begged a friend, a protector of mine who had obtained the appointment for me, to solicit one for Louise. The appointment arrived. Louise left in order to get her costume prepared. As I had my own ready, I remained behind. I received your letters and returned them to you, adding a few words, promising you a surprise. Your surprise is before you, monsieur, and seems to be fair one enough. You have nothing more to ask. Come, Monsieur Malicorne, it is now time to leave these young people together. They have many things to talk about. Give me your hand. I trust that you appreciate the honor conferred upon you, Monsieur Malicorne."
"Forgive me," said Raoul, arresting the giddy girl and giving to his voice an intonation, the gravity of which contrasted with that of Montalais. "Forgive me, but may I inquire the name of the protector you speak of? For if protection be extended toward you, Mademoiselle Montalais, for which indeed so many reasons exist," added Raoul, bowing, "I do not see that the same reasons exist why Mademoiselle de la Valliere should be similarly cared for."
"But, Monsieur Raoul,"
said Louise innocently,
"there is no difference in the matter, and I do not see why I should not tell it you myself. It was Monsieur Malicorne who obtained it for me."
Raoul remained for a moment almost stupefied, asking himself if they were trifling with him. He then turned round to interrogate Malicorne, but he had been hurried away by Montalais and was already at some distance from them. Mademoiselle de la Valliere attempted to follow her friend, but Raoul, with gentle authority, detained her.
"Louise, one word, I beg." "But, Monsieur Raoul,"
said Louise, blushing,
"we are alone. Everyone has left. They will become anxious and will be looking for us."
"Fear nothing," said the young man, smiling.
"We are neither of us of sufficient importance for our absence to be remarked." "But I have my duty to perform, Monsieur Raoul."
"Do not be alarmed. I am acquainted with these usages of the court. You will not be on duty until tomorrow. A few minutes are at your disposal, which will enable you to give me the information I am about to have the honor to ask you for."
"How serious you are, Monsieur Raoul,"
said Louise.
"Because the circumstances are serious. Are you listening?" "I am listening. I would only repeat, monsieur, that we are quite alone."
"You are right," said Raoul, and offering her his hand, he led the young girl into the gallery adjoining the reception room, the windows of which looked out upon the courtyard.
Everyone hurried toward the middle window, which had a balcony outside from which all the details of the slow and formal preparations for departure could be seen. Raoul opened one of the side windows, and then, being alone with Louise, said to her, "You know, Louise, that from my childhood I have regarded you as my sister, as one who has been the confidant of all my troubles, to whom I have entrusted all my hopes." "Yes, Monsieur Raoul," she answered softly. "Yes, Monsieur Raoul, I know that." "You used on your side to show the same friendship toward me, and had the same confidence in me. Why have you not on this occasion been my friend? Why have you shown suspicion of me?"
Mademoiselle de la Valliere did not answer.
"I fondly thought you loved me,"
said Raoul, whose voice became more and more agitated.
"I fondly thought you consented to all the plans we had together laid down for our happiness at the time when we wandered up and down the walks of Cour-Cheverny, under the avenue of poplar trees leading to Blois. You do not answer me, Louise. Is it possible,"
he inquired, breathing with difficulty,
"that you no longer love me?" "I did not say so,"
replied Louise softly.
"Oh, tell me the truth, I implore you. All my hopes in life are centered in you. I chose you for your gentle and simple tastes. Do not suffer yourself to be dazzled, Louise, now that you are in the midst of a court where all that is pure too soon becomes corrupt, where all that is young too soon grows old. Louise, close your ears, so as not to hear what may be said. Shut your eyes, so as not to see the examples before you. Shut your lips, that you may not inhale the corrupting influences about you. Without falsehood or subterfuge, Louise, am I to believe what Mademoiselle de Montalais stated? Louis, did you come here to Paris because I was no longer at Blois?"
La Valliere blushed and concealed her face in her hands.
"Yes, it was so then,"
exclaimed Raoul delightedly.
"That was then your reason for coming here. I love you as I never yet loved you. Thanks, Louise, for this devotion, but measures must be taken to place you beyond all insult, to shield you from every lure. Louise, a maid of honor in the court of a young princess in these days of free manners and inconstant affections, a maid of honor is placed as an object of attack, without having any means of defense afforded her. This state of things cannot continue. You must be married in order to be respected." "Married?" "Yes. Here is my hand, Louise. Will you place yours within it?" "But your father—" "My father leaves me perfectly free." "Yet—" "I understand your scruples, Louise. I will consult my father." "Reflect, Monsieur Raoul. Wait." "Wait. It is impossible. Reflect, Louise, when you are concerned. It would be insulting. Give me your hand, dear Louise. I am my own master. My father will consent, I know. Give me your hand. Do not keep me waiting thus. One word in answer, one word only. If not, I shall begin to think that, in order to change you forever, nothing more was needed than a single step in the palace, a single breath of favor, a smile from the queen, a look from the king."
Raoul had no sooner pronounced this latter word than La Valliere became as pale as death, no doubt from fear at seeing the young man excite himself. With a movement as rapid as thought, she placed both her hands in those of Raoul, and then fled without adding a syllable, disappearing without casting a look behind her. Raoul felt his whole frame tremble at the contact of her hand. He received the compact as a solemn bargain, wrung by affection from her childlike timidity. End of chapter 89. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 90 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Consent of Athos. Raoul quitted the Palais Royal, full of ideas that admitted no delay in execution. He mounted his horse in the courtyard and followed the road to Blois, while the marriage festivities of Monsieur and the Princess of England were being celebrated with exceeding animation by the courtiers, but to the despair of De Guiche and Buckingham. Raoul lost no time on the road, and in 16 hours he arrived at Blois.
As he traveled along, he marshaled his arguments in the most becoming manner. Fever also is an argument that cannot be answered, and Raoul had an attack. Athos was in his study, making additions to his memoirs, when Raoul entered, accompanied by Grimaud. Keen-sighted and penetrating, a mere glance at his son told him that something extraordinary had befallen him.
"You seem to come on a matter of importance," said he to Raoul, after he had embraced him, pointing to his seat.
"Yes, monsieur," replied the young man. "I entreat you to give me the same kind attention that has never yet failed me."
"Speak, Raoul."
"I present the case to you, monsieur, free from all preface, for that would be unworthy of you. Mademoiselle de la Valliere is in Paris as one of Madame's maids of honor. I have pondered deeply on the matter. I love Mademoiselle de la Valliere above everything, and it is not proper to leave her in a position where her reputation, her virtue even, may be assailed. It is my wish, therefore, to marry her, monsieur, and I have come to solicit your consent to my marriage."
While this communication was being made to him, Athos maintained the profoundest silence and reserve. Raoul, who had begun his address with an assumption of self-possession, finished it by allowing a manifest emotion to escape him at every word. Athos fixed upon Bragelonne a searching look, overshadowed indeed by a slight sadness.
"You have reflected well upon it?" he inquired.
"Yes, monsieur."
"I believe you are already acquainted with my views respecting this alliance?"
"Yes, monsieur,"
replied Raoul in a low tone of voice.
"But you added that if I persisted—"
"You do persist, then?"
Bragelonne stammered out an almost unintelligible assent.
"Your passion," continued Athos tranquilly, "must indeed be very great, since, notwithstanding my dislike to this union, you persist in wishing it."
Raoul passed his trembling hand across his forehead to remove the perspiration that collected there. Athos looked at him, and his heart was touched by pity. He rose and said,
"It is no matter. My own personal feelings are not to be taken into consideration since yours are concerned. You need my assistance. I am ready to give it. Tell me what you want."
"Your kind indulgence, first of all, monsieur,"
said Raoul, taking hold of his hand.
"You have mistaken my feelings, Raoul. I have more than mere indulgence for you in my heart."
Raoul kissed as devotedly as a lover could have done the hand he held in his own.
"Come, come," said Athos. "I am quite ready. What do you wish me to sign?"
"Nothing whatever, monsieur. Only it would be very kind if you would take the trouble to write to the king, to whom I belong, and solicit his majesty's permission for me to marry Mademoiselle de la Valliere."
"Well thought, Raoul. After, or rather before myself, you have a master to consult, that master being the king. It is loyal in you to submit yourself voluntarily to this double proof. I will grant your request without delay, Raoul."
The count approached the window and, leaning out, called to Grimaud, who showed his head from an arbor covered with jasmine, which he was occupied in trimming.
"My horses, Grimaud," continued the count.
"Why this order, monsieur?"
inquired Raoul.
"We shall set off in a few hours."
"Whither?"
"For Paris."
"Paris, monsieur?"
"Is not the king at Paris?"
"Certainly."
"Well, ought we not to go there?"
"Yes, monsieur,"
said Raoul, almost alarmed by this kind condescension.
"I do not ask you to put yourself to such inconvenience, and a letter merely—"
"You mistake my position, Raoul. It is not respectful that a simple gentleman such as I am should write to his sovereign. I wish to speak, I ought to speak, to the king, and will do so. We will go together, Raoul."
"You overpower me with your kindness, monsieur."
"How do you think his majesty is affected?"
"Toward me, monsieur?"
"Yes."
"Excellently well disposed."
"You know that to be so?" continued the count.
"The king has himself told me so."
On what occasion?
Upon the recommendation of Monsieur d'Artagnan, I believe, and on account of an affair in the Place de Grève, when I had the honor to draw my sword in the king's service. I have reason to believe that, vanity apart, I stand well with his majesty."
"So much the better."
"But I entreat you, monsieur,"
pursued Raoul,
"not to maintain toward me your present grave and serious manner. Do not make me bitterly regret having listened to a feeling stronger than anything else."
"That is the second time you have said so, Raoul. It was quite unnecessary. You require my formal consent, and you have it. We need talk no more on the subject, therefore. Come and see my new plantations, Raoul." The young man knew very well that, after the expression of his father's wish, no opportunity of discussion was left him. He bowed his head and followed his father into the garden. Athos slowly pointed out to him the grafts, the cuttings, and the avenues he was planting. This perfect repose of manner disconcerted Raoul extremely. The affectation with which his own heart was filled seemed so great that the whole world could hardly contain it. How, then, could his father's heart remain void and closed to its influence? Bragelonne, therefore, collecting all his courage, suddenly exclaimed,
"It is impossible, monsieur, you can have any reason to reject Mademoiselle de la Valliere. In heaven's name! She is so good, so gentle and pure, that your mind, so perfect in its penetration, ought to appreciate her accordingly. Does any secret repugnance or any hereditary dislike exist between you and her family?"
"Look, Raoul, at that beautiful lily of the valley," said Athos. "Observe how the shade and the damp situation suit it, particularly the shadow which that sycamore tree casts over it, so that the warmth and not the blazing heat of the sun filters through its leaves." Raoul stopped, bit his lips, and then, with the blood mantling in his face, he said courageously,
"One word of explanation, I beg, monsieur. You cannot forget that your son is a man."
"In that case," replied Athos, drawing himself up with sternness, "prove to me that you are a man, for you do not show yourself a son. I begged you to wait the opportunity of forming an illustrious alliance. I would have obtained a wife for you from the first ranks of the rich nobility. I wish you to be distinguished by the splendor which glory and fortune confer, for nobility of descent you have already."
"Monsieur," exclaimed Raoul, carried away by a first impulse, "I was reproached the other day for not knowing who my mother was."
Athos turned pale, then knitting his brows like the greatest of all the heathen deities, "I am waiting to learn the reply you made," he demanded in an imperious manner.
"Forgive me, oh, forgive me,"
murmured the young man, sinking at once from the lofty tone he had assumed. "What was your reply, monsieur?" inquired the count, stamping his feet upon the ground.
"Monsieur, my sword was in my hand immediately. My adversary placed himself on guard. I struck his sword over the palisade and threw him in after it."
"Why did you suffer him to live?"
"The king has prohibited dueling, and at that moment I was an ambassador of the king."
"Very well," said Athos, "but all the greater reason I should see his majesty."
"What do you intend to ask him?"
"Authority to draw my sword against the man who has inflicted this injury upon me."
"If I did not act as I thought to have done, I beg you to forgive me."
"Did I reproach you, Raoul?"
"Still, the permission you are going to ask from the king—"
"I will implore his majesty to sign your marriage contract, but on one condition."
"Are conditions necessary with me, monsieur? Command, and you shall be obeyed."
"One condition, I repeat," continued Athos, "that you tell me the name of the man who spoke of your mother in that way."
"What need is there that you should know his name? The offense was directed against myself, and the permission once obtained from his majesty to revenge it is my affair."
"Tell me his name, monsieur."
I will not allow you to expose yourself."
"Do you take me for Don Diego? His name, I say."
"You insist upon it."
"I demand it."
"Le Vicomte de Ward."
"Very well," said Athos, tranquilly. "I know him, but our horses are ready, I see, and instead of delaying our departure for a couple of hours, we will set off at once. Come, monsieur."
End of chapter 90. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 91 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur becomes jealous of the Duke of Buckingham. While the Comte de la Fère was proceeding on his way to Paris, accompanied by Raoul, the Palais Royal was the theatre wherein a scene of what Molière would have called excellent comedy was being performed. 4 days had elapsed since his marriage, and Monsieur, having breakfasted very hurriedly, passed into his antechamber, frowning and out of temper. The repast had not been over agreeable. Madame had had breakfast served in her own apartment, and Monsieur had breakfasted almost alone. The Chevalier de Lorraine and Manicamp were the only persons present at the meal, which lasted 3/4 of an hour, without a single syllable having been uttered. Manicamp, who was less intimate with his Royal Highness than the Chevalier de Lorraine, vainly endeavoured to detect from the expression of the prince's face what had made him so ill-humoured. The Chevalier de Lorraine, who had no occasion to speculate about anything, inasmuch as he knew all, ate his breakfast with that extraordinary appetite which the troubles of one's friends but stimulates, and enjoyed at the same time both Monsieur's ill-humour and the vexation of Manicamp. He seemed delighted, while he went on eating, to detain the prince, who was very impatient to move still at table. Monsieur at times repented the ascendancy which he had permitted the Chevalier de Lorraine to acquire over him, and which exempted the latter from any observance of etiquette toward him. Monsieur was now in one of those moods, but he dreaded as much as he liked the Chevalier, and contented himself with nursing his anger without betraying it. Every now and then, Monsieur raised his eyes to the ceiling, then lowered them toward the slices of pâté which the Chevalier was attacking, and finally, not caring to betray his resentment, he gesticulated in a manner which Harlequin might have envied. At last, however, Monsieur could control himself no longer, and at the dessert, rising from the table in excessive wrath, as we have related, he left the Chevalier de Lorraine to finish his breakfast as he pleased. Seeing Monsieur rise from the table, Manicamp, napkin in hand, rose also. Monsieur ran rather than walked toward the antechamber, where, noticing an usher in attendance, he gave him some directions in a low tone of voice. Then turning back again, but avoiding passing through the breakfast apartment, he crossed several rooms with the intention of seeking the Queen Mother in her oratory, where she usually remained. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Anne of Austria was engaged in writing as Monsieur entered. The Queen Mother was extremely attached to her son, for he was handsome in person and amiable in disposition. He was in fact more affectionate, and it might be more effeminate than the king. He pleased his mother by those trifling, sympathizing attentions all women are glad to receive. Anne of Austria, who would have been rejoiced to have had a daughter, almost found in this, her favourite son, the attention, solicitude, and playful manners of a child of 12 years of age. All the time he passed with his mother he employed in admiring her arms, in giving his opinion upon her cosmetics, and receipts for compounding essences, in which she was very particular. And then, too, he kissed her hands and cheeks in the most childlike and endearing manner, and had always some sweetmeats to offer her, or some new style of dress to recommend. Anne of Austria loved the king, or rather the regal power of her eldest son, Louis XIV, represented legitimacy by right divine. With the king her character was that of the Queen Mother. With Philip she was simply the mother. The latter knew that, of all places of refuge, a mother's heart is the most compassionate and surest. When quite a child he always fled there for refuge when he and his brother quarrelled, often, after having struck him, which constituted the crime of high treason on his part, after certain engagements with hands and nails, in which the king and his rebellious subject indulged in their night dresses respecting the right to a disputed bed. Having their servant Laporte as umpire, Philip, conqueror but terrified at victory, used to flee to his mother to obtain reinforcements from her, or at least the assurance of forgiveness, which Louis XIV granted with difficulty and after an interval. Anne, from this habit of peaceable intervention, succeeded in arranging the disputes of her sons and in sharing at the same time all their secrets. The king, somewhat jealous of that maternal solicitude which was bestowed particularly upon his brother, felt disposed to show toward Anne of Austria more submission and attachment than his character really dictated. Anne of Austria had adopted this line of conduct especially toward the young queen. In this manner she ruled with almost despotic sway over the royal household, and she was already preparing her batteries to govern with the same absolute authority the household of her second son. Anne experienced almost a feeling of pride whenever she saw anyone enter her apartment with woe-begone looks, pale cheeks, or red eyes, gathering from appearances that assistance was required either by the weakest or the most rebellious. She was writing, we have said, when Monsieur entered her oratory, not with red eyes or pale cheeks, but restless, out of temper, and annoyed. With an absent air he kissed his mother's hands and sat himself down before receiving her permission to do so. Considering the strict rules of etiquette established at the court of Anne of Austria, this forgetfulness of customary civilities was a sign of preoccupation, especially on Philip's part, who of his own accord observed a respect toward her of a somewhat exaggerated character. If, therefore, he so notoriously failed in this regard, there must be a serious cause for it.
"What is the matter, Philip?"
inquired Anne of Austria, turning toward her son.
"A good many things,"
murmured the prince in a doleful tone of voice.
"You look like a man who has a great deal to do,"
said the queen, laying down her pen. Philip frowned, but did not reply.
"Among the various subjects which occupy your mind," said Anne of Austria, "there must surely be one that absorbs it more than others." "One indeed has occupied me more than any other." "Well, what is it? I am listening."
Philip opened his mouth as if to express all the troubles his mind was filled with, and which he seemed to be waiting only for an opportunity of declaring, but he suddenly became silent, and a sigh alone expressed all that his heart was overflowing with.
"Come, Philip, show a little firmness," said the queen mother. "When one has to complain of anything, it is generally an individual who is the cause of it. Am I not right?" "I do not say so, madame." "Whom do you wish to speak about? Come, take courage." "In fact, madame, what I might possibly have to say must be kept a profound secret, for when a lady is in the case—" "Ah, you are speaking of madame, then?"
inquired the queen mother, with a feeling of the liveliest curiosity.
"Yes." "Well, then, if you wish to speak of madame, do not hesitate to do so. I am your mother, and she is no more than a stranger to me. Yet as she is my daughter-in-law, rest assured I shall be interested, even were it for your own sake alone, in hearing all you may have to say about her." "Pray tell me, madame, in your turn, whether you have not remarked something." "Something? Philip, your words almost frighten me from their want of meaning. What do you mean by something?" "Madame is pretty, certainly." "No doubt of it." "Yet not altogether beautiful." "No, but as she grows older she will probably become strikingly beautiful. You must have remarked the change which a few years have already made in her. Her beauty will improve more and more. She is now only 16 years of age. At 15 I was myself very thin, but even as she is at present, madame is very pretty." "And consequently others have remarked it." "Undoubtedly, for a woman of ordinary rank is noticed, and with still greater reason a princess." "She has been well brought up, I suppose?" "Madame Henrietta, her mother, is a woman somewhat cold in manner, slightly pretentious, but full of noble thoughts. The princess's education may have been neglected, but her principles, I believe, are good. Such at least was the opinion I formed of her when she resided in France, but she afterward returned to England, and I am ignorant what may have occurred there." "What do you mean?" "Simply that there are some heads naturally giddy, which are easily turned by prosperity." "That is the very word, madame. I think the princess rather giddy." "We must not exaggerate, Philip. She is clever and witty, and has a certain amount of coquetry very natural in a young woman, But this defect in persons of high rank and position is a great advantage at a court. A princess who is tinged with coquetry usually forms a brilliant court around her. Her smile stimulates luxury, arouses wit, and even courage. The nobles, too, fight better for a prince whose wife is beautiful." "Thank you extremely, madame," said Philip with some temper. "You really have drawn some very alarming pictures for me." "In what respect?" asked the queen with pretended simplicity. "You know, madame," said Philip dolefully, "whether I had or had not a very great dislike to getting married." "Now, indeed, you alarm me. You have some serious cause of complaint against madame?" "I do not precisely say it is serious." "In that case, then, throw aside your doleful looks. If you show yourself to others in your present state, people will take you for a very unhappy husband." "The fact is," replied Philip, "I am not altogether satisfied as a husband, and I shall not be sorry if others know it." "For shame, Philip." "Well, then, madam, I will tell you frankly that I do not understand the life I am required to lead." "Explain yourself." "My wife does not seem to belong to me. She is always leaving me for some reason or another. In the mornings there are visits, correspondences, and toilets. In the evening, balls and concerts." "You are jealous, Philip." "I? Heaven forbid! Let others act the part of a jealous husband, not I. But I am annoyed." "All these things you reproach your wife with are perfectly innocent, and so long as you have nothing of greater importance—" "Yet listen. Without being very blamable, a woman can excite a good deal of uneasiness. Certain visitors may be received, certain preferences shown which expose young women to remark, and which are enough to drive out of their senses even those husbands who are least disposed to be jealous." "Ah, now we are coming to the real point at last, and not without some difficulty. You speak of frequent visits and certain preferences. Very good. For the last hour we have been beating about the bush, and at last you have broached the true question. This is more serious than I thought. Is it possible, then, that madame can have given you grounds for these complaints against her?" "Precisely so." "What? Your wife, married only 4 days ago, prefers some other person to yourself? Take care, Philip, you exaggerate your grievances. In wishing to prove everything, you prove nothing."
The prince, bewildered by his mother's serious manner, wished to reply, but he could only stammer out some unintelligible words. "You draw back, then?" said Anne of Austria. "I prefer that, as it is an acknowledgment of your mistake." "No," exclaimed Philip, "I do not draw back, and I will prove all I asserted. I spoke of preference and of visits, did I not? Well, listen." Anne of Austria prepared herself to listen with that love of gossip which the best woman living and the best mother, were she a queen even, always finds in being mixed up with the petty squabbles of a household.
"Well," said Philip, "tell me one thing." "What is that?" "Why does my wife retain an English court about her?" said Philip, as he crossed his arms and looked at his mother steadily in the face, as if he were convinced that she could not answer the question. "For a very simple reason," returned Anne of Austria, "because the English are her countrymen, because they have expended large sums in order to accompany her to France, because it would be hardly polite, not politic certainly, to dismiss abruptly those members of the English nobility who have not shrunk from any devotion or from any sacrifice." "A wonderful sacrifice indeed," returned Philip, "to desert a wretched country to come to a beautiful one, where a greater effect can be produced for a crown than can be procured elsewhere for 4. Extraordinary devotion, really, to travel 100 leagues in company with a woman one is in love with." "In love, Philip? Think what you are saying. Who is in love with madame?" "The Duke of Buckingham. Perhaps you will defend him too?"
Anne of Austria blushed and smiled at the same time. The name of the Duke of Buckingham recalled certain recollections of a very tender and melancholy nature.
"The Duke of Buckingham?"
she murmured.
"Yes, one of those armchair soldiers." "The Buckinghams are loyal and brave,"
said Anne of Austria courageously.
"This is too bad. My own mother takes the part of my wife's lover against me,"
exclaimed Philip, incensed to such an extent that his weak organization was affected almost to tears.
"Philip, my son,"
exclaimed Anne of Austria,
"such an expression is unworthy of you. Your wife has no lover, and had she one it would not be the Duke of Buckingham. The members of that family, I repeat, are loyal and discreet, and the rights of hospitality are sure to be respected by them." "The Duke of Buckingham is an Englishman, madame,"
said Philip.
"And may I ask if the English so very religiously respect what belongs to princes of France?"
Anne blushed a second time, and turned aside under the pretext of taking her pen from her desk again, but in reality to conceal her confusion from her son.
"Really, Philip," she said, "you seem to discover expressions for the purpose of embarrassing me, and your anger blinds you while it alarms me. Reflect a little." "There is no need for reflection, madame. I can see with my own eyes." "Well, and what do you see?" "That Buckingham never quits my wife. He presumes to make presents to her, and she ventures to accept them. Yesterday she was talking about sachets à la voilette. Well, our French perfumers, you know very well, madame, for you have over and over again asked for it without success. Our French perfumers, I say, have never been able to procure this scent. The Duke, however, wore about him a sachet à la voilette, and I am sure that the one my wife has come from him." "Indeed, monsieur," said Anne of Austria, "you build your pyramids on needle points. Be careful. What harm, I ask you, can there be in a man giving to his countrywoman a receipt for a new essence? These strange ideas, I protest, painfully recall your father to me, he who so frequently and unjustly made me suffer." "The Duke of Buckingham's father was probably more reserved and more respectful than his son,"
said Philip, thoughtlessly, not perceiving how deeply he had wounded his mother's feelings. The queen turned pale and pressed her clenched hands upon her bosom, but recovering herself immediately, she said, "You came here with some intention or another, I suppose?"
"Certainly."
"What was it?"
"I came, madame, intending to complain energetically, and to inform you that I will not submit to such behaviour from the Duke of Buckingham."
"What do you intend to do, then?"
"I shall complain to the king."
"And what do you expect the king to reply?"
"Very well, then,"
said Monsieur, with an expression of stern determination on his countenance, which offered a singular contrast to its usual gentleness.
"Very well, I will write myself."
"What do you call writing yourself?" inquired Anne of Austria in alarm.
"I will have the Duke of Buckingham quit the princess. I will have him quit France. I will see that my wishes are intimated to him."
"You will intimate nothing of the kind, Philip," said the queen, "for if you act in that manner, and violate hospitality to that extent, I will invoke the severity of the king against you."
"Do you threaten me, madame?"
exclaimed Philip, almost in tears.
"Do you threaten me in the midst of my complaints?"
"I do not threaten you. I do but place an obstacle in the path of your hasty anger. I maintain that to adopt toward the Duke of Buckingham or any other Englishman any rigorous measure, to take even a discourteous step toward him, would be to plunge France and England into the most disastrous disagreement. Can it be possible that a prince of the blood, the brother of the King of France, does not know how to hide an injury, even did it exist in reality, where political necessity requires it?" Philip made a movement. "Besides," continued the queen, "the injury is neither true nor possible, and it is merely a matter of silly jealousy."
"Madame, I know what I know."
"Whatever you may know, I can only advise you to be patient."
"I am not patient by disposition, madame."
The queen rose, full of severity,
and with an icy, ceremonious manner, "Explain what you really require, monsieur," she said.
"I do not require anything, madame. I simply express what I desire. If the Duke of Buckingham does not, of his own accord, discontinue his visits to my apartments, I shall forbid him entrance."
"That is a point you will refer to the king," said Anne of Austria, her heart swelling as she spoke and her voice trembling with emotion.
"But, madame,"
exclaimed Philip, striking his hands together,
"act as my mother and not as the queen, since I speak to you as a son. It is simply a matter of a few minutes' conversation between the duke and myself."
"It is that very conversation I forbid," said the queen, resuming her authority, "because it is unworthy of you."
"Be it so. I will not appear in the matter, but I shall intimate my will to madame."
"Oh," said the queen mother, with a melancholy arising from reflection, "never tyrannize over a wife, never behave too haughtily or imperiously toward your own. A woman unwillingly convinced is unconvinced."
"What is to be done, then? I will consult my friends about it."
"Yes, your double-dealing advisers, your Chevalier de Lorraine, your De Ward, entrust the conduct of this affair to me. You wish the Duke of Buckingham to leave you, do you not?"
"As soon as possible, madame."
"Send the duke to me, then. Smile upon your wife. Behave to her, to the king, to everyone as usual, but follow no advice but mine. Alas, I too well know what any household comes to that is troubled by advisers."
"You shall be obeyed, madame."
"And you will be satisfied at the result. Send the duke to me."
"That will not be difficult."
"Where do you suppose him to be?"
"At my wife's door, whose levee he is probably awaiting."
"Very well," said Anne of Austria calmly. "Be good enough to tell the duke that I shall be charmed if he will pay me a visit." Philip kissed his mother's hand and started off to find the Duke of Buckingham. End of chapter 91. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 92 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forever. The Duke of Buckingham, obedient to the Queen Mother's invitation, presented himself in her apartments half an hour after the departure of the Duc d'Orléans. When his name was announced by the gentleman usher in attendance, the queen, who was sitting with her elbow resting on a table and her head buried in her hands, rose and smilingly received the graceful and respectful salutation which the duke addressed to her. Anne of Austria was still beautiful. It is well known that at her then somewhat advanced age, her long auburn hair, perfectly formed hands, and bright ruby lips were still the admiration of all who saw her. On the present occasion, abandoned entirely to a remembrance which evoked all the past in her heart, she looked almost as beautiful as in the days of her youth, when her palace was open to the visits of the Duke of Buckingham's father, then a young and impassioned man, as well as an unfortunate prince who lived for her alone and died with her name upon his lips. Anne of Austria fixed upon Buckingham a look so tender in its expression that it denoted not alone the indulgence of maternal affection, but a gentleness of expression like the coquetry of a woman who loves. "Your Majesty," said Buckingham respectfully, "desired to speak to me." "Yes, Duke," said the queen in English. "Will you be good enough to sit down?" The favour which Anne of Austria thus extended to the young man, and the welcome sound of the language of a country from which the duke had been estranged since his stay in France, deeply affected him. He immediately conjectured that the queen had a request to make of him. After having abandoned the first few moments to the irrepressible emotion she experienced, the queen resumed the smiling air with which she had received him. "What do you think of France?" she said in French. "It is a lovely country, madame," replied the duke. "Had you ever seen it before?" "Only once, madame." "But, like all true Englishmen, you prefer your England?" "I prefer my own native land to France," replied the duke. "But if your Majesty were to ask me which of the two cities, London or Paris, I should prefer as a residence, I should be forced to answer Paris." Anne of Austria observed the ardent manner with which these words had been pronounced. "I am told, my lord, you have rich possessions in your own country, and that you live in a splendid and time-honored palace." "It was my father's residence," replied Buckingham, casting down his eyes. "Those are indeed great advantages and souvenirs," replied the queen, alluding, in spite of herself, to recollections from which it is impossible voluntarily to detach oneself. "In fact," said the duke, yielding to the melancholy influence of this opening conversation, "sensitive persons live as much in the past, or the future, as in the present." "That is very true," said the queen in a low tone of voice. "It follows, then, that, my lord," she added, "that you, who are a man of feeling, will soon quit France, in order to shut yourself up with your wealth and your relics of the past." Buckingham raised his head and said, "I think not, madame." "What do you mean?" "On the contrary, I think of leaving England in order to take up my residence in France." It was now Anne of Austria's turn to exhibit surprise. "Why," she said, "are you not in favor with the new king?" "Perfectly so, madame, for his majesty's kindness to me is unbounded." "It cannot," said the queen, "be because your fortune has diminished, for it is said to be enormous." "My income, madame, has never been so large." "There is some secret cause, then?" "No, madame," said Buckingham eagerly, "there is nothing secret in my reason for this determination. I prefer residence in France. I like a court so distinguished by its refinement and courtesy. I like the amusements, somewhat serious in their nature, which are not the amusements of my own country, and which are met with in France." Anne of Austria smiled shrewdly. "Amusements of a serious nature?" she said. "Has your grace well reflected on their seriousness?" The duke hesitated. "There is no amusement so serious," continued the queen, "as to prevent a man of your rank—" "Your majesty seems to insist greatly on that point," interrupted the duke. "Do you think so, my lord?" "If you will forgive me for saying so, it is the second time you have vaunted the attractions of England, at the expense of the delight which all experience who live in France." Anne of Austria approached the young man, and placing her beautiful hand upon his shoulder, which trembled at the touch, said, "Believe me, monsieur, nothing can equal a residence in one's own native country. I have very frequently had occasion to regret Spain. I have lived long, my lord, very long for a woman, and I confess to you that not a year has passed I have not regretted Spain." "Not 1 year, madame," said the young duke, coldly. "Not one of those years when you reigned Queen of Beauty, as you still are indeed." "A truce to flattery, Duke, for I am old enough to be your mother." She emphasized these latter words in a manner and with a gentleness which penetrated Buckingham's heart. "Yes," she said, "I am old enough to be your mother, and for this reason I will give you a word of advice." "That advice being that I should return to London?" he exclaimed. "Yes, my lord." The duke clasped his hands with a terrified gesture, which could not fail of its effect upon the queen, already disposed to softer feelings by the tenderness of her own reflections. "It must be so," added the queen. "What!" he again exclaimed. "Am I seriously told that I must leave, that I must exile myself, that I am to flee at once?" "Exile yourself, did you say? One would fancy France was your native country." "Madame, the country of those who love is the country of those whom they love." "Not another word, my lord. You forget whom you are addressing." Buckingham threw himself on his knees. "Madame, you are the source of intelligence, of goodness, and of compassion. You are the first person in this kingdom, not only by your rank, but the first person in the world on account of your angelic attributes.
I have said nothing, madame. Have I indeed said anything you should answer with such a cruel remark? What have I betrayed?" "You have betrayed yourself," said the queen in a low tone of voice. "I have said nothing. I know nothing." "You forget. You have spoken and thought in the presence of a woman, and besides—" "Besides," said the duke, "no one knows you are listening to me." "On the contrary, it is known. You have all the defects and all the qualities of youth." "I have been betrayed or denounced, then?" "By whom?" "By those who, at Havre, had with infernal perspicacity read my heart like an open book." "I do not know whom you mean." "Monsieur de Bragelonne, for instance." "I know the name without being acquainted with the person to whom it belongs. Monsieur de Bragelonne has said nothing." "Who can it be, then? If anyone, madame, had had the boldness to notice in me that which I do not myself wish to behold." "What would you do, Duke?" "There are secrets which kill those who discover them." "He, then, who has discovered your secret, madman that you are, still lives, and what is more, you will not slay him, for he is armed on all sides. He is a husband, a jealous man. He is the second gentleman in France. He is my son, the Duc d'Orléans."
The duke turned pale as death.
"You are very cruel, madame," he said.
"You see, Buckingham," said Anne of Austria sadly, "how you pass from one extreme to another, and fight with shadows, when it would seem so easy to remain at peace with yourself."
"If we fight, madame, we die on the field of battle,"
replied the young man gently, abandoning himself to the most gloomy depression. Anne ran toward him and took him by the hand. "Valliere," she said in English, with a vehemence of tone which nothing could resist, "what is it you ask? Do you ask a mother to sacrifice her son, a queen to consent to the dishonor of her house? Child that you are, do not dream of it. What? In order to spare your tears, am I to commit these crimes? Villiers, you speak of the dead. The dead at least were full of respect and submission. They resigned themselves to an order of exile. They carried their despair away with them in their hearts like a priceless possession, because the despair was caused by the woman they loved, and because death, thus deceptive, was like a gift or a favor conferred upon them."
Buckingham rose, his features distorted and his hands pressed against his heart.
"You are right, madame," he said. "But those of whom you speak had received their order of exile from the lips of one whom they loved. They were not driven away, they were not entreated to leave, and were not laughed at."
"No," murmured Anne of Austria, "they were not forgotten. But who says you are driven away, or that you are exiled? Who says that your devotion will not be remembered? I do not speak on anyone's behalf but my own when I tell you to leave. Do me this kindness, grant me this favor. Let me, for this also, be indebted to one of your name."
"It is for your sake, then, madame?"
"For mine alone."
"No one whom I shall leave behind me will venture to mock. No prince even who shall say, 'I required it.'"
"Listen to me, Duke." And hereupon the dignified features of the queen assumed a solemn expression. "I swear to you that no one commands in this matter but myself. I swear to you that not only shall no one either laugh or boast in any way, but no one shall even fail in respect due to your rank. Rely upon me, Duke, as I rely upon you."
"You do not explain yourself, madame. My heart is full of bitterness, and I am in utter despair. No consolation, however gentle and affectionate, can afford me relief."
"Do you remember your mother, Duke?" replied the queen with a winning smile.
"Very slightly, madame. Yet I remember how she used to cover me with her caresses and her tears whenever I wept."
"Villiers," murmured the queen, passing her arm round the young man's neck,
Look upon me as your mother, and believe that no one shall ever make my son weep."
"I thank you, madame," said the young man, affected and almost suffocated by his emotion. "I feel there is indeed still room in my heart for a gentler and noble sentiment than love." The queen mother looked at him and pressed his hand. "Go," she said. "When must I leave? Command me." "At any time that may suit you, my lord," resumed the queen. "You will choose your own day of departure. Instead, however, of setting off today, as you would doubtless wish to do, or tomorrow, as others may have expected, leave the day after tomorrow, in the evening, but announce today that it is your wish to leave." "My wish?" murmured the young duke. "Yes, duke." "And shall I never return to France?" Anne of Austria reflected for a moment, seemingly absorbed in sad and serious thought. "It would be a consolation for me," she said, "if you were to return on the day when I shall be carried to my final resting place at Saint Denis beside the king, my husband." "Madame, you are goodness itself. The tide of prosperity is setting in on you. Your cup brims over with happiness, and many long years are yet before you." "In that case, you will not come for some time, then?" said the queen, endeavoring to smile. "I shall not return," said Buckingham, "young as I am. Death does not reckon by years. It is impartial. Some die young, some reach old age." "I will not harbor any sorrowful ideas, Duke. Let me comfort you. Return in 2 years. I perceive from your face that the very idea which saddens you so much now will have disappeared before 6 months have passed, and will not be only dead, but forgotten in the period of absence I have assigned you." "I think you judged me better a little while ago, madame," replied the young man, "when you said that time is powerless against members of the family of Buckingham." "Silence," said the queen, kissing the duke upon the forehead with an affection she could not restrain. "Go, go, spare me and forget yourself no longer. I am the queen. You are the subject of the King of England. King Charles awaits your return. Adieu, Valliere. Farewell." "Forever," replied the young man, and he fled, endeavoring to master his emotion. Anne leaned her head upon her hands, and then, looking at herself in the glass, murmured, "It has been truly said that a woman who has truly loved is always young, and that the bloom of 20 years ever lies concealed in some secret cloister of the heart." End of chapter 92. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 93 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Louis XIV does not think Mademoiselle de la Valliere either rich enough or pretty enough for a gentleman of the rank of the Vicomte de Bragelonne. Raoul and the Comte de la Fère reached Paris the evening of the same day on which Buckingham had held the conversation with the queen mother. The count had scarcely arrived when, through Raoul, he solicited an audience of the king. His Majesty had passed a portion of the morning in looking over with Madame and the ladies of the court various goods of Lyons manufacture, of which he had made his sister-in-law a present. A court dinner had succeeded, then cards, and afterwards, according to his usual custom, the king, leaving the card tables at 8 o'clock, passed into his cabinet in order to work with Monsieur Colbert and Monsieur Fouquet. Raoul entered the antechamber at the very moment the two ministers quitted it, and the king, perceiving him through the half-closed door, said, "What do you want, Monsieur de Bragelonne?" The young man approached. "An audience, sire," he replied, "for the Comte de la Fère, who has just arrived from Blois, and is most anxious to have an interview with your Majesty." "I have an hour to spare between cards and supper," said the king. "Is the Comte de la Fère at hand?" "He is below, and awaits your Majesty's permission." "Let him come up at once,"
said the king, and 5 minutes afterwards Athos entered the presence of Louis XIV. He was received by the king with that gracious kindness of manner which Louis, with a tact beyond his years, reserved for the purpose of gaining those who were not to be conquered by ordinary favours.
"Let me hope, Comte," said the king, "that you have come to ask me for something."
"I will not conceal from your majesty," replied the comte, "that I am indeed come for that purpose."
"That is well,"
said the king joyously.
"It is not for myself, sire."
"So much the worse, but at least I will do for your protégé what you refuse to permit me to do for you."
"Your majesty encourages me. I have come to speak on behalf of the Vicomte de Bragelonne."
"It is the same as if you spoke on your own behalf, Comte."
"Not altogether so, sire. I am desirous of obtaining from your majesty that which I cannot ask for myself. The Vicomte thinks of marrying."
"He is still very young, but that does not matter. He is an eminently distinguished man. I will choose a wife for him."
"He has already chosen one, sire, and only awaits your consent."
"It is only a question, then, of signing the marriage contract?"
Athos bowed.
"Has he chosen a wife whose fortune and position accord with your own anticipations?"
Athos hesitated for a moment.
"His affianced wife is of good birth, but has no fortune."
"That is a misfortune we can remedy."
"You overwhelm me with gratitude, sire, but your majesty will permit me to offer a remark."
"Do so, Comte."
"Your majesty seems to intimate an intention of giving a marriage portion to this young lady."
"Certainly."
"I should regret, sire, if the step I have taken toward your majesty should be attended by this result."
"No false delicacy, Comte. What is the bride's name?"
"Mademoiselle de Leblanc de la Valliere,"
said Athos coldly.
"I seem to know that name,"
said the king, as if reflecting.
"There was a Marquis de la Valliere."
"Yes, sire, it is his daughter."
"But he died, and his widow married again Monsieur de Saint-Remy, I think, steward of the wager, madame's former household."
"Your majesty is correctly informed."
"More than that, the young lady has lately become one of the princess's maids of honor."
"Your majesty is better acquainted with her history than I am."
The king again reflected, and glancing at the comte's anxious countenance, said,
"The young lady does not seem to me to be very pretty, Comte."
"I am not quite sure,"
replied Athos.
"I have seen her, but she hardly struck me as being so."
"She seems to be a good and modest girl, but has little beauty, sire."
"Beautiful fair hair, however."
"I think so."
"And her blue eyes are tolerably good."
"Yes, sire."
"With regard to beauty, then, the match is but an ordinary one. Now for the money side of the question."
15 to 20,000 franc dowry at the very outside, sire. The lovers are disinterested enough. For myself, I care little for money."
"For superfluity, you mean, but a needful amount is of importance. With 15,000 francs, without landed property, a woman cannot live at court. We will make up the deficiency. I will do it for de Bragelonne."
The king again remarked the coldness with which Athos received the remark.
"Let us pass from the question of money to that of rank,"
said Louis XIV.
"The daughter of the Marquis de la Valliere, that is well enough, but there is that excellent Saint-Remy, who somewhat damages the credit of the family. And you, Comte, are rather particular, I believe, about your own family."
"Sire, I no longer hold to anything but to my devotion to your majesty."
The king again paused.
"A moment, Comte. You have surprised me in no little degree from the beginning of your conversation. You came to ask me to authorize a marriage, and you seem greatly disturbed in having to make the request. Nay, pardon me, Comte, but I am rarely deceived, young as I am, for while with some persons I place my friendship at the disposal of my understanding, with others I call my distrust to my aid, by which my discernment is increased. I repeat that you do not prefer your request as though you wished its success.
Well, sire, that is true.
I do not understand you, then. Refuse.
Nay, sire, I love de Bragelonne with my whole heart. He is smitten with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. He weaves dreams of bliss for the future. I am not one who is willing to destroy the illusions of youth. This marriage is objectionable to me, but I implore your majesty to consent to it forthwith, and thus make Raoul happy.
Tell me, Comte, is she in love with him?
If your majesty requires me to speak candidly, I do not believe in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's affection. The delight at being at court, the honour of being in the service of Madame, counteract in her head whatever affection she may have happened to have in her heart. It is a marriage similar to many others which already exist at court. But de Bragelonne wishes it, and so let it be.
And yet you do not resemble those easy-tempered fathers who volunteer as stepping-stones for their children,
said the king. I am determined enough against the viciously disposed, but not so against the men of upright character. Raoul is suffering. He is in great distress of mind. His disposition, naturally light and cheerful, has become gloomy and melancholy. I do not wish to deprive your majesty of the services he may be able to render.
I understand you, said the king. And what is more, I understand your heart too, Comte.
There is no occasion, therefore, replied the Comte, to tell your majesty that my object is to make these children, or rather Raoul, happy.
And I too, as much as yourself, Comte, wish to secure Monsieur de Bragelonne's happiness.
I only await your majesty's signature. Raoul will have the honour of presenting himself before your majesty to receive your consent.
You are mistaken, Comte,
said the king firmly.
I have just said that I desire to secure Monsieur de Bragelonne's happiness, and from the present moment, therefore, I oppose his marriage.
But, sire, exclaimed Athos, your majesty has promised.
Not so, Comte. I did not promise you, for it is opposed to my own views.
I appreciate your majesty's considerate and generous intentions in my behalf, but I take the liberty of recalling to you that I undertook to approach you as an ambassador.
An ambassador, Comte, frequently asks, but does not always obtain what he asks.
But, sire, it will be such a blow for de Bragelonne.
My hand shall deal the blow. I will speak to the Vicomte.
Love, sir, is overwhelming in its might.
Love can be resisted, Comte. I myself can assure you of that.
When one has the soul of a king, your own, for instance, sire.
Do not make yourself uneasy on the subject. I have certain views for de Bragelonne. I do not say that he shall not marry Mademoiselle de la Valliere, but I do not wish him to marry so young. I do not wish him to marry her until she has acquired a fortune, and he, on his side, no less deserves favour, such as I wish to confer upon him. In a word, Comte, I wish them to wait.
Yet, once more, sire.
Comte, you told me you came to request a favour.
Assuredly, sire.
Grant me one, then, instead. Let us speak no longer upon this matter. It is probable that before long war may be declared. I require men about me who are unfettered. I should hesitate to send under fire a married man or a father of a family. I should hesitate also, on de Bragelonne's account, to endow with a fortune, without some sound reason for it, a young girl, a perfect stranger. Such an act would sow jealousy amongst my nobility."
Athos bowed and remained silent.
"Is that all you wish to ask me?"
asked Louis XIV. "Absolutely all, sire, and I take my leave of your majesty. It is, however, necessary that I should inform Raoul."
"Spare yourself the trouble and annoyance. Tell the Vicomte that at my levee tomorrow morning I will speak to him. I shall expect you this evening, Comte, to join my card table."
"I am in travelling costume, sire."
"A day will come, I hope, when you will leave me no more. Before long, Comte, the monarchy will be established in such a manner as to enable me to offer a worthy hospitality to men of your merit."
"Provided, sire, a monarch reigns grandly in the hearts of his subject, the palace he inhabits matters little, since he is worshipped in a temple." With these words, Athos left the cabinet and found de Bragelonne, who was awaiting him anxiously.
"Well, monsieur,"
said the young man. "The king, Raoul, is well-intentioned toward us both. Not, perhaps, in the sense you suppose, but he is kind and generously disposed to our house."
"You have bad news to communicate to me, monsieur,"
said the young man, turning very pale. "The king himself will inform you tomorrow morning that it is not bad news."
"The king has not signed, however."
"The king wishes himself to settle the terms of the contract, and he desires to make it so grand that he requires time for consideration. Throw the blame rather on your own impatience than on the king's good feelings toward you." Raoul, in utter consternation, on account of his knowledge of the count's frankness as well as his diplomacy, remained plunged in dull and gloomy stupor. "Will you not go with me to my lodgings?" said Athos.
"I beg your pardon, monsieur. I will follow you,"
he stammered out, following Athos down the staircase. "Since I am here," said Athos suddenly, "cannot I see Monsieur d'Artagnan?"
"Shall I show you his apartments?"
said de Bragelonne. "Do so."
"They are on the opposite staircase."
They altered their course, but on reaching the landing of the grand staircase, Raoul perceived a servant in the Comte de Guiche's livery, who ran toward him as soon as he heard his voice.
"What is it?"
said Raoul.
"This note, monsieur. My master heard of your return and wrote to you without delay. I have been looking for you for the last half-hour."
Raoul approached Athos as he unsealed the letter, saying,
"With your permission, monsieur."
"Certainly."
"Dear Raoul," wrote the Comte de Guiche, "I have an affair in hand which requires immediate attention. I know you have returned. Come to me as soon as possible."
Hardly had he finished reading it when a servant in the livery of the Duke of Buckingham, turning out of the gallery, recognized Raoul and approached him, respectfully saying,
"From his grace, monsieur."
"Well, Raoul, as I see you are already as busy as a general of an army, I shall leave you, and will find Monsieur d'Artagnan myself."
"You will excuse me, I trust,"
said Raoul. Yes, I excuse you. Adieu, Raoul. You will find me at my apartments until tomorrow. During the day I must set out for Blois, unless I have orders to the contrary."
"I shall present my respects to you tomorrow, monsieur."
As soon as Athos had left, Raoul opened Buckingham's letter.
"Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
it ran,
"you are of all the Frenchmen I have known the one with whom I am most pleased. I am about to put your friendship to the proof. I have received a certain message, written in very good French. As I am an Englishman, I am afraid of not comprehending it very clearly. The letter has a good name attached to it, and that is all I can tell you. Will you be good enough to come and see me? For I am told you have arrived from Blois. Your devoted, Villiers, Duke of Buckingham."
"I am going now to see your master,"
said Raoul to De Guiche's servant as he dismissed him,
"and I shall be with Duke of Buckingham in an hour."
he added, dismissing with these words the duke's messenger. End of chapter 93, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 94 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sword thrusts in the water. Raoul, on betaking himself to De Guiche, found him conversing with De Wardes and Manicamp. De Wardes, since the affair of the barricade, had treated Raoul as a stranger. They behaved as if they were not acquainted. As Raoul entered, De Guiche walked up to him, and Raoul, as he grasped his friend's hand, glanced rapidly at his two companions, hoping to be able to read on their faces what was passing in their minds. De Wardes was cold and impenetrable. Manicamp seemed absorbed in the contemplation of some trimming to his dress. De Guiche led Raoul to an adjoining cabinet and made him sit down, saying, "How well you look!" "That is singular," replied Raoul, "for I am far from being in good spirits." "It is your case, then, Raoul, as it is with my own. Our love affairs do not progress." "So much the better, Count. As far as you are concerned, the worst news would be good news." "In that case, do not distress yourself, for not only am I very unhappy, but what is more, I see others about me who are happy." "Really, I do not understand you," replied Raoul. "Explain yourself." "You will soon learn. I have tried, but in vain, to overcome the feeling you saw dawn in me, increase and take entire possession of me. I have summoned all your advice and my own strength to my aid. I have well weighed the unfortunate affair in which I have embarked. I have sounded its depths. That it is an abyss, I am aware. But it matters little, for I shall pursue my own course." "This is madness, De Guiche. You cannot advance another step without risking your own ruin today, perhaps your life tomorrow." "Whatever may happen, I have done with reflections. Listen." "And you hope to succeed? You believe that Madame will love you?" "Raoul, I believe nothing. I hope, because hope exists in man and never abandons him till death." "But admitting that you obtain the happiness you covet, even then you are more certainly lost than if you had failed in obtaining it." "I beseech you, Raoul, not to interrupt me any more. You could never convince me, for I tell you beforehand, I do not wish to be convinced. I have gone so far I cannot recede. I have suffered so much, death itself would be a boon. I no longer love to madness, Raoul. I am being engulfed by a whirlpool of jealousy." Raoul struck his hands together with an expression resembling anger. "Well?" said he. "Well or ill matters little. This is what I claim from you, my friend, my almost brother. During the last 3 days, Madame has been living in a perfect intoxication of gaiety. On the first day I dared not look at her. I hated her for not being as unhappy as myself. The next day I could not bear her out of my sight, and she, Raoul, at least I thought I remarked it, she looked at me, if not with pity, at least with gentleness. But between her looks and mine, a shadow intervened. Another smile invited hers. Besides her horse, another's always gallops, which is not mine. In her ear, another's caressing voice, not mine, unceasingly vibrates. Raoul, for 3 days past, my brain has been on fire. Flame, not blood, courses through my veins. That shadow must be driven away. That smile must be quenched. That voice must be silenced." "You wish Monsieur's death?" exclaimed Raoul. "No, no, I am not jealous of the husband. I am jealous of the lover." "Of the lover?" said Raoul. "Have you not observed it? You who were formerly so keen-sighted." "Are you jealous of the Duke of Buckingham?" "To the very death." "Again jealous?" "This time the affair will be easy to arrange between us. I have taken the initiative and have sent him a letter." "It was you, then, who wrote him?"
How do you know that?
I know it because he told me so. Look at this." And he handed De Guiche the letter he had received nearly at the same moment as his own. De Guiche read it eagerly and said,
"He is a brave man, and more than that, a gallant man."
"Most certainly the duke is a gallant man. I need not ask if you wrote to him in a similar style."
"He will show you my letter when you call on him on my behalf."
"But that is almost out of the question."
"What is?"
"That I shall call on him for that purpose."
"Why so?"
"The duke consults me as you do."
"I suppose you will give me the preference. Listen to me, Raoul. I wish to tell you his grace. It is a very simple matter, that today, tomorrow, the following day, or any other day he may choose, I will meet him at Vincennes."
"Reflect, De Guiche."
"I thought I told you I have reflected."
"The duke is a stranger here. He is on a mission which renders his person inviolable. Vincennes is close to the Bastille."
"The consequences concern me."
"But the motive for this meeting, what motive do you wish me to assign?"
"Be perfectly easy on that score. He will not ask any. The duke must be as sick of me as I am of him. I implore you, therefore, seek the duke, and if it is necessary to entreat him to accept my offer, I will do so."
"That is useless. The duke has already informed me that he wishes to speak to me. The duke is now playing cards with the king. Let us both go there. I will draw him aside in the gallery. You will remain aloof. 2 words will be sufficient."
"That is well arranged. I will take De Wardes to keep me in countenance."
"Why not Manicamp? De Wardes can join us at any time. We can leave him here."
"Yes, that is true."
"He knows nothing."
"Positively nothing. You continue still on an unfriendly footing, then?"
"He has not told you anything?"
"Nothing."
"I do not like the man, and as I never liked him, the result is that I am on no worse terms with him today than I was yesterday."
"Let us go, then."
The 4 descended the stairs. De Guiche's carriage was waiting at the door and took them to the Palais Royal. As they were going along, Raoul was engaged in devising his scheme of action. The sole depositary of 2 secrets, he did not despair of concluding some arrangement between the 2 parties. He knew the influence he exercised over Buckingham and the ascendancy he had acquired over De Guiche, and affairs did not look utterly hopeless. On their arrival in the gallery, dazzling with the blaze of light, where the most beautiful and illustrious women of the court moved to and fro like stars in their own atmosphere, Raoul could not prevent himself for a moment forgetting De Guiche in order to seek out Louise, who, amidst her companions, like a dove completely fascinated, gazed long and fixedly upon the royal circle, which glittered with jewels and gold. All its members were standing, the king alone being seated. Raoul perceived Buckingham, who was standing a few places from Monsieur, in a group of French and English who were admiring his aristocratic carriage and the incomparable magnificence of his costume. Some of the older courtiers remembered having seen his father, but their recollections were not prejudicial to the son. Buckingham was conversing with Fouquet, who was talking with him aloud about Belle Isle. "I cannot speak to him at present," said Raoul.
"Wait, then, and choose your opportunity. But finish everything speedily. I am on thorns."
"See, our deliverer approaches," said Raoul, perceiving D'Artagnan, who, magnificently dressed in his new uniform of captain of the musketeers, had just made his entry into the gallery, and he advanced toward D'Artagnan. "The Comte de la Fère has been looking for you, Chevalier," said Raoul.
"Yes," replied D'Artagnan, "I have just left him."
"I thought you would have passed a portion of the evening together."
"We have arranged to meet again."
As he answered Raoul, his absent looks were directed on all sides, as if seeking someone in the crowd or looking for something in the room. Suddenly his gaze became fixed, like that of an eagle on its prey. Raoul followed the direction of his glance and noticed that De Guiche and D'Artagnan saluted each other, but he could not distinguish at whom the captain's inquiring and haughty glance was aimed. "Chevalier," said Raoul, "there is no one here but yourself who can render me a service."
"What is it, my dear Vicomte?"
It is simply to go and interrupt the Duke of Buckingham, to whom I wish to say 2 words, and as the duke is conversing with Monsieur Fouquet, you understand that it would not do for me to throw myself into the middle of the conversation."
"Ha ha! Is Monsieur Fouquet there?" inquired D'Artagnan.
"Do you not see him?"
"Yes, now I do, but do you think I have a greater right than you have?"
"You are a more important personage."
"Yes, you are right. I am captain of the musketeers. I have had the post promised me so long, and have enjoyed it for so brief a period, that I am always forgetting my dignity."
"You will do me this service, will you not?"
"Monsieur Fouquet, the deuce!"
"Are you not on good terms with him?"
"It is rather he who may not be on good terms with me. However, since it must be done some day or another—"
"Stay, I think he is looking at you, or it is likely that it might be."
"No, don't deceive yourself. It is indeed me for whom this honor is intended."
"The opportunity is a good one, then."
"Do you think so?"
"Pray, go."
"Well, I will."
De Guiche had not removed his eyes from Raoul, who made a sign to him that all was arranged. D'Artagnan walked straight up to the group and civilly saluted Monsieur Fouquet as well as the others.
"Good evening, Monsieur d'Artagnan. We were speaking of Belle Isle," said Fouquet, with that usage of society and that perfect knowledge of the language of looks which require half a lifetime thoroughly to acquire, and which some persons, notwithstanding all their study, never attain. "Of Belle Isle en Mer. Ha!" said D'Artagnan. "It belongs to you, I believe, Monsieur Fouquet." "Monsieur Fouquet has just told me that he had presented it to the king," said Buckingham. "Do you know Belle Isle, Chevalier?" inquired Fouquet. "I have only been there once," replied D'Artagnan with readiness and good humor. "Did you remain there long?" "Scarcely a day." "Did you see much of it while you were there?" "All that could be seen in a day." "A great deal can be seen with observation as keen as yours," said Fouquet, at which D'Artagnan bowed. During this Raoul made a sign to Buckingham. "Monsieur Fouquet," said Buckingham, "I leave the captain with you. He is more learned than I am in bastions, scarps, and counterscarps, and I will join one of my friends, who has just beckoned me." Saying this, Buckingham disengaged himself from the group and advanced toward Raoul, stopping for a moment at the table where the queen mother, the young queen, and the king were playing together. "Now, Raoul," said De Guiche, "there he is. Be firm and quick." Buckingham had made some complimentary remark to Madame, continued his way toward Raoul, who advanced to meet him, while De Guiche remained in his place, though he followed him with his eyes. The maneuver was so arranged that the young men met in an open space which was left vacant, between the group of players and the gallery where they walked, stopping now and then for the purpose of saying a few words to some of the graver courtiers who were walking there. At the moment when the two lines were about to unite, they were broken by a third. It was Monsieur, who advanced toward the Duke of Buckingham. Monsieur had his most engaging smile on his red and perfumed lips.
"My dear Duke,"
said he, with the most affectionate politeness,
"is it really true what I have just been told?"
Buckingham turned round. He had not noticed Monsieur approach, but had merely heard his voice. He started in spite of his command over himself, and a slight pallor overspread his face. "Monseigneur," he asked, "what has been told you that surprises you so much?"
"That which throws me into despair, and will in truth be a real cause of mourning for the whole court."
"Your highness is very kind, for I perceive that you allude to my departure."
"Precisely."
Guiche had overheard the conversation from where he was standing and started in his turn. "His departure?" he murmured. "What does he say?" Philip continued with the same gracious air.
"I can easily conceive, monsieur, why the King of Great Britain recalls you. We all know that King Charles II, who appreciates true gentlemen, cannot dispense with you. But it cannot be supposed we can let you go without great regret, and I beg you to receive the expression of my own."
"Believe me, monseigneur," said the duke, that if I quit the court of France—"
"Because you are recalled; but if you suppose the expression of my own wish on the subject might possibly have any influence with the king, I will gladly volunteer to entreat his Majesty Charles II to leave you with us a little while longer."
"I am overwhelmed, monseigneur, by so much kindness," replied Buckingham, "but I have received positive commands. My residence in France was limited. I have prolonged it at the risk of displeasing my gracious sovereign. It is only this very day that I recollected I ought to have set off 4 days ago."
"Indeed,"
said Monsieur.
"Yes, but," added Buckingham, raising his voice in a manner such that the princess could hear him, "but I resemble that dweller in the East who turned mad and remained so for several days, owing to a delightful dream that he had had, but who one day awoke, if not completely cured, in some respects rational at least. The court of France has its intoxicating properties, which are not unlike this dream, my lord. But at your last, I wake and leave it. I shall be unable, therefore, to prolong my residence, as your highness has so kindly invited me to do."
"When do you leave?"
inquired Philip with an expression full of interest.
"Tomorrow, monseigneur. My carriages have been ready for 3 days."
The Duc d'Orléans made a movement of the head which seemed to signify,
"Since you are determined, Duke, there is nothing to be said."
Buckingham returned the gesture, concealing under a smile a contraction of his heart, and then Monsieur moved away in the same direction by which he had approached. At the same moment, however, De Guiche advanced from the opposite direction. Raoul feared that the impatient young man might possibly make the proposition himself, and hurried forward before him.
"No, no, Raoul, all is useless now,"
said Guiche, holding both his hands toward the duke and leading him behind a column.
"Forgive me, Duke, for what I wrote you. I was mad. Give me back my letter."
"It is true," said the duke. "You cannot owe me a grudge any longer now."
"Forgive me, Duke. My friendship, my lasting friendship, is yours."
"There is certainly no reason why you should bear me any ill will from the moment I leave her never to see her again."
Raoul heard these words, and comprehending that his presence was now useless between the two men, who had now only friendly words to exchange, withdrew a few paces, a movement which brought him closer to De Wardes, who was conversing with the Chevalier de Lorraine respecting the departure of Buckingham.
"A strategic retreat," said De Wardes. "Why so?" "Because the dear duke saves a sword thrust by it."
At which reply both laughed. Raoul, indignant, turned round frowningly, flushed with anger, and his lip curling with disdain. The Chevalier de Lorraine turned on his heel, but De Wardes remained and waited.
"You will not break yourself of the habit," said Raoul to De Wardes, "of insulting the absent. Yesterday it was Monsieur d'Artagnan, today it is the Duke of Buckingham."
"You know very well, monsieur," returned De Wardes, "that I sometimes insult those who are present."
De Wardes was close to Raoul. Their shoulders met, their faces approached as if to mutually inflame each other by the fire of their looks and of their anger. It could be seen that the one was at the height of fury, the other at the end of his patience. Suddenly a voice was heard behind them, full of grace and courtesy, saying, "I believe I heard my name pronounced." They turned round and saw D'Artagnan, who, with a smiling eye and a cheerful face, had just placed his hands on De Wardes' shoulder. Raoul stepped back to make room for the musketeer. De Wardes trembled from head to foot, turned pale, but did not move. D'Artagnan, still with the same smile, took the place which Raoul abandoned to him. "Thank you, my dear Raoul," he said. "Monsieur de Wardes, I wish to talk with you. Do not leave us, Raoul. Everyone can hear what I have to say to Monsieur de Wardes." His smile immediately faded away, and his glance became cold and sharp as a sword. "I am at your orders, monsieur," said De Wardes. "For a very long time," resumed D'Artagnan, "I have sought an opportunity of conversing with you. Today is the first time I have found it. The place is badly chosen, I admit, but you will perhaps have the goodness to accompany me to my apartments, which are on the staircase at the end of the gallery." "I follow you, monsieur," said De Wardes. "Are you alone here?" said D'Artagnan. "No,
I have Monsieur Manicamp and Monsieur de Guiche, two of my friends." "That's well," said D'Artagnan, "but two persons are not sufficient. You will be able to find a few others, I trust?" "Certainly," said the young man, who did not know what object D'Artagnan had in view. "As many as you please." "Are they friends?" "Yes, monsieur." "Real friends?" "No doubt of it." "Very well. Get a good supply, then. Do you come too, Raoul. Bring Monsieur de Guiche and the Duke of Buckingham." "What a disturbance!" replied De Wardes, attempting to smile. The captain slightly signed to him with his hand, as though to recommend him to be patient, and then led the way to his apartments. End of chapter 94. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 95 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sword thrusts in the water concluded. D'Artagnan's apartment was not unoccupied, for the Comte de la Fère, seated in the recess of a window, awaited him. "Well?" said he to D'Artagnan, as he saw him enter. "Well," said the latter, "Monsieur de Wardes has done me the honor to pay me a visit, in company with some of his own friends as well as ours." In fact, behind the musketeer appeared De Wardes and Manicamp, followed by De Guiche and Buckingham, who looked surprised, not knowing what was expected of them. Raoul was accompanied by 2 or 3 gentlemen, and as he entered, glanced around the room, and perceiving the count, he went and placed himself by his side. D'Artagnan received his visitors with all the courtesy he was capable of. He preserved his unmoved and unconcerned look. All the persons present were men of distinction, occupying posts of honor and credit at the court. After he had apologized to each of them for any inconvenience he might have put them to, he turned toward De Wardes, who, in spite of his customary self-command, could not prevent his face betraying some surprise mingled with not a little uneasiness. "Now, monsieur," said D'Artagnan, "since we are no longer within the precincts of the king's palace, and since we can speak out without failing in respect to propriety, I will inform you why I have taken the liberty to request you to visit me here, and why I have invited these gentlemen to be present at the same time. My friend, the Comte de la Fère, has acquainted me with the injurious reports you are spreading about myself. You have stated that you regard me as your mortal enemy, because I was, so you affirm, that of your father." "Perfectly true, monsieur. I have said so," replied De Wardes, whose pallid face became slightly tinged with color. "You accuse me, therefore, of a crime, or a fault, or of some mean and cowardly act. Have the goodness to state your charge against me in precise terms." "In the presence of witnesses?" "Most certainly in the presence of witnesses, and you see I have selected them as being experienced in affairs of honor." "You do not appreciate my delicacy, monsieur. I have accused you, it is true, but I have kept the nature of the accusation a perfect secret. I entered into no details, but have rested satisfied by expressing my hatred in the presence of those on whom a duty was almost imposed to acquaint you with it. You have not taken the discreetness I have shown into consideration. Although you were interested in remaining silent, I can hardly recognize your habitual prudence in that, Monsieur d'Artagnan." D'Artagnan, who was quietly biting the corner of his mustache, said, "I have already had the honor to beg you to state the particulars of the grievances you say you have against me." "Aloud?" "Certainly aloud." "In that case, I speak." "Speak, monsieur," said D'Artagnan, bowing. "We are all listening to you." "Well, monsieur, it is not a question of a personal injury toward myself, but one toward my father." "That you have already stated." "Yes, but there are certain subjects which are only approached with hesitation." "If that hesitation in your case really does exist, I entreat you to overcome it." "Even if it refer to a disgraceful action?" "Yes, in every and any case." Those who were present at this scene had at first looked at each other with a good deal of uneasiness. They were reassured, however, when they saw that D'Artagnan manifested no emotion whatever. De Wardes still maintained the same unbroken silence. "Speak, monsieur," said the musketeer. You see you are keeping us waiting."
"Listen, then. My father loved a lady of noble birth, and this lady loved my father."
D'Artagnan and Athos exchanged looks. De Wardes continued.
"Monsieur d'Artagnan found some letters which indicated a rendezvous, substituted himself under disguise for a person who was expected, and took advantage of the darkness."
"That is perfectly true," said D'Artagnan. A slight murmur was heard from those present.
"Yes, I was guilty of that dishonorable action. You should have added, monsieur, since you are so impartial, that at the period when the circumstance which you have just related happened, I was not 21 years of age." "Such inaction is not the less shameful on that account,"
said De Wardes.
"and it is quite sufficient for a gentleman to have attained the age of reason to avoid committing an act of indelicacy."
A renewed murmur was heard, but this time of astonishment and almost of doubt.
"It was a most shameful deception, I admit," said D'Artagnan, "and I have not waited for Monsieur de Wardes' reproaches to reproach myself for it, and very bitterly too. Age has, however, made me more reasonable, and above all, more upright, and this injury has been atoned for by a long and lasting regret. But I appeal to you, gentlemen. This affair took place in 1626, at a period, happily for yourselves, known to you by tradition only, at a period when love was not overscrupulous, when consciences did not distill, as in the present day, poison and bitterness. We were young soldiers, always fighting or being attacked, our swords always in our hands, or at least ready to be drawn from their sheaths. Death then always stared us in the face. War hardened us, and the cardinal pressed us sorely. I have repented of it, and more than that, I still repent it, Monsieur de Wardes." "I can well understand that, monsieur, but for the action itself needed repentance. But you were not the less the cause of that lady's disgrace. She of whom you have been speaking, covered with shame, borne down by the affront you brought upon her, fled, quitted France, and no one ever knew what became of her."
"Stay," said the Comte de la Fère, stretching his hand toward De Wardes, with a peculiar smile upon his face. "You are mistaken. She was seen, and there are persons even now present who, having often heard her spoken of, will easily recognize her by the description I am about to give. She was about 25 years of age, slender in form, of a pale complexion, and fair-haired. She was married in England."
"Married?"
exclaimed De Wardes. "So, you were not aware she was married? You see we are far better informed than yourself. Do you happen to know she was usually styled my lady, without the addition of any name to that description?"
"Yes, I know that." "Good heavens!"
murmured Buckingham. "Very well, monsieur. That woman who came from England returned to England after having thrice attempted Monsieur d'Artagnan's life. That was but just, you will say, since Monsieur d'Artagnan had insulted her. But that which was not just was, that when in England this woman, by her seductions, completely enslaved a young man in the service of Lord de Winter, by name Felton. You change colour, my lord," said Athos, turning to the Duke of Buckingham, "and your eyes kindle with anger and sorrow. Let your grace finish the recital, then, and tell Monsieur de Wardes who this woman was who placed the knife in the hand of your father's murderer." A cry escaped from the lips of all present. The young duke passed his handkerchief across his forehead, which was covered with perspiration. A dead silence ensued among the spectators.
"You see, Monsieur de Wardes,"
said D'Artagnan, whom this recital had impressed more and more, as his own recollection revived as Athos spoke.
"You see that my crime did not cause the destruction of anyone's soul, and that the soul in question may fairly be considered to have been altogether lost before my regret. It is, however, an act of conscience on my part. Now this matter is settled. Therefore, it remains me to ask, with the greatest humility, your forgiveness for this shameless action, as most certainly I should have asked it of your father if he were still alive, and if I had met him after my return to France subsequent to the death of King Charles I." "That is too much, Monsieur d'Artagnan!" exclaimed many voices with animation. "No, gentlemen," said the captain. "And now, Monsieur de Wardes, I hope all is finished between us,
and that you will have no further occasion to speak ill of me again. Do you consider it completely settled?" De Wardes bowed and muttered to himself inarticulately. "I trust also," said D'Artagnan, approaching the young man closely, "that you will no longer speak ill of anyone, as it seems you have the unfortunate habit of doing. For a man so puritanically conscientious as you are, who can reproach an old soldier for a youthful freak 35 years after it happened, will allow me to ask whether you, who advocate such excessive purity of conscience, will undertake on your side to do nothing contrary either to conscience or the principle of honor. And now, listen attentively to what I am going to say, Monsieur de Wardes, in conclusion. Take care that no tale, with which your name may be associated, reaches my ear." "Monsieur," said De Wardes, "it is useless threatening to no purpose." "I have not yet finished, Monsieur de Wardes, and you must listen to me still further." The circle of listeners, full of eager curiosity, drew closer. "You spoke just now of the honor of a woman, and of the honor of your father. We were glad to hear you speak in that manner, for it is pleasing to think that such a sentiment of delicacy and rectitude, and which did not exist, it seems, in our minds, lives in our children. And it is delightful, too, to see a young man at an age when men from habit become the destroyers of honor of women, respect and defend it." De Wardes bit his lips and clenched his hands, evidently much disturbed to learn how this discourse, the commencement of which was announced in so threatening a manner, would terminate. "How did it happen, then, that you allowed yourself to say to Monsieur de Bragelonne that he did not know who his mother was?" Raoul's eye flashed as, darting forward, he exclaimed, "Chevalier, this is a personal affair of my own." At which exclamation a smile full of malice passed across De Wardes' face. D'Artagnan put Raoul aside, saying, "Do not interrupt me, young man." And looking at De Wardes in an authoritative manner, he continued, "I am now dealing with a matter which cannot be settled by means of the sword. I discuss it before men of honor, all of whom have more than once had their swords in their hands in affairs of honor. I selected them expressly. These gentlemen well know that every secret for which men fight ceases to be a secret. I again put my question to Monsieur de Wardes. What was the subject of conversation which you offended this young man, in offending his father and mother at the same time?" "It seems to me," returned De Wardes, "that liberty of speech is allowed, when it is supported by every means which a man of courage has at his disposal." "Tell me what that means are by which a man of courage can sustain a slanderous expression." "The sword." "You fail not only in logic, in your argument, but in religion and honor. You expose the lives of many others without referring to your own, which seems to be full of hazard. Besides, fashions pass away, monsieur, and the fashion of dueling has passed away without referring in any way to the edicts of his majesty which forbid it. Therefore, in order to be consistent with your own chivalrous notions, you will at once apologize to Monsieur de Bragelonne. You will tell him how much you regret having spoken so lightly, and that the nobility and purity of his race are inscribed, not in his heart alone, but still more in every action of his life. You will do and say this, Monsieur de Wardes, as I, an old officer, did and said just now to your boy's mustache." "And if I refuse?" inquired De Wardes. "In that case the result will be—" "That which you think you will prevent," said De Wardes, laughing. "The result will be that your conciliatory address will end in a violation of the king's prohibition." "Not so," said the captain. "You are quite mistaken." "What will the result be, then?" "The result will be that I shall go to the king, with whom I am on tolerably good terms, to whom I have been happy enough to render certain services dating from a period when you were not born, and who at my request has just sent me an order in blank for Monsieur Baisemeaux de Montlezun, governor of the Bastille, and I shall say to the king, 'Sire, a man has in a most cowardly way insulted Monsieur de Bragelonne by insulting his mother. I have written this man's name upon the lettre de cachet which your majesty has been kind enough to give me, so that Monsieur de Wardes is in the Bastille for 3 years.'" And D'Artagnan, drawing the order signed by the king from his pocket, held it toward De Wardes. Remarking that the young man was not quite convinced, and received the warning as an idle threat, he shrugged his shoulders and walked leisurely toward the table, upon which lay a writing case and a pen, the length of which would have terrified the topographical Porthos. De Wardes then saw that nothing could well be more seriously intended than the threatened question, for the Bastille, even at that period, was already held in dread. He advanced a step toward Raoul, and in an almost unintelligible voice said, "I offer my apologies in the terms which Monsieur d'Artagnan just now dictated, and which I am forced to make to you." "One moment, monsieur," said the musketeer, with the greatest tranquillity. "You mistake the terms of the apology. I did not say in which I am forced to make. I said in which my conscience induces me to make. This latter expression, believe me, is better than the former, and it will be far preferable, since it will be the most truthful expression of your own sentiments." "I subscribe to it," said De Wardes; "but submit, gentlemen, that a thrust of a sword through the body, as was the custom formerly, was far better than tyranny like this." "No, monsieur," replied Buckingham, "for the sword thrust, when received, was no indication that a particular person was right or wrong. It only showed that he was more or less skillful in the use of the weapon." "Monsieur!" exclaimed De Wardes. "There, now," interrupted D'Artagnan, "you are going to say something very rude, and I am rendering you a service by stopping you in time." "Is that all, monsieur?" inquired De Wardes. "Absolutely everything," replied D'Artagnan, "and these gentlemen, as well as myself, are quite satisfied with you." "Believe me, monsieur, that your reconciliations are not successful." "In what way?" "Because, as we are now about to separate, I would wager that Monsieur de Bragelonne and myself are greater enemies than ever." "You are deceived, monsieur, as far as I am concerned," returned Raoul, "for I do not retain the slightest animosity in my heart against you." This last blow overwhelmed De Wardes. He cast his eyes around him like a man bewildered. D'Artagnan saluted most courteously the gentlemen who had been present at the explanation, and everyone, on leaving the room, shook hands with him, but not one hand was held out toward De Wardes. "Oh!" exclaimed the young man, abandoning himself to the rage which consumed him, "can I not find someone on whom to wreak my vengeance?" "You can, monsieur, for I am here," whispered a voice full of menace in his ear. De Wardes turned round and saw the Duke of Buckingham, who, having probably remained behind with that intention, had just approached him. "You, monsieur!" exclaimed De Wardes. "Yes, I am no subject of the King of France. I am not going to remain on the territory, since I am about setting off for England. I have accumulated in my heart such a mass of despair and rage that I, too, like yourself, need to revenge myself upon someone. I approve Monsieur d'Artagnan's principles profoundly, but I am not bound to apply them to you. I am an Englishman, and in my turn I propose to you what you propose to others to no purpose. Since you therefore are so terribly incensed, take me as a remedy. In 34 hours' time I shall be at Calais. Come with me. The journey will appear shorter if together than if alone. We will fight, when we get there, upon the sands which are covered by the rising tide, which form part of the French territory during 6 hours of the day, but belong to the territory of heaven during the other 6. "I accept willingly," said De Wardes. "I assure you," said the duke, "that if you kill me, you will be rendering me an infinite service." "I will do my utmost to make myself agreeable to you, duke," said De Wardes. "It is agreed, then, that I carry you off with me?" "I shall be at your commands. I need some real danger and some mortal risk to run to tranquilize me." "In that case, I think you have met with what you are looking for. Farewell, Monsieur de Wardes. Tomorrow morning my valet will tell you the exact hour of our departure. We can travel together like two excellent friends. I generally travel as fast as I can. Adieu." Buckingham saluted De Wardes and returned toward the king's apartments. De Wardes, irritated beyond measure, left the Palais Royal and hurried through the streets homeward to the house where he lodged. End of chapter 95. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 96 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 3, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Baisemeaux de Montlezun. After the austere lesson administered to De Wardes, Athos and D'Artagnan descended together the staircase which led to the courtyard of the Palais Royal. "You perceive," said Athos to D'Artagnan, "that Raoul cannot sooner or later avoid a duel with De Wardes, for De Wardes is as brave as he is vicious and wicked."
"I know such fellows well," replied D'Artagnan. "I have had an affair with the father, I assure you that, although at that time I had good muscles and a sort of brute courage. I assure you that the father did me some mischief, but you should have seen how I fought it out with him. Ha! Athos, such encounters never take place in these times. I had a hand which could never remain at rest, a hand like quicksilver. You know its quality, for you have seen me at work. My sword was no longer a piece of steel. It was a serpent that assumed every form and every length, seeking where it might thrust its head, in other words, where it might fix its bite. I advanced half a dozen paces, then 3, and then body to body. I pressed my antagonist closely, then I darted back again 10 paces. No human power could resist that ferocious ardor. Well, De Wardes the father, with the bravery of his race, with his dogged courage, occupied a good deal of my time, and my fingers at the end of the engagement were, I well remember, tired enough."
"It is then as I said," resumed Athos. "The son will always be looking out for Raoul, and will end by meeting him, and Raoul can easily be found when he is sought for."
"Agreed, but Raoul calculates well. He bears no grudge against De Wardes. He has said so. He will wait until he is provoked, and in that case his position is a good one. The king will not be able to get out of temper about the matter. Besides, we shall know how to pacify his majesty. But why so full of these fears and anxieties? You don't easily get alarmed."
"I will tell you what makes me anxious. Raoul is to see the king tomorrow, when his majesty will inform him of his wishes respecting a certain marriage. Raoul, loving as he does, will get out of temper, and once in an angry mood, if he were to meet De Wardes, the shell would explode."
"We will prevent the explosion."
"Not I," said Athos, "for I must return to Blois. All this gilded elegance of the court, all these intrigues, sicken me. I am no longer a young man who can make terms with the meanness of the day. I have read in the great book many things too beautiful and too comprehensive to longer take any interest in the trifling phrases which these men whisper among themselves when they wish to deceive others. In one word, I am weary of Paris wherever and whenever you are not with me, and as I cannot have you with me always, I wish to return to Blois."
"How wrong you are, Athos! How you gainsay your origin and the destiny of your noble nature! Men of your stamp are created to continue to the very last moment in full possession of their great faculties. Look at my sword, a Spanish blade, the one I wore at Rochelle. It served me for 30 years without fail. One day in the winter it fell upon the marble floor in the Louvre and was broken. I had a hunting knife made of it which will last 100 years yet. You, Athos, with your loyalty, your frankness, your cool courage, and your sound information, are the very man kings need to warn and direct them. Remain here. Monsieur Fouquet will not last as long as my Spanish blade."
"It is possible," said Athos, smiling, "that my friend D'Artagnan, who, after having raised me to the skies, making me an object of worship, casts me down from the top of Olympus and hurls me to the ground. I have more exalted ambition, D'Artagnan. To be a minister, to be a slave, never. Am I not still greater? I am nothing. I remember having heard you occasionally call me the great Athos. I defy you, therefore, if I were minister, to continue to bestow that title upon me. No, no, I do not yield myself in this manner."
"We will not speak of it any more, then. Renounce everything, even the brotherly feeling which unites us."
"It is almost cruel what you say."
D'Artagnan pressed Athos's hand warmly. "No, no, renounce everything without fear. Raoul can get on without you. I am at Paris." "In that case, I shall return to Blois. We will take leave of each other tonight. Tomorrow at daybreak I shall be on my horse again." "You cannot return to your hotel alone. Why did you not bring Grimaud with you?" "Grimaud takes his rest now. He goes to bed early, for my poor old servant gets easily fatigued. He came from Blois with me, and I compelled him to remain within doors, for if, in retracing the 40 leagues which separates us from Blois, he needed to draw breath even, he would die without a murmur. But I don't want to lose Grimaud." "You shall have one of my musketeers to carry a torch for you. Hola! Someone there!" called out D'Artagnan, leaning over the gilded balustrade. The heads of 7 or 8 musketeers appeared. "I wish some gentleman who is so disposed to escort the Comte de la Fère," cried D'Artagnan. "Thank you for your readiness, gentlemen," said Athos. "I regret to have occasion to trouble you in this manner."
"I would willingly escort the Comte de la Fère," said someone, "if I had not to speak to Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"Who is that?" said D'Artagnan, looking into the darkness.
"I, Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"Heaven forgive me, if that is not Monsieur Baisemeaux's voice."
"It is, monsieur."
"What are you doing in the courtyard, my dear Baisemeaux?"
"I am waiting your orders, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"Wretch that I am," thought D'Artagnan. "True, you have been told, I suppose, that someone was to be arrested and have come yourself instead of sending an officer?"
"I came because I had occasion to speak to you."
"You did not send to me."
"I waited until you were disengaged,"
said Monsieur Baisemeaux timidly. "I leave you, D'Artagnan," said Athos. "Not before I've presented Monsieur Baisemeaux de Montlezun, the governor of the Bastille." Baisemeaux and Athos saluted each other. "Surely you must know each other," said D'Artagnan. "I have an indistinct recollection of Monsieur Baisemeaux," said Athos. "You remember, my dear Baisemeaux, the king's guardsman with whom we used formerly to have such delightful meetings in the cardinal's time?" "Perfectly," said Athos, taking leave of him with affability. "Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, whose nom de guerre was Athos," whispered D'Artagnan to Baisemeaux.
Yes, a brave man, one of the celebrated 4.
"Precisely so, but, my dear Baisemeaux, shall we talk now?"
"If you please."
"In the first place, as for the orders, there are none. The king does not intend to arrest the person in question."
"So much the worse,"
said Baisemeaux with a sigh. "What do you mean by so much the worse?" exclaimed D'Artagnan, laughing.
"No doubt of it,"
returned the governor.
"My prisoners are my income."
"I beg your pardon. I did not see it in that light."
"And so there are no orders?"
repeated Baisemeaux with a sigh.
"What an admirable situation yours is, Captain," he continued after a pause. "Captain Lieutenant of the Musketeers."
"Oh, it is good enough, but I don't see why you should envy me, you, governor of the Bastille, the first castle in France."
"I am well aware of that,"
said Baisemeaux in a sorrowful tone of voice. "You say that like a man confessing his sins. I would willingly exchange my profits for yours."
"Don't speak to me of profits if you wish to save me the bitterest anguish of mind."
"Why do you look first on one side and then the other, as if you were afraid of being arrested yourself? You, whose business it is to arrest others."
"I was looking to see whether anyone could see or listen to us. It would be safer to confer more in private, if you would grant me such a favor."
"Baisemeaux, you seem to forget we are acquaintances of 35 years' standing. Don't assume such sanctified airs. Make yourself quite comfortable. I don't eat governors of the Bastille raw."
"Heaven be praised."
"Come into the courtyard with me. It's a beautiful moonlit night. We will walk up and down, arm in arm under the trees, while you tell me your pitiful tale." He drew the doleful governor into the courtyard, took him by the arm as he had said, and in his rough, good-humored way cried out, "Out with it! Rattle away, Baisemeaux!"
What have you got to say?"
"It's a long story."
"You prefer your own lamentations, then? My opinion is it will be longer than ever. I'll wager you are making 50,000 francs out of your pigeons in the Bastille."
"Would to heaven that were the case, Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"You surprise me, Baisemeaux. Just look at you, acting the anchorite. I should like to show you your face in a glass, and you would see how plump and florid looking you are, as fat and round as a cheese, with eyes like lighted coals. And if it were not for that ugly wrinkle you try to cultivate on your forehead, you would hardly look 50 years old, and you are 60, if I'm not mistaken."
"All quite true."
"Of course, I knew it was true as the 50,000 franc profit you make." At which remark Baisemeaux stamped on the ground. "Well, well," said D'Artagnan, "I will add up your accounts for you. You were captain of Monsieur Mazarin's guards, and 12,000 francs a year would in 12 years amount to 140,000 francs."
"12,000 francs! Are you mad?" cried Baisemeaux. "The old miser gave me no more than 6,000, and the expenses of the post amounted to 6,500 francs. Monsieur Colbert, who deducted the other 6,000 francs, condescended to allow me to take 50 pistoles as a gratification, so that, if it were not for my little estate at Montlezun, which brings me in 12,000 francs a year, I could not have met my engagements."
"Well, then, how about the 50,000 francs from the Bastille? There I trust you are boarded and lodged, and get your 6,000 francs salary beside."
"Admitted."
"Whether the year be good or bad, there are 50 prisoners who on average bring you in 1,000 francs a year each."
"I don't deny it."
"Well, there is at once an income of 50,000 francs. You have held the post 3 years, and must have received in that time 150,000 francs."
"You forget one circumstance, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"What is that?"
"That while you received your appointment as captain from the king himself, I received mine as governor from Messieurs Tremblay and Louviere."
"Quite right. And Tremblay was not a man to let you have the post for nothing."
"Nor Louviere either. The result was that I gave 75,000 francs to Tremblay as his share."
"Very agreeable, that. And to Louviere?"
"The very same."
"Money down?"
"No, that would have been impossible. The king did not wish, or rather, Monsieur Mazarin did not wish, to have the appearance of removing those two gentlemen who had sprung from the barricades. He permitted them, therefore, to make certain extravagant conditions for their retirement."
"What were those conditions?"
"Tremblay, 3 years' income for the goodwill."
"The deuce! So that the 150,000 francs have passed into their hands?"
"Precisely so."
"And beyond that?"
"A sum of 150,000 francs, or 15,000 pistoles, whichever you please, in 3 payments."
"Exorbitant."
"Yes, but that is not all."
"What besides?"
"In default of the fulfillment by me of any one of those conditions, those gentlemen enter upon their functions again. The king has been induced to sign that."
"It is monstrous, incredible."
"Such is the fact, however."
"I do indeed pity you, Baisemeaux. But why in the name of fortune did Monsieur Mazarin grant you this pretended favor? It would have been far better to have refused you altogether."
"Certainly, but he was strongly persuaded to do so by my protector."
"Who is he?"
"One of your friends, indeed, Monsieur d'Herblay."
"Monsieur d'Herblay? Aramis?"
"Just so. He has been very kind toward me."
"Kind? To make you enter into such a bargain?"
"Listen. I wish to leave the cardinal's service. Monsieur d'Herblay spoke on my behalf to Louviere and Tremblay. They objected. I wished to have the appointment very much, for I knew what it could be made to produce. In my distress I confided in Monsieur d'Herblay, and he offered to become my surety for the different payments."
"You astound me. Aramis become your surety?"
"Like a man of honor, he procured the signature. Tremblay and Louviere resigned their appointments. I have paid every year 25,000 francs to these two gentlemen. On the 31st of May every year, Monsieur d'Herblay himself comes to the Bastille and brings me 5,000 pistoles to distribute between my crocodiles."
"You owe Aramis 150,000 francs, then?"
"That is the very thing which is the cause of my despair, for I only owe him 100,000.
"I don't quite understand you."
"He came and settled with the vampires only 2 years. Today, however, is the 31st of May, and he has not been yet, and tomorrow at midday the payment falls due. If therefore I don't pay tomorrow, these gentlemen can, by the terms of the contract, break off the bargain. I shall be stripped of everything. I shall have worked for 3 years and given 250,000 francs for nothing, absolutely for nothing at all, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan."
"This is very strange," murmured D'Artagnan.
"You can now imagine that I may well have wrinkles on my forehead, can you not?"
"Yes, indeed."
"And you can imagine, too, that notwithstanding I may be as round as a cheese, with a complexion like an apple, and my eyes like coals on fire, I may almost be afraid that I shall not have a cheese or an apple left me to eat, and that my eyes will be left me only to weep with."
"It is really a very grievous affair."
"I have come to you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, for you are the only man who can get me out of my trouble."
"In what way?"
"You are acquainted with the Abbé d'Herblay, and you know that he is a somewhat mysterious gentleman."
"Yes."
"Well, you can perhaps give me the address of his presbytery, for I have been to Noisy-le-Sec, and he is no longer there."
"I should think not, indeed. He is Bishop of Vannes."
"What? Vannes? In Bretagne?"
"Yes." The little man began to tear his hair, saying,
"How can I get to Vannes from here by midday tomorrow? I am a lost man."
"Your despair quite distresses me."
"Vannes! Vannes!"
cried Baisemeaux. "But listen, a bishop is not always a resident. Monsieur d'Herblay may not possibly be so far away as you fear."
"Pray, tell me his address."
"I really don't know it."
"In that case I am lost. I will go and throw myself at the king's feet."
"But, Baisemeaux, I can hardly believe what you tell me. Besides, since the Bastille is capable of producing 50,000 francs a year, why have you not tried to screw 100,000 out of it?"
"Because I am an honest man, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and because my prisoners are fed like ambassadors."
"Well, you're in a fair way to get out of your difficulties. Give yourself a good attack of indigestion with your excellent living, and put yourself out of the way between this and midday tomorrow."
"How can you be so hard-hearted enough to laugh?"
"Nay, you really afflict me. Come, Baisemeaux, if you can pledge me your word of honor, do so, that you will not open your lips to anyone about what I am going to say to you."
"Never, never."
"You wish to put your hand on Aramis?"
"At any cost."
"Well, go and see where Monsieur Fouquet is."
"Why, what connection can there be—"
"How stupid are you? Don't you know that Vannes is in the diocese of Belle-Isle, or Belle-Isle in the diocese of Vannes? Belle-Isle belongs to Monsieur Fouquet, and Monsieur Fouquet nominated Monsieur d'Herblay to that bishopric."
I see. You restore me to life again."
"So much the better. Go and tell Monsieur Fouquet very simply that you wish to speak to Monsieur d'Herblay."
Of course, of course!"
exclaimed Baisemeaux delightedly. "But," said D'Artagnan,
checking him by a severe look. "Your word of honor?"
"I give you my sacred word of honor,"
replied the little man, about to set off running.
"Where are you going?" "To Monsieur Fouquet's house."
"It is useless doing that. Monsieur Fouquet is playing at cards with the king. All you can do is to pay Monsieur Fouquet a visit early tomorrow morning."
"I will do so, thank you."
"Good luck attend you," said D'Artagnan.
"Thank you."
"This is a strange affair," murmured D'Artagnan, as he slowly ascended the staircase after he had left Baisemeaux. "What possible interest can Aramis have in obliging Baisemeaux in this manner? Well, I suppose we shall learn some day or another." Chapter 96. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.